Much Moxie presents Mucho Art. Too Much Moxie presents Mucho Art. Wearable art that represents the culture. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You can feel it when you step in the room. That vibe, that soul, that timeless bloom. From the wall to your wall, we speak from the heart. Canvas or cotton, this is wearable art. It's more than a look, it's a mood, it's a stance. Every stitch got rhythm, every color gon' dance. Move, a mood, it's a stance. Every stitch got rhythm, every color gon' dance. Move, yeah, 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 on your chest or on your wall. It's the spirit, the soul of it all. Too much moxie. Where the canvas meets the heart. T-shirts talk like verses and rhyme. Hoodies hug you like jazz and time. We don't follow trends, we set that pace. With every print, we claim our space. Art that moves, art that breathes. Truth on a thread, hope in the seams. It's street, it's soul, it's poetry and part. It's fashion made by heart for heart. You are, ooh yeah, wear your story, wear your pride. Let the culture be your guide. You are, on your chest or on your wall. It's the spirit, the soul of it all. Too much moxie, moxie. Mucho art, where the canvas meets the heart. Say it loud, say it strong. This is where our roots belong. Art you feel, art you live, giving you soul, giving you give. Mucho art, yeah, yeah. Wear it loud, say it proud, show your truth in every crowd. Too much moxie. It's the movement, it's the spark. Mucho art, wear it, feel it, live it. Presented by Too Much Moxie.
All right, y'all come on up in here. I'm just sending out invites real quick. Go ahead and hit that like button, man. I don't know, you know, if y'all coming up in here, hit that like button. We about to get started here. We are about to get started up in here. We are about to get started up in here. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button when you come on up in here. Let me see what we're gonna do here while we're waiting for people to come up in the room. We're gonna play something from the album. Make sure y'all get the album. Too Much for TV. Make sure y'all get the album. Support the album. Too Much for TV. And I'll play something from the album right now. I think that's gonna be relevant. So let me get to it. Hit that like button. Hit that like button when you come up in the room. We got to talk about what is Africa Day. What is Africa Day? We about to talk about that. And then we got to talk about Aaron the Plumber, man, and WAC 100. You know, what's going on with that? Anybody know what's going on with WAC 100 and Aaron the Plumber? And we're going to talk about, is it snitching? Shout out to Dr. No Job. Shout out to Dr. No Job. And then we're going to talk about what is Africa Day? We're going to get into it. So we'll let some people get in the room, and then we're just going to get started real quick. But let me play a song from the album. Make sure y'all get the album, Too Much for TV, coming out June 1st. Release date is June 1st. Too Much for TV. I'm telling you, the album is amazing. It is amazing. But let me see. We're going to play this song right here. I think this song is going to be popping right here. So let's get to it.
We here now. Cotton threads.
Hit that like button when you come up in the room.
This ain't blood.
Get the lights up.
Lineage. FBA coin. You can't chain this change.
Never again.
Song is called Crypto Crossroads on the album Too Much for TV. Yeah.
I don't mind coins, I mind memory. Encoded pain turned into weaponry. From change to change, but this link encrypted digital fields where the ledger's lifted. Silhouettes of struggle behind each byte. We write black future in blockchain light. No middleman, no hand to kiss. Ownership verified, no permission slips. Each transaction, a piece of the crown.
Hit that like button.
We minted the now. We own it. Our freedom finally no longer bound. Now every loss we flip, turn profit profound. Facts. I'm the ghost in the node.
Hit that like button. Come on, y'all.
Reparations logged in the code is blocked. Every line of code, another padlock pop. Truth decentralized, no masters to serve. We built what they broke. That's more than nerve. No passport, just pass keys to proof. Our borders are quantum, our values uncouth. While they clutch dollars, we redefine trust with smart contracts built out the dust. The sovereign system that starts with us. No chains on the chain. It's freedom or bust. In the protocol, we the memory that never stalls. This is the covenant, not just code, where diaspora dreams explode. No empire here, just peer to peer. No overseer, we engineer. We diaspora me. Crypto crossroads where we rewrite fate. We're broken clocks start to calculate. Keys in hand, all the seas code. We authenticate what they like switches, syncopate rage. I bend time on a polyrhythmic page. Legacy store in the keystroke line. With math meets
up, y'all.
The numbers align. Perfect balance. Undivided trauma. Signed and sealed. They can't whitewash what we reveal. From auction blocks to bit locks tight. We broke the chains. Now we write the rights. It's sovereignty now. And we type in spite. Encrypted in rhythm. Black future in sight. Crystal clear. Crypto crossroads where we rewrite fate.
Get them likes up. Come on up in here. Get them likes up. Diddy did nothing. Okay. Come on up in here. Get them likes up, y'all. We about to get started. Get them likes up. We about to talk about it.
We walk in the world with a custom path from history's chain to digital craft. Crypto crossroads. Do the math.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. Y'all get them likes up, man. Get them likes up, man. What's going on? Come on up in the room. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up and let's talk about it, man. We're gonna talk about Africa Day on Memorial Day. This I feel like I'm waking up in the Twilight Zone, y'all. I really do. I feel like this is the Twilight Zone. And then we got to talk about a little bit of, I think NBA YoungBoy got released today. Trump released NBA YoungBoy. The federal charges on Larry Hoover has been dropped, but he's still in prison, serving out his state sentence. Lots of things going on, man. We're gonna talk about it, but I feel like I woke up in the Twilight Zone, y'all. I feel like I done woke up in the Twilight Zone. You know, what's going on with all these holidays from other countries being infused in American culture? being infused in the United. What is it that we're so accepting about immigrants coming here and waving their flag? This is what I want to know. What is it? And y'all come up in there and get them likes up, y'all. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. Get them likes up. What is
Morning.
it? Good morning. Good morning. What is it about Africa Day, man, that they're trying to push in the United States, man? What's going on?
That's only that's only the mayor of Chicago doing it. That's nothing federal. They you know what?
Yeah, but that's still weird, brother. That's still
It's
weird.
weird, yeah, but it's only one city, and you know you can't really look at it as being any
What did they
significant.
contribute to the city of Chicago?
I'm a Philly. I don't know, but it ain't happening.
What did they
It's nothing.
contribute to the city of Chicago?
No, I don't think nothing at all. I mean, it's just the fact that that you know you got to realize they're really hammering. Look,
Memorial Day.
they're really hammering that chick. You know, you got to realize the people of Chicago are really pushing back on that Democrat. I'm talking about BLK people. They're really pushing back on that mayor there, and they want him out of office. You know what I mean? So I think he's just doing that just to be a hole. You know what I mean?
Is he foundational? Is he is he African?
No, he's Black American.
He's foundational.
Yeah, he's foundational, but they want him out of office. You got to realize this is the city that was telling the people of the city to have their kids stay home while they wanted to use the schools as places for the Venezuelans the rest their heads at, and the city fought back. The city was pushing red during the trip during the elections.
This is, man. I'm telling you, man. I feel like this the Twilight Zone, man. I feel like we're in an altered universe. I feel like people are just crashing out and they're just doing any old thing. I feel like they trying to get enough of us to just snap on them, to crash out on them.
Well, like I said, you know, it's just a thing that, you know, it ain't really got no weight to it. You know, we ain't got nothing to worry about. And I mean,
not that we have anything to worry about. It's getting weird, man. It's just getting weird.
It is weird. Because when I seen it last night, I was like, what? But I said, but figure who it is, though.
Like, why would they do it on Memorial Day? Like, what does our veterans have to do with Africa?
And you know, the veterans, you know, they're going to have an uprising about that for one thing, you know. And you know, white T ain't going to go for it.
Where do people? We know YT ain't going for that. We know that, but where the heck is the Chicago people? I wish I could talk. I wish
they're coming. They're arguing. They don't want that.
Where is Chicago? If anybody's from Chicago, I need y'all to come up, man. I need y'all.
Please do. We want to hear what you got to say, man, because it's crazy, man. But like I said, they want that mayor out of office.
Man, we got to get that. I mean, we got to get all these Sambos and all these tethers up out the paint, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking like this. Do they have an Africa Day in Africa?
They don't even want that.
Is there like a day in Africa where all the countries say, you know what, today we're gonna recognize this day as that would be better for them to push out in Africa, don't you think? Like they should have an Africa Day.
Look, Africans don't even want Africa. So what you mean an African Day?
I mean, I'm just saying that would make sense. That would make sense. Like if you're gonna, wouldn't that unify Africa if you had an Africa Day?
You know what unify Africans? An African Flea Day, a day of fleeing from Africa.
They don't want that day. They don't want that day. I'm just saying
they want to flee.
I'm just saying, shouldn't they have an Africa Day in Africa? Why would you think that? Listen. If Africans contributed in America, that would make more sense. But they haven't contributed. What did an African contribute?
Not a damn thing
in America?
But you know what though they're going to do? They're gonna try to piggyback off of what our ancestors did. Say, our brothers and sisters came here and they did this, they did. Look at Martin Luther King. Look at Malcolm X. We ain't got nothing to do with you, man.
Look at this dude. What are pretendians going to do about it? Man, first of all, it's not in my city. It's not in my state. This is clearly in
They ain't worried about that crap.
Chicago.
Hey.
But no, I've been to the continent, brother. It's not that clearly you haven't been to. No, clearly you don't know what you're talking about. You know, these Africans, man, y'all is crazy. Y'all is insane. Y'all is insane.
Man, we ain't got no dealing with those
You
people.
say it with your chest, but I've been to your continent too many times, brother. Too many times to know
I have. You know what? I have no interest in going.
that. Where is the Africa Day in Africa? Why are they pushing Africa Day in the city of Chicago, of all places that Black Americans built? Black Americans built the city of Chicago, not Africa. So why would they push Africa Day? Wendell Jones, what's up, brother? Wendell Jones, did you hit the button by mistake?
Sure did.
Okay, I'll drop you back down. I'll drop you back down. No problem. Hit that like button, y'all. Get the likes up. Let's get the likes.
Let Africa be for the
Why don't you
Africans.
come up second to none, and that's like a rap group from America. Obviously, you're African. Why don't you come up, man, and tell us why we should have an Africa Day in America, and y'all don't have an Africa Day in Africa? That's what I want to know, because that would be something that would unify Africa. But Africa Day on Memorial Day in Chicago is just weird. Straight up 100% white
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, it's totally weird, man. I just believe like they trying to be funny or thinking like, oh, we're better than you guys, or you know what I mean. I don't know, but I don't think they actually understand how much like Black Americans are like embedded inside this country. Like I don't know, but they're just trying to be funny, and I'm not like really
It's that
digging
mayor.
them, bro.
It's that mayor, man. They want him out of office, man. It's him. He's doing this to be spiteful. I mean,
Yeah.
he's very pro immigrant on those Venezuelans, those Haitians, and now he's sided with these Africans. But at the same token, I mean, they want him out of office, man. They were trying to flip the city, even though the state flipped red. They were trying to flip the city of Chicago red. You know what I mean? I don't know if they did it or not that on election night, but they do not want that Democratic mayor there no more.
Yeah, he gotta go.
No more Democrats should be allowed. Listen, we control that. We got to make sure no more of these Democrats get in office. I get it. You know, we got a new. You know, this is a different emboldenedness for white people under Trump. But let me tell you, I'd rather have this open
Thank you.
racism than this
Thank
behind
you.
the scenes Africa Day and immigration push and erasure of Black
Okay.
culture. I'd rather have that than what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah.
You know, with this Africa Day. Why don't they have an Africa Day on the continent of all countries and all 54 countries in Africa need to have an Africa Day on the same day where they all join in solidarity and say we are African. I can rock with that.
So much. I mean, that question is absorbing. It's absurd himself. How can they have an African Day?
Yeah.
How can they have an African Day in the continent of Africa? That don't make
Yeah.
sense.
Well,
Okay,
it
why
don't
does
make
it
sense
make
to have
why
them
It
does
don't
it
make
make
sense
sense for
because it's in
America
Africa.
to
You
have an
cannot
African
celebrate.
Day? Hold on, brother. Why does it make
Can I
sense
ask you a
for
question?
America to have an African Day?
Can I
and
ask you?
not
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do
answer
the
that
Italians
question
have an
first?
Italian
Hold on,
Heritage Day in
hold
America?
on, brother. Don't overtalk me. We're gonna have the conversation. Slow it down. I'm here. Why do
Okay.
you have? Why does it make sense to have an Africa Day in the city of Chicago on Memorial Day of all days, and then it is for
Well,
Africa to have an Africa Day in all 54 countries on the same day, and they all just recognize that as as a continental holiday opposed to Chicago having an African Day?
You,
Why does that make sense?
you cannot have an African day in the continent of Africa. That don't make sense. Listen to
Why
what
Why
you're
not?
saying.
Well, it don't make
Because
sense to
it's in
have one in our
Africa.
country.
You said,
Listen,
hang on, everybody
I'm
cannot be
saying,
talking at the same
he
time.
said that
Hold
that
on,
would
Everybody
be the most
cannot.
place that you would want it.
Everybody cannot be
Peter.
talking at the same time,
Hold
please.
on, brother. You're not the
Just give
host.
me.
Hold on. Why
Okay.
doesn't that make sense?
Let me explain to you, right? The reason why people celebrate their heritage outside their continent or outside where they are from, it's because they are not in their continent. This is why the Italians celebrate the Italian Heritage Day. The Scottish, the Irish, they all celebrate this thing outside Italy, outside Scotland, outside Ireland. You can never see the Italians celebrating the Italian Heritage Day in Italy. It doesn't work like that because
So
they
we don't
live in a
celebrate
different
4th of July,
continent.
which is our heritage.
Can I please? Who's this guy talking? Can you just hang on? Let me finish what I'm saying. You ask me a question, I'm answering the question. So they cannot celebrate. It's the same way Africans cannot celebrate African Day in Africa. It makes no sense because you cannot be celebrating what you already have, right? This is why they celebrate it when they move somewhere else. So you're taking your culture over here. You're recognizing your culture in a different destination, right? So it's that's just the way it is. That answers your question why they don't celebrate African Day in Africa. And you saying why are they celebrating in a particular date? That I cannot argue. If a mayor or if a governor decides to choose a particular date for a particular set of culture to celebrate that is something that has to do with the mayor and their calendar. But saying Africans should celebrate an Africa Day in Africa, that statement don't make any logical sense.
Sir,
You don't.
so don't we celebrate Independence Day here on 4th of July? Which
What
is
did
our
you call
culture.
that?
We
What did you
celebrate
call it?
Independence Day
You called
on the
it
4th of July, right?
Independence Day. That's what it's
Which
called.
is our culture,
Do you know
right?
what that means? Do you know
Which is
what
our heritage,
independence
right?
means? Do
Sir,
you know what
it's the
independence
independence of our
means?
it's the independence of our nation, which is our culture, our heritage. Yes.
Independent and culture are not the same thing. I can't be arguing with
They
someone
gotta
that
have
Independence and
conflicted you.
culture
classes,
is not the
man.
Sorry.
same
Can
thing.
I talk to somebody else? Can I
These
not? It's not.
immigrants
Are
Can I
gotta
you
talk
have
to somebody
serious?
classes
else?
when they come
So
here,
you mean
bro.
that
They
the
don't
Independent
know
Independence
and
Day
nothing
does
culture,
not
about
it's
us.
not
recognize
the
my
same.
heritage?
Please.
We can't all
Let me
talk at
talk to
one
somebody
time,
else
man.
with some knowledge,
We
please.
can't
I
What do
all.
you
can't
mean
be
talk to
arguing with
somebody
someone with such
else?
basic knowledge.
Hold on. We
The
can't
4th
all
of July
talk.
does
No.
not recognize my heritage here?
Sorry. Sorry. Too
Oh, you
much.
know what?
Can I
You're
talk
not
to you?
from
I
here,
don't
so
want to
you
talk
wouldn't
to someone with
understand.
that.
You
How can
wouldn't
you just
understand. You're
sit
not
there?
American.
Hold on. We
How
can't
can you
all
sit
talk
there?
over each other.
Sorry, this is a basic knowledge. You don't have to be American to understand that
Yeah,
independence
you
and
from the
culture,
outside
they are
looking
not
in,
the
sir.
same.
You're from the outside looking in. You don't know our culture here.
Yeah, he just want to
Listen,
steal our
mister,
culture.
independence and culture are not the same. Can you define the word independence
Sir,
to me,
sir, the
please?
independence is
Can
celebrating
you
my
define
culture,
the
my
word
heritage.
independence?
It's
Can you
celebrating
define
my
the word?
heritage, sir.
Can you define the word
Sir,
independence?
sir,
Can,
we broke away from Great Britain, sir. So we're celebrating our
okay. And why
heritage
did you break away from Great Britain? Did you break away from
because
Great
we
Britain
became
because
an
of your culture?
independent nation.
So then what's the
Think about
culture?
it.
How can you conflict the two? Oh my God. I thought
Oh my
this is a
God, this guy, something's wrong with this dude.
oof.
Oh my
So
God, you know what?
how
He's
can you
not.
conflict
You know what?
independence and culture
At
together?
the end of the day, you know what?
Okay,
You're not like us. You're
how
not like
come
us.
in
I'm,
the
I'm not
next country
obviously I'm
over,
not
the
like
next
you.
state in
Obviously,
You're
Africa,
not
I'm not
like
like
everybody
us.
don't
you.
speak the same language?
Sorry, not
Listen,
us.
y'all.
You're
It's
not like
you.
us,
I'm not
sir.
like you, and I
Listen,
will
hold on.
never be
This is
like
the
you.
host. This
Come
is the
on.
host. Listen, we can't all talk over each other, man. I want to hear the conversation, but it doesn't make sense to just over talk each other. You got to let one speak at a time. One speak, and then the other one rebuttal. One speak, the other one rebuttal, then the other one. You know, we got to take our time here. We don't got to rush it. Now, I don't listen. I get a little bit what you're saying. You know, a little bit. But it might benefit Italia in Italy for them to have an Italian heritage holiday where they celebrate their heritage of them every day and just being who they are. I definitely think it would benefit Africa to have an Africa Day, a day of solidarity between the 54 countries. I think that would definitely benefit Africa. But having an Africa, I'm like, what have Africans contributed in America for them to even have an Africa Day?
Nothing.
That doesn't make. I
They
hear
have not.
what you're saying, Small, but that doesn't make sense. Why are you in America if you love your country so much? You want to wave your flag so much. Go do it in your country. Why aren't y'all
Yeah.
over there fixing your country? Y'all need to be locked in with Burkina Faso. Hold on, it's kind of loud. Anti-Ted, I'm gonna mute you real quick. The background. So why aren't y'all over there in Burkina Faso? Locks Everybody should be fleeing to that country to try to help that country, right? Instead of over here trying to have I don't know what the mayor was thinking when he said we're going to have an Africa Day on Memorial Day. What? That's insane to me. That's just insane. That don't make no sense, man. None at all.
Okay. I mean, listen, I can understand if you don't agree with the mayor, all right? I can understand that. Everybody has their own perspective why they do what they want to do. That's why they are politicians. Politicians come out, right, to pitch their ideas to citizens, and citizens either they buy it or they reject it, right? If they buy it, they'll vote him in and say, okay, this is what we like. You don't have to like it, but other people do. So before that mayor decided to make that, take that decision to say he decided to choose a particular date for Africans in his neighborhood to celebrate an African Day, he probably has gone behind closed door and made a consensus or made a vote among themselves, and they thought, okay, this is going to work for us, and they decide to go with it, right? I don't think they just make that decision out of thin air. They don't do that. Politicians don't do that. That's why they're
I
politicians,
don't know.
right?
Well, obviously they're following an agenda. That's for sure. They're following an agenda, right?
That's why they're politicians. All politician has an agenda. Their agenda is to stay in power. It's not difficult to understand. Every
Well, that
politician has
brother's
an
not going
agenda,
to be
and the
in
agenda
power.
is to stay in
That
power.
brother's not going to be in power too much longer. Just like the governor of Maryland, he's not going to be in power too much longer. Matter of fact,
Well,
Feathers and Sambos, they're up. Their time is up. The time of us voting for black people thinking they're going to do something for us, and we don't know who the heck they are, the time of us doing that is over. We're not going to do that
But did you
anymore.
vote? Too much. Did you vote?
Of course
Did you
I vote.
vote? Did you vote on those issues?
Of course I vote on
of
those
course we
issues.
voted. Yeah.
Exactly. You voted on those issues, and other people also voted because
Oh,
there are
hold
people.
on. No, listen.
Yeah.
A lot of black people voted on those. They voted because they politicians lie. They thought, hey, listen. We've been for a long time conditioned to think that all black people are the same, and we're not.
Yep. That's right.
And that's the issue right there. A lot of y'all have been riding on the coattails. Y'all couldn't get in office if black people didn't vote for y'all. That's just a fact. There's no way you can get in office if black people don't vote for you. White people are not voting for you.
Yep.
They're not. They're not voting for any African. They're not voting for any Jamaican. They're not voting for any Caribbean, Haitian. They're not voting for y'all. We're the ones who are saying, okay, he's black. You know, my brother, make change, bring change. And then when we put y'all in office, y'all act like y'all not black.
That's what we made a
Put
mistake
y'all
with
in office,
Obama. We made a mistake with
look
Obama.
at what Obama did. Obama's the
That's
biggest
right.
tether on the planet of the earth. Okay,
That's right.
he knows black people put that brother in office, and that brother, there was more unaliving of black people under Obama, and that brother just benign neglected us while he was in office.
Yeah. Listen, too much. Like I said, I do understand what you're saying, right? I completely understand what you're saying as a voter. If you vote in a politician or if you vote in someone in, you expect them to enact the agenda they've pitched out to you during their campaign. I agree that, but that is why they're called politicians. They're all liars. They do anything to stay in power. They cannot stay in power forever. They have a limited time. They have to stay there. It's now left for you, next time when they come out to say, I want to campaign for my second term, it's now left for you to say, sorry, the first time you got there, you promised us X, 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 and X, but you gave us Y, 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 and Y. So I'm no longer going for you. I understand where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, it's still the system that we have. We don't have any other system. There's no other system that have been tried at the moment. And that's what we have. So if you don't like this guy, you vote them out, right? But what I'm still trying to say is this same mayor or this same governor or that same senator.
There's too many of y'all, man. Too many of y'all tethers hiding in our politics under the guise that y'all are black American. Too many of y'all, man, and we found out. We found
Weeding
out.
them out. We're weeding them out.
We found out that this is what y'all doing. Y'all are no better than the Irish right now. Y'all, to me, Africans, Caribbeans just took a playbook from the Irish. They said, we're going to get involved in police department. We're going to get involved in politics. And we're going to make a way for ourselves. And we're going to practice anti-black hatred just like everybody else. That's exactly what happened. We got Jamaican tethers talking about we don't need reparations and acting like they can speak on. Man, did y'all see that Jamaican tether, that Caribbean tether, on saying we're going back to our country? You okay, YT people? All
I
Black
heard that.
America
Yeah,
has
I heard that.
decided to
Yeah.
go back to our country, and we're like, what? What are you talking about, Black America? Who? When did you Jamaican tether become Black America? When did that happen? There's too many of this we and us, and there ain't no we and us. It's they and them. It's you. You are not us. You can't come if you. We got Caribbean women over here in New York talking about this is Caribbean country, and if you don't like Caribbean, get out of New. Do you not know Black America is built New York? Are you crazy? You can't speak for you just because you come here and you look this beautiful melanated color, don't mean you can speak for Black America. You're not part of Black America. You are an immigrant in this country. You are a citizen at best, but you are not an American. You're not a Black American. You're not part of the Black community. Yeah, we've allowed you in. Come kick it, come chill, but that's over. Now we're saying the party's over and you must go home. Period. When the party's over, you got to go home. This is getting crazy, man. This is getting weird, like Twilight Zone weird. Like every time I go to sleep and wake up, it's like, am I in the same America? Am I in the same America? It's like every time I go to sleep, I wake up, I'm thinking, man, I am going down the rabbit hole of parallel universes. Every time I wake up. Like every time I wake up, I'm in a different America that's kind of similar, but something's off. Something's just off. Talk to me, Nino. What's up with you, brother?
Man, just not much, man. Just like kind of surprised that like, and it's just like it's not just Africans. It's just like a lot of these immigrants, man. They look at us with a bad eye view, man. And it's, I live in California, man. And I be seeing that like a lot. Not with a lot of Africans or like because they don't got like a lot of like dark other like you know what I mean immigrants over here. They got like the Spaniard and you know what I mean immigrants over here. They got like the Spaniard and Mexicans, and they look at us like kind of like weird. And I'm just kind of like now, thank God that this like citizen rights and stuff like that. The whole world's looking now like, oh, if it wasn't for the black people, we wouldn't be getting paid. We wouldn't be going to America. Well, you know what I mean? And it's not one of them that actually said thanks for the black people that we hear. Like nobody said that. You know what I mean? They just thinking that they're gonna just come off like with a visa or with a green card. Okay, boom. Well, but they're not saying thank you to the African or to the Black Americans for doing this. For you know what I mean, letting our family stay here. Nobody giving no thank you, no nothing. So, yeah, man. It's kind of good that the way act the way we act, man. This they gotta mind their own, and you know what I'm saying. And we just gotta stay out there. You know what I mean? Stay out their way. No help, no nothing, man. Because they didn't help us, man. They didn't help us. Civil rights, we did it by ourselves, man. So you know, nobody helped us, man. So it is what it is.
That's right. In fact, now, why are you in the comments fear mongering? You know, this is what I hate about you, Tether. Second to none, you're a Tether. Okay, I'm gonna just call it out. You are a Tether, sir. And this is what I don't like about y'all. Look at the disparaging comments that you're writing in there. The moment Trump brings back what? Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? Are you are you are you are you that foolish? Are you that stupid? Do you not? I mean, this is why y'all got to go back home. And what are you doing in our country talking like this? You know nothing about lynching, sir. You know nothing about it. Nothing about it. Nothing about it to even have a remotely idea that it's coming back. You know what I'm realizing about Trump? Let me tell you what I realized about Trump. Trump is playing this game. I think Trump is really just playing. Did y'all know about all them 50 South Africans that came over here and Trump started trying to drill the president like there was a actual genocide happening over there, which we all know there isn't. They're living their best lives over there in South Africa. Those YT people out there who are living over there. We know there's no genocide. It's maybe a few of them being taken down, but that's it. It's not what they're trying to make it out to be. I think he's just playing up to Elon Musk. I think he's playing the game. Did y'all know he released NBA YoungBoy today? Did y'all know that Trump released NBA YoungBoy? I think he's playing the game, yo. I think he's playing one of ours for one of yours.
Yeah, he's playing a good game. No, he's playing a good game. He got to
He's
either
playing a game, yo. I don't think we got to take a lot of things seriously. I mean, Larry Hoover, but he's still in prison because he got to pay the state. But I mean, the federal thing is gone. I'm like, why is he releasing all these black people and then he's bringing in 50 poor, broke South Africans, which YT Americans are gonna get tired of real quick. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you, YT people, they like it when it's not in their neighborhood. They like you when you don't live in their neighborhood. That's what they like. So imagine because they're not gonna put these South Africans in black neighborhoods. They're not gonna do that. They're all going to some Midwest or hick town, and they're going to find out real quick how much American white tea does not get along with those European or those South African white tea. They just don't. They just don't. So God bless all these little South Africans that are over here. You're going to get your immigrant wake-up call real quick. You're going to get it real quick. Especially coming over here broke. You're not the rich ones. Oh, yeah, you're going to get the wake-up call real quick. And I can't wait. So I think Trump is just playing this game, man. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense that he's bringing in South Africans and then releasing NBA YoungBoys. What's next? I mean, I'm just curious. Is he going to pardon Diddy? If Diddy gets all the charges put on him, which I doubt it, Diddy's going to go free.
I think he should. I think he should pardon like the Black Americans as being native to this country. He should you know what I mean, get on a point of view of what them any. He should just hop on you know what I'm saying. Not just because Africans, you know what I mean. They kind of stubborn and we all know they just want to be like us. But it's this other group of people, which is the $5 Indians and stuff. That's actually that don't got no citizen, no birthright. They're not even on the it don't comply to them. That's weird. How it don't comply to them, and the 13th, 14th Amendment don't comply to them at all. So how the hell?
Second to none, you're Somalian, brother. I just looked at your forehead, brother. Your forehead is big, brother. You need to just be quiet. If your forehead is that big, you shouldn't even be allowed to type in the comments, brother. Matter of fact, if I see too many disparaging comments, I'm just gonna block you. I'm just gonna block you, brother. That forehead is immaculate. Okay, we can't have big foreheads doing what you're doing, brother. We just can't have that. We can't have that, brother. You should just stop talking. What's up, Mr. Smart Crash? What's up,
Hey,
sir?
civilian or snitch? Too much.
We gonna get into it. We gonna get into it, man. We're
What
talking about
exactly are
Africa
you
Day right
talking
now.
about?
We're gonna talk about Africa. We're talking about Africa Day, but we're gonna get into it. Aaron the plumber, and Whack
Bro, I
100.
ain't gonna lie. People be fucking with him. Like, leave him alone, and then he ain't gotta be like that. Y'all be fucking with him, and then when he punch one of y'all on the damn homie, when he punch one of y'all, he the problem.
We
Leave
talking
him
about Aaron the
alone.
plumber.
Yeah. Like, y'all be fucking with him and talking all type of crazy and shit, and then when he's punch one of y'all, he the problem. Just like Chris Brown. Y'all be, women and men be fucking with him, and then when he punch one of y'all, he the problem. That don't make no sense. Leave that man the fuck alone.
I don't know, man. We gonna get into it, man. We gonna get. Let me wrap up this African Day real quick, and then we're gonna jump right into it. We can go back and forth if we want to, because I want to talk
My
about both. I want to talk about.
grandparents from Africa, so I don't know about.
Why? Okay, your grandparents from Africa, so you're African. So why in the world would we have an Africa Day in Chicago on Memorial Day? Y'all don't
I'm
even
not from Chicago,
on
and
the
two,
continent.
I was born here in the United States, so that don't apply to me.
A lot of y'all tethers think that, brother. That does apply to you. That's your heritage, brother. That's where you.
I mean,
That's
it does, but
Yeah,
me
you
wanting an
African.
African, I wouldn't want an Africa Day in the United States. That makes no sense.
okay. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That's correct. It
Like,
doesn't
my
make.
other grandparents on my father's side are from the island of Samoa, so I wouldn't
So
want a
you're
Samoa
Samoan.
Day
You're
in the United
Samoan and
States.
African. You're Samoan and
Exactly.
African.
Yeah, either or.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't want either one because that sounds stupid. This the United States is not Samoa nor Africa.
What?
Yeah, yeah. I agree, but
So
let me
that
ask you
makes
this
no
question:
sense.
Why do you think they don't have those?
I
Why
think
do
my
why do you think
very
they don't
seriously.
celebrate those cultural days? And Africa Day would make sense in Africa because it would unify
They
Africans.
do have those types of days in Africa. It depends on what country you in.
I
They
mean, they
have
should have it
country
in all countries.
celebrations
They
in
have it in all
Africa all the
countries.
time. They have them in Nigeria. They have them in Ethiopia, which is where my grandmother is from. They
I
have
don't
them in
believe your
They
parents are
have an
Zimbabwe.
from Africa,
Africa Day.
brother.
They have an
You
Africa Day
might
in
be lying,
Ethiopia.
brother.
Not an Africa Day, but they have a day that celebrates Ethiopia as a
What
country
part of
and a
Africa?
place in Ethiopia. And they also have
Okay.
one in Zimbabwe as well, which is where my granddad is from.
Are you sure he's from Zimbabwe?
Yes.
Or just an act? Because you got some African Americans that just acting or pretend to be like, oh yeah, my grandparents from Africa, but let alone the man was born in Louisiana, Tennessee, or Mississippi or some shit.
No. None of my
You know what I
grandparents,
mean?
neither one of my
Okay, cool,
grandparents.
cool, cool, cool. So you telling the truth. You telling the truth, brother. I believe
My
you, man.
mother was
It's
born
just
here. She was the
too
first
much
generation of
confusion.
my family born here.
Okay, cool. Well, you African, brother.
Yeah, you're African, brother.
I know.
Shout out. Shout out. We just don't like cosplaying, man. We don't like when Africans start acting like they Black Americans and start speaking for Black Americans. That's too weird.
I
That's too
only have like 70 years of heritage here. But
You got a good like lingo. You got that Black American lingo low key. That's
because
why
I'm
it's
from
like
Compton, California, that's why.
you're
hey.
from Compton? You're from
I'm from
Compton?
California too.
And my dad, I don't care what nobody say. My dad basically from here. That nigga died when he was 78 and was here since he was 5. So I don't care.
Since he was 5, like, are you
Yeah, he
sure
was
he ain't
born
born
on the
here?
island. He was born on the island of Samoa, but
So,
he
so, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask
was
you this. Let me ask you this, man. How do you feel? How do you feel about people from Africa, the Caribbean, Samoa, whatever, anybody speaking up on behalf of foundational Black Americans?
Samoans don't do that. And two, um, if you are
Are you
from, it
Samoan or
depends because a
African?
lot of people, will
Hold on,
say,
he's African. Let him talk. Go ahead.
a lot of people, if you not really, at the end of the day, right? If you are not, if you were born in the United States, I can understand you doing that.
because it doesn't matter where your parents or grandparents were born. The police gonna see you were born here and you black. So if you do something I don't like, this gonna be the end of your motherfucking life right here. And on top of that, if that really meant anything, then I wouldn't have went to prison. If that really meant something. I don't really mean nothing that your grandparents and parents were born here. And I do feel like since you were born here, you do have the right to speak on black struggle since you are black and you were born here.
No, I don't
Because it
know.
does, in a way, affect you as well because you were born here. Like
No,
if your name, and since you probably have African grandparents, your name probably sound African as fuck, which means it's gonna be hard for you to find a job because your name sound black. The less white your name sounds, is the
listen.
more hard it is to find a job.
Okay, I got you. Listen, the more y'all cosplay as us, the more they're gonna assume y'all us. So it's better that y'all stick to y'all heritage. And that's
One, I was born here.
I got you. But we understand that African homes are different than than Black American homes, brother. I don't know. I got you. But here's the
only difference, the only real difference that I've seen, and one, since my mother was born here, most of the traditions, besides a lot of the food we ate, and my mother was born in the South, so a lot of the food that we ate was a mixture of Southern food and African food.
But
The only difference is because my dad was Muslim, we ain't eat pork.
I wasn't born here, but I still go through, racism. Like I still go through the daily struggle of dealing with the
That's because you moved to a
racism.
racist country, brother. That's because you're in a country that protects and practices white supremacy. So if you go to any country that has that, you're going to experience racism. It has nothing to do with Black American struggle, is what I'm trying to tell you. Black American struggle
Right,
is
so-
separate from your struggle. But you came to a country that practices.
Okay, so I got a question. What exactly do you go through that I don't?
Great question.
Brother, that is.
Can you answer the question and stop being a
brother? That is a great question, brother. Because
and it's a question that I know for a fact you cannot answer.
No, brother, what are you talking about?
Let him answer it.
Brother, let me tell you something, brother. If you didn't cosplay, no, let me explain it again. If you didn't cosplay as me, they would never.
Nigga, I ain't cosplaying as you. Who the fuck is you to
never think you're
cosplay?
us, brother. You talk like us. You
talk
got our
like
culture
Dumbass,
like us,
I'm
brother.
from here.
Brother, that's because we are the culture here. This is our culture. This is Black American culture. This is Black American culture that you're talking. You're talking with a black accent, brother. You're not talking like an African. You're not talking with an accent. You're talking like you're black. So if you dress like
Or you
us,
ain't sound like an islander.
look like
Sorry. How do
grow up in
Africans?
the
How do
hood and try
Africans
to
talk?
pick up gang, gang stuff that
Too
only
much.
comes from our neighborhood.
Africans
You're gonna
talk
get
like
into
Myron
that.
Gaines.
Too
Africans
much.
talk
How
like
does
Myron
Africans talk?
Gaines.
Can you explain
Hold on,
that,
we
please?
can't all talk over each other.
I'm African.
Okay.
No, fella, just hang on. Let him answer the question. Let him answer. How do Africans talk?
Like Myron Gaines.
What's my
What?
Gaines?
Y'all shut up.
Hold on,
Like
brother.
Myron
Listen.
Gaines.
Hold on, listen, brother.
What's
That's how
Myron
Africans
Gaines?
You have
talk.
a very distinct
That's
accent.
not an explanation.
You have a very distinct accent, brother. You don't talk. You don't
Okay.
talk like I'm talking.
You don't sound
When
nothing
they
like
hear
me.
me and they hear you, it's different. I'm an American.
Okay.
You're an African. That's how
Do you know the reason why I ask you that question? Because Africans don't have a distinct accent.
Yes, you
The way
do.
the South Africans talk. Can
Yes,
you
you
hang
do.
on? Can
Yes,
you
you
hang
do.
on?
Yes,
Can you
you
please
do.
hang on, please? Can you please hang on? So Africans don't have a typical accent that is associated with them, right? The way the South Africans talk, can you just give me a second for heaven's sake? The way the South Africans talk is different from the way the Nigerians talk, is different from the way the Zimbabweans talk, is different from the way the Somalians talk. Even
I
within
agree.
Nigerians, there are a lot of accents. So
agree.
that's why when you say
But
you don't
when
you
you
talk like
come over
African, it don't make
here-
sense to us because
No, you're
you
not
cannot define
listening.
an African accent.
No, you're not listening. When you come over here, you have an African accent from wherever you come from. Just like in America, we have different dialects of American. We have Southern accent, we have East Coast accent, we have a Midwest accent, and
West Coast.
and God forbid, we got a West Coast accent. You know, I didn't even, you know, I don't think I have an accent either until I go. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think I got an accent either until I go down south. Okay, so you have an accent. All of you who come over here,
I think it's best. I think it's best to say that they sound different. If you use that word, then you make a lot of sense. That they sound different, so that they're easy to identify. Then that's fine. That makes a lot of sense. But when you say you have an African accent, you're saying you're defining the whole continent with a particular accent.
Okay,
that's why that makes
when
sense.
I'm in Africa, hold on, brother. When I'm in Africa, they recognize my American accent, brother.
Right.
When you're in America, you have an African accent, sir. That's just the way it is.
He understands that. He's trying not
Listen,
to.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, he's trying not to.
Listen,
That's crazy.
Listen, prototype. I'm just telling you, right?
That dude
The
that
way
was
you're
on here,
sounding
he
to us,
did make
you're
a
sounding
point.
silly to us. You actually
What do
sound
he
silly
go
to us.
through that?
What I'm
Why
explaining
am I
to
sounding
you,
What do
silly?
he go through that you
Why
don't
am I
go
sounding
through?
silly? No, let me speak.
because you are. What I'm saying
Why
to
am
you,
I sounding
you're
silly?
saying,
all speak at the same time. Hold on, let me answer my brother 𝗵𝗵𝗴𝗵𝘺 so we can understand, brother. First of all, brother, we are the ones who are redlined. You're not redlined, brother. You're allowed to move in and out of 𝗤𝗐 neighborhood, brother, and so on and so forth. You don't get that.
And they come here to undermine us.
We don't get the same. We don't get the loans that y'all get, brother. Let's keep it a buck.
We don't get
undermine
the
you.
loans.
We're locked out of some games in the system, so we have to go around that, and we have to be even more successful.
That's not true.
We don't get no loans, bro.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They come here
Cousin,
to
stop your
apply.
lying.
They
That ain't
Hold
true.
on. We can't all
true.
talk. Hold on. Let me say this. Listen. When
I concur.
Muhammad Ali said this. He said, I came back from winning the Olympics, and I tried to walk through the front door. And they said he had to go to the back door. And he said, well, shoot, you got two Africans sitting right there. He's like, well, them niggas ain't the same as these niggas. So he said that's when he took his gold medal and threw it in the ocean. Y'all are allowed to come through the front door, sir.
Show me that.
Even during Jim Crow, we had to go through the back.
Show me that, bro.
Because y'all were Africans and y'all wore y'all 𝗤𝗐 or whatever. Y'all was distinctly different.
Well, we still in a much disadvantage than you guys.
He got happy when
Yeah, we're gonna keep it that way too.
I'm not saying y'all don't have a disadvantage because y'all got language barriers, y'all got culture barriers, y'all got all things.
We're gonna keep it that way too.
What makes
got
you
your own
think that?
country.
Let me tell you, the African that you see in the United States is much more smarter than the
brother. You're much more slower and
Oh
dumber.
no, you slow, bro. Yeah, you slow because you can't even catch on to questions.
Because you don't have awareness.
How is that make them dumber if the men speak multiple languages and you only speak one?
Exactly. How does it make it dumber when we speak multiple
How that make them
languages?
dumber?
None of you Africans tell the truth, man.
Y'all pretty much a whole bunch of low life that trying to
Black Americans proud.
Your low life even can speak more than
What
2,
we're
3
not gonna
languages.
do, listen, I'm here for the
We
conversation.
speak multiple.
I'm here for the conversation, but
Because
if you
y'all been colonized.
I will drop your test.
No, when people keeping it real, y'all gonna put the person on mute.
But you're not gonna overtalk.
Okay, so let's have the conversation.
Okay, then be quiet. How about that? Because if you come off the mic again, we're not gonna have the conversation. And I
Are
just,
you going to give us time to also speak?
brother, I will give you time to speak if you shut your mouth.
Yeah, let
Okay,
him speak, man.
continue shouting.
Shut your mouth.
That's how you know you Africans is
One more
dumb,
time,
bro.
brother. I don't play the disrespect. I don't do the back and forth arguing stuff. We're gonna have the conversation, and we're gonna do it at a high level, intellect, not emotions. Don't get triggered.
Not taking y'all no more.
Yeah, they always come in here with emotions.
Don't get triggered, brother. If you come in here hot with hot fire with passion,
Tell me when you are done.
You're gonna get dropped. You're gonna
Tell
get
me
dropped.
when you are done speaking.
So don't worry. You know when I'm done. Just be quiet. You'll know when I'm done. It's called culture. See, that's the problem. You don't come.
Yeah, thank you.
You don't come in here knowing the culture.
Speak another language apart from the
I don't care how.
colonizers'
Oh,
language.
you Africans are.
Listen, the reason why Americans don't have to speak that many languages because we're not fleeing to multiple countries like y'all.
You were
Yeah,
lynched
and-
and
You're
hung.
alive. You're alive.
And you think Africans are your problem? Come on.
Black Americans going to
You are,
Africa.
you
are
are
a
our
joke.
problem.
You guys
You
are
are our
joking.
problem because you come here to
Black
undermine
Americans going to
Black
Africa
Americans.
right now.
You are our
We
problem.
don't need to assimilate.
Black Americans
That's why
going
we
to
delineated
Thailand
your
right
ass.
now.
That's why
nobody
you
give
are
us props
delineated
though.
now because you are a
Black
problem.
Americans moving to China and Mexico right now.
Hold on.
That's why you are delineated right now
What
Black
because you are
Americans
the problem.
going
One
to
person at a
Thailand
time.
right now.
Hold on.
Africans
all
didn't
moving
lynch
to
you and
No, they're
and
not.
right now.
enslave you.
Hold on.
Show me the
Okay,
proof.
It was your
Okay,
oppressors. Your oppressors.
Hold on.
Channel your
Hold on.
energy towards your
Hold on.
Yeah, but you
oppressors.
come here and go against the
Hold
grain
on.
and undermine us.
No,
Hold
not
on.
towards our oppressors.
Listen, hold
You
on.
guys
Everybody
are the
stop.
problem.
Everybody stop. They just flagged my account, and this is why I try to have these conversations where we got people flagging the account. So I'm gonna restart the account all over again. This is what I got to do. Y'all just come back.
You
And
better
again,
restart
It's
it
the Africans,
because
man.
you are so ignorant. You
It's the
We're gonna
Africans,
try to
man.
Hey. See,
This is what I'm talking about. y'all.
hold on.
I need my mom.
Too much. Let me say this. Hey, it doesn't matter if you're African or if you're African American. We're all grown adults.
So then
hold
act
on,
like
origin.
So act like one.
Origin,
Act
be
like
quiet.
One at a time. One
Understand
at a time.
English.
Origin, damn. And I'm African too. Do you think I agree with what he say? No, I do not. But at the end of the day, you a grown ass man. The disrespect, now, hey, you don't gotta get in your feelings. Come back and prove it wrong.
No.
And here's the
Come
thing.
back and prove it wrong.
Listen. I don't take disrespect from bullies.
Ain't nobody
And
disrespect you. You come in here
and
disrespect.
whatever energy
One
you
at a
give me,
time.
that's what energy you receive.
I understand that.
Brother, take that energy.
I understand that, but
hold on,
Things have been
hold on.
too soft,
Hold on,
and we
Benji.
ain't going to give you people no respect if you don't have no respect for.
All right, you gonna sit back and hold on. Let me talk, cause you gonna sit in you gonna sit in the comments and listen to this, or go to some other room. Listen, brother, you need to take that energy that you got over here on the internet banger over there.
Take it back to your homeland.
Hey, hold on.
They're kicking people off. They're kicking people off for. I'm telling you right now, they're kicking people off for hate speech and all that stuff. So I'm dropping. I gotta drop people. So listen, I'm looking at the account, making sure it's not flagged. We're good. Looks like they're just kicking people off, talking nonsense. But listen, here's what it is. If you got all this smoke for Black Americans and you don't got the smoke for the same people who are ripping through your homeland, you got a problem.
Hold on, too much. But
Hold on, Benji. I'm gonna let you speak. Hold on, Benji. I'm gonna let you speak. But I gotta get this out. If you got all this energy for Black Americans and you're in our country, that's insane.
Because they want to undermine us.
Take that energy and go back to your homeland and bring all the smoke you want over there. But when you come over here and you start acting like you some big chief and you some big something, brother, you're gonna get dealt with.
Exactly.
If we smack around YT folk for disrespecting us, what do you think we gonna do to you?
Exactly.
You need to calm down, brother. Go back home with that energy.
Man, hold on.
Because a lot of you
The
are
guy with the
cowards.
fun. The guy with the
Hold
fun
on.
was
Hey,
what he said.
I ain't gonna
Exactly.
lie. Hold on.
A lot of you Africans are
Y'all ain't
cowards.
gonna do nothing.
I ain't gonna
man.
lie.
And you kiss white ass.
I ain't gonna
No,
lie.
look.
Y'all funny as hell because I'm African. I'm in Houston and I be hearing Pretty Wolf and all them, bro. Y'all are the main TikTok warriors.
Yow.
I'ma keep it a buck.
Yow.
Y'all just man, hey, I'm willing to any of y'all FBAs out here in Houston. Y'all the main TikTok warriors, bro.
Yow.
Stop it, man.
Yow.
Stop it.
Brother.
Y'all talking
The
about
guy with the funny voice.
the same neighborhood you grew up in. I'm an African. I grew up in that same hood.
Yow.
The same way you can pop out from the side of your mouth, I can do the same thing.
Y'all not popping off though.
Like,
Y'all
stop
pussy.
it, bro. Y'all get on this TikTok and shit on Africans all day. I ain't
Ain't
heard.
nobody getting on Africans.
Hold on, see, this the
You up
thing.
in our spaces.
Hold on.
You Africans is up in our spaces.
Too much.
Hold on, y'all not gonna
Now,
overtalk.
I
Y'all
wouldn't
sound crazy
even
as well.
trip
You
on
Africans
y'all.
is up in our
I wouldn't even
spaces.
trip
All
on y'all
y'all
if y'all
Africans.
came
What y'all
up here
talking about?
and had discussion about
This
white
guy,
people
you're up in
too.
our spaces,
I wouldn't
man.
Dude, you're an African too. What you talking about?
Hold on,
And they
Benji.
stay up in our spaces.
Hold on,
You know
Benji.
why? Because they getting delineated every day.
Look at the space that you're in.
Overstood.
I'm not in an African space, brother. I'm in a black
Overstood.
Exactly.
You overstood.
They stay up in
I'm
our
standing
spaces.
and hold on, I'm standing on business in my space. I'm not
No,
going
you're
to
not.
Africa
You're
space.
not standing on business because you don't
I'm
be
not
out there in
going
the
to
streets
Africa
teaching nothing, bro.
space.
You
Hold
just
on,
be
bro.
on
You're not
TikTok
gonna
running your
overtalk
mouth.
the host.
You don't know that.
Overtalk
Shut
the
up.
host, brother. You don't know what I do, brother.
You don't know shit.
I know.
Everywhere
You
I
don't
go.
know that. You don't know that, man.
Everywhere I go.
Hey, the
Come on, let's
colonizers
talk
be
the mic.
laughing at y'all dumbass.
You just talking out the side of your neck
Don't come
like
back on
y'all
me.
normally do.
Don't
That's
come
why
back
you
on
Can
me.
get
you
delineated
can you
every
talk to
day.
this photo guy? Can you talk to
Every
this
day
photo
you get
type guy to
deleted.
just calm
Hold
down?
on.
Hey,
Just tell him to
what
calm
is
down.
the guy with the
Even
funny
his own
voice? What
mic.
is he? A cheerleader or something? Even your girl, Sweet Wolf. She from
See,
Houston. I'm in Houston. I don't never see her putting no work in them streets. But she be on this TikTok running her mouth
What?
all day.
The fuck
What?
is he
That's all they
talking
do.
about?
What are you
Come
talking
on,
about?
man.
Sounds
I'm
Y'all know
stupid.
what
in
he's talking
Houston.
about.
What are you doing?
Too much.
I'm in
Do
Houston,
you
nigga.
So what
do
you in
Stop
you
it.
Houston?
do
So
you
what?
want to continue this conversation, or this just want to be a shouting match? Is this going to be a conversation? It's going to be a
Come
shouting
on,
match.
man.
Yeah, that's all they doing, shouting and
Hey,
stuff
get
with
y'all
that guy with
people
the
in
funny
order,
voice.
man. Stop shouting
Hey, can I
online.
answer the prompt?
Stop shouting online. Yes, you can answer the prompt. What is Africa
Okay,
Day?
just bear with me a second before
Yeah,
we
what
go.
is
Right?
Africa Day?
What is Africa Day?
Yeah,
Or
what's that?
Memorial Day in Chicago. What the heck is that? Go ahead and
Yeah,
answer
what's
that.
that?
Sounds like some bullshit.
Exactly. Some undermining bullshit.
Anything that's good, why would it just be a day? It should be every day.
What should be every day? Africa Day?
No, just we shouldn't just come together as unity for one day. You know what I mean?
No.
I think Africa Day works better in Africa, not in America. It works
Go do
better.
that shit
Well, it
in
doesn't matter the
Africa.
location, as long as it
I
takes
got a
place,
question. What do
doesn't it?
y'all think y'all is if y'all
Doesn't
not
matter the
African?
location, buddy.
Where do I? Hold on, Jay. Say that again, Jay.
I said, what do y'all think y'all is if y'all not Africans?
What do y'all think
They
Aboriginal.
the
y'all
house.
is?
They the
Okay,
house
so think about
Negro.
this. Think
You
about
said
this.
aboriginals.
Okay, let me make it make sense for you.
Aboriginals.
Let me make it
Bro, you
sense for you.
sound like an
If you
aboriginal.
look
Shut
at
the
I
fuck
am an
up.
Aboriginal.
You dumb as
I am
hell.
a native to American land.
No, the fuck you not.
Let me
Yes, I
answer
Hey,
you.
am.
listen to your voice, dude. No, you
I
You
am
ain't.
sound like a
American.
retard, man.
I
You
am
sound like an
American. I am
African.
Aboriginal.
You sound more
He is a
African than I
retard.
am. What the fuck you talking about?
You wish you were me. You wish you were
Hey,
me.
Hold
please don't
on.
follow him, man.
Everybody
He's a
be
You
fucking
wish
quiet.
you were
loser.
me. You wish you were
Hold
Everybody
me.
be
on.
quiet.
You
Everybody
wish
be
you were
quiet.
me.
Where my mods at? Jesus, I need my mods
Hey,
today.
mod me. I'll shut him the fuck up.
Y'all need to calm down. Listen, check this out. Okay. You asked me, who do I think I am? Let me explain to you who I am. Let me explain to you can understand. Nigeria, 1960. Most of your countries in Africa, even though the continent's been there, y'all country is newer than New Booty. Okay? My people are older than your country. So when you say, who do we think we are indigenous to the United States because before there was a United States, Black Americans were here building it. We
Question.
built the United States. That's how it became the United States.
Why
So
do you got the same blood type as most West
I'm
Africans?
indigenous to. Okay, listen, because some people thousands of centuries ago migrated over here
Put
then
two and two together.
Do you
Some
think you're
people is your
different from
ancestors,
Africans?
that
goofy.
That's
doesn't
my
mean African.
question.
That's
Just
your
because you was
ancestors.
born in
What are you talking
America?
about?
Listen,
Some
listen.
people.
400 years ago, 400 years ago, before y'all was even called Africa, my people were here.
Hold
Man,
up.
go
What
back
do you mean
home.
you're
So that
people?
don't
You're
make
all
me
the same
African.
people,
Oh my
dumbass.
God, I'm so confused.
Everyone is
Bro,
together.
Go
these
What
back
do you
home.
mean?
What are
FBAs
You
you
is
was just
coming
Go
born.
for
back
What are
home.
You
you
was born
Hold
in
on, we can't all
America,
talk at
but
the
you're
same
still the
time.
same people,
We can't
dumbass.
all
Go
talk.
right.
We
What
can't
the
all
hell
go
you
talk.
back
talking
home. You don't
about?
know what you're
You
talking
We
just was
can't
about.
all
born in
talk
a
over people.
different location, stupid.
Stop calling people stupid.
You're stupid too.
I'm about
Know
to
your
drop
mother
you.
is stupid.
First of all, you're too YT for this conversation, brother. Okay, you're too YT for this conversation.
Get out the
Go find
box.
another room. Go find another room. So listen up, Jay.
Scram.
So it can make sense for you, brother. We've had an ethnogenesis. We're not the same people. We're not continental Africans. We're not African. I don't have any ancestors living that are from Africa.
How do
None
you
of
know
them.
that?
Oh,
You
so
know how I know that? Because I did my
so
DNA and I
From
did my
The
granddaddy to
white
great
man
oh,
granddaddy.
stuff.
so that's why y'all
From
behave the way
I
y'all
granddaddy to
did
great
my
behave, because y'all
granddaddy.
So you
do
DNA.
saying
got
your
white
whole
ancestors.
ancestry
Y'all
No
died
don't
out
kente
got
I did
before
my
you
ko.
was
European
brought to
DNA
ancestry.
America on a boat,
and I
and
yes,
you
One at a
survived?
time.
all my people came from America, sir.
No,
And
they
that's a
did.
fact.
No,
That's
they
right.
did. You
That's a
got
Foundation of
fact.
Black
European.
America.
Show me
You
a
got
living
European in you, don't
relative.
you?
Show me a living relative that I'm related to. Show
You
me
wish
a
you had my
living
lineage.
relative
Bro,
in
stop the
You
Africa
cap,
wish you
bro.
had my
who
Y'all
I'm
got
lineage.
related to.
European lineage in y'all blood.
That's why you're getting
Yeah.
delineated
So
now,
how
because you
can I
can't.
be? And think about that.
Bro,
How can
look
I be
at Black
African?
Americans. Who want to
Hold
be
on. Think
damn
about
a
that.
Black American? Come on,
Hold on,
brother.
Yeah,
sir.
that's
Think
why
about
we
that.
delineating.
Hold on.
That's why
Think
we
about that, sir.
delineating right
How
now.
can I be
Because you
African?
don't want to be Black American,
Hold
and
on.
that's
How can
fine
I?
with us.
Hey, the crazy thing is
Hold
I
on,
am,
prototype.
but who want to be that?
Hold on, prototype. Jay, how can I be African when I have European ancestry? Why don't we talk about that? How
Go
can I
ahead,
be
talk about it.
African when I got European ancestry? You're African because you probably got 100% African DNA.
Do
I
you not
got
got African
European
ancestry?
ancestry in me, brother.
Do you not got African
Oh my
ancestry?
God.
Brother,
No,
I never denied I don't have African
And
ancestry,
that mean
brother,
you
but that
African,
don't make
brother.
me African. No, because I
Welcome
got
home.
European ancestry too, sir.
Welcome home. We
Okay.
family.
I got European ancestry too. No, we
Now
not
calm
family.
down and fight your real
We
oppressor and
not
stop
family,
trying to fight
brother.
each other.
We not family, brother. We
we're
not
not
family, brother.
family.
You're not my family.
That's why y'all are
There's
weakest. Nat Turner
nobody.
would have slaughtered
There's
y'all.
nobody. No, brother.
You're
You
not
can't even
family.
speak
Yeah,
on
Nat
that
would have
Turner,
slaughtered
brother.
y'all.
You can't even speak on
Nat
that
was one
Turner,
of
brother.
us.
You can't even speak on that Turner,
You
brother.
can't
That's
even
not your
speak on that
ancestry.
man.
That's not your kin. That's not your nothing, brother.
Bro,
You
And
I'm
have nothing to
Black
do
you
with
coming
your
over here.
American. What are
lineage.
you talking about,
Hey,
bro?
You coming
That's
I'm
over
our
Black
here.
that's our
American.
Hold
lineage.
I
on.
know
That's
one
Hold
thing
our
on.
and two
king.
things for sure.
I'm
Hold
You ain't
Black
from
That's
South
our
American,
Africa,
king.
so
Hold
dumbass.
what the
on.
fuck?
That's
What
our
about
This
you?
is
warrior, not
this is the
yours.
issue. This is the issue with you Africans, brother. You think you can come over here and tell us who we are,
I'm
tell us
Black
about our
American.
culture, and claim everything that we invent over here as yours. You can't do that, sir.
Ain't nobody claiming nothing, man. Stop it, bro. Ain't
That's why
no
you dropped.
Africans claim nothing. Y'all just be freestyling. Ain't no Africans claimed anything
Hey,
that
Mod,
African Americans
Mod,
created, bro.
Yeah,
We
no,
you over
actually
here
man.
trying
give
to
y'all props.
you always trying
We
to crowbar
actually
in our
give
shit.
y'all
I'm
props
glad
for
I
what
got my
y'all
mods in there, but
So
have
why
calm
you
done
down
for
trying
the
to
on
world.
crowbar on Juneteenth?
Wait,
Why you
calm
trying
down
to
can
crowbar on Juneteenth?
on
Huh?
Block
No,
If
ain't
you ain't trying
nobody
to
trying to take
get into
Juneteenth.
our culture,
We
why you
celebrate
trying to
with
crowbar
y'all.
Juneteenth?
We celebrate with
No,
y'all.
y'all
Ain't
don't.
We
nobody
don't want you to
taking
wait,
celebrate
can
with
Juneteenth.
I
us.
interject?
We don't want you to celebrate with us. You're not foundational Black Americans. Juneteenth don't got nothing to do with you.
Can I interject?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, so I just wanted to say, I don't view Africans as our allies. In my experience and from what I've been seeing, they come over, that they digest our community,
And
they
undermine us.
they benefit off of everything that we made possible for specifically Black Americans, and they come over and they side with Europeans. They come over
Exactly.
and they basically try to punch down on Black Americans
The
in order
Caribbeans and the
in
Africans.
order for YT proximity. No one is denying that throughout history
Yeah, facts.
and
Facts.
no one is saying some of our lineage as far as blood, we might have African DNA, but just how in Asia you have China, you have Japan, you have Korea, we are our own
Come
ethnicity,
on.
we are our own culture, we are specific to America. We have nothing to do with Africa.
Facts.
Vaccinated black fact.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna say yesterday. Too much. That's what I was gonna say yesterday. You gotta watch out for. You gotta watch out for some of these people out here, man. All skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Okay.
They wanna trace back to Africa. They don't even like their own lineage. They don't even like their own lineage. That's why they trying to disconnect. They talking about we from Africa. No, we ain't. We barely even look like them folks. We got different features and everything. We create our own race in America. We create our own race.
Manny, nobody's claiming you as an African, so you can be fine. You can be fine with that one. Nobody's actually claiming you, so calm down. So my question to native black, you said based on your experience, right?
Based on my experience and based on what I've been seeing online recently within the
So what have
past
you been seeing
4 or
online
5
that
years.
makes you think that
So basically,
so
what I've
based
been
on this
seeing,
conversation, I don't know how long you've been here
You
now.
asked him
So
a
based on what
question. You asked him a question, Smalls. Let him answer it. Don't over talk.
yeah, no, I'm gonna let him answer. I just want him to understand the question where I'm coming from my question, because I don't want to just give him a circular question, right? So I don't know how long you've been listening to this conversation going on. There's been a lot of shouting match going on here. So based on what has happened here now, right? So if somebody that comes in here now and explain to you and have this back and forth, somebody like Prototype, be negative to that person, be negative to African, the way they're speaking about Africans, and Africans start to speak back. Is that what you're talking about that you've been seeing online?
no. So what I'm talking about specifically are podcast creators,
Yeah.
different influencers within the Caribbeans, and then within England, speaking
Yeah.
specifically about Black Americans, unwarranted. When they mention Black Americans, they mentioned that we all live in filth, or we don't know who we are completely. What I don't like is the complete disrespect for the Black culture that we have created within America. For some reason, Africans, when they view Black Americans, they view us as if we are immigrants and not integral in the building of this country.
Come on.
Okay. So I do accept what you're saying, that there are people who have this discussion online. I do accept what you're saying. But can I ask you, are there also Black Americans that have the same discussion online, being disrespectful to Africans? Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to be honest, and I'm not just saying because I'm American.
No,
We do
it's a
not.
question. Have you seen
No.
that?
I'm going to
Let
answer.
him answer the question.
We
Okay.
do not think about Africans. That is not something that's on the top of our head.
Then
Honestly,
you're not
the
being
only
honest.
time,
If
wait,
you're
the
not being
only
honest,
time
if
we
you're saying
do,
that you've not seen
the
podcasts,
only time we speak on Africa is when we're actually talking about the geocide there, and we're actually talking about how Europeans are going over and dismantling African nations. That is typically when we talk about Africa. There's no
Native
reason
Black,
for
you're
us to
not being
come on.
honest.
Wait.
I've
There is
given
no.
it to you.
Wait. I'm going to tell you
Stop
why.
over talking him. Let him finish.
Because there is no reason for us to sit here and just punch down on Africans when we as Black Americans understand, especially in America, we know the fight is Europeans. So there's no reason for us to sit there and try to perpetuate some rhetoric over
Okay.
on Africa.
So all this explanation you give now, so just in a nutshell, you've not seen Black Americans on here punching down in a podcast, punching down on Africans. So you've not seen it.
I've seen
I
it.
can make I can.
No,
Right.
and God, just bear with me because I want him to be
Yeah.
honest, because
So
he's not being honest
I've
here.
seen it in response to what other African or immigrants over in the UK have been saying.
Come
So
on.
what makes you think those people in the UK are not saying that in response to what the Black Americans are saying online? What makes you think that?
Wait, say it again.
What makes you think that the ones you've seen in the UK are not saying that in response to what Black people have said about them? What makes you think that that's not the case?
Wait, I didn't catch that.
Because there's something called Clubhouse that we found
No,
out.
no. I'm just trying to get where he's coming from, because he's being dishonest on this platform, on this thing called internet. Hang on, too much on this thing called internet. Hang on, let me tell you where I'm coming from. I've seen a lot of Black. I'm not saying all of them, but some Black people, so-called FBA, cheating on Black Africans a lot on this internet here. So for him to say that he has not come across it, it's being dishonest. Like it
That's
is.
not true.
Are they, Are they
Smalls, can
Africans?
I
Are
ask
they
you a
Africans
question?
who also speaking negatively about FBAs and Black Americans? Yes, I'm not going to deny that. That would be silly to deny that. So on flip
Can I
point,
say
there's a
something,
lot
Hope?
of Americans doing the same thing. So it's a two-way street. So
It's
stop
not.
acting like
You
it's a
wanna
one-way
you
street.
wanna
It's a
know
two-way
No, it's
street.
you
not.
wanna know
Can I?
why Black Americans feel that way? Because y'all come over like because you're from Africa, you act like you're the expert on all black people, and your
Exactly.
country has been unstable for years with militias taking over every single town and doing whatever to your women. So what gives you the right to tell us how we should
Which
act
is
when
my
you can't
country
even
that you
fix
know
your
of.
own country? All
Which
your
is my
countries
country
are
that you
not
know of.
united. Your
Which
countries are
is
not
my country
united.
you know of. Which is my
Stop
country.
playing
And
dumb.
I got
Stop
a
playing
question.
No,
I
dumb.
got a
let him
question for
No,
finish,
no,
man.
which
Smalls.
is my country? We have to
Let him
No,
discuss
it's
this.
finish.
it's my
Bro,
time.
this is
It's
not a
my
private
time.
school.
I got a
Which is
question
my
for
country you
Smalls.
know of?
Hold on, Smalls. Hold on, Smalls. Let Manny speak. Go ahead, Manny.
I just got a question for Smalls. Okay, just be honest. Are y'all taught over there in Africa to dislike us automatically when y'all get over here? To not fool with us, not be around us, not engage with us? Are y'all taught that in Africa?
Who taught us that? Nobody taught us that.
No, that was just a question. Okay, you answered. That's
Now
all I had
that's
to.
not
That's
that
all I had
is
to
No,
not
say.
true.
no. But is there a negative narrative that's been perpetrated by
Y'all were
Black
taught
Americans?
that.
Yes.
Everybody says that you were taught that. Even the people that are
Yes.
honest will say that.
Listen, is there a negative stereotype about Black Americans that be perpetrated? Yes. But are we taught to hate Black Americans? No.
We didn't say hate. He didn't say hate. He said you were taught not to engage with the community. That's what he
That's not
asked you.
true. That's not
Yes,
true.
you are. You're
Why are you
taught
telling
not
me
to
what I was
marry
taught
us,
or
and
what
you're
I'm telling
taught
you
not to
no.
marry us. You're
I'm
taught
telling you
not to go
no.
there. Yes, you are taught that. Why would you sit there and be dishonest?
So who is telling you not to marry when there's a lot of Black Americans being married by
Man,
Africans? What
man,
are you
the
talking
Africans
about?
take pride. Y'all take pride in the fact that you tell your children they
What
don't
are
know
you
their
talking about? Black
fathers. You
Africans don't
take,
marry Black
man,
Americans.
you okay. I'm gonna let him go ahead, my man. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't gonna answer the question honestly because
He
I done
bounced.
spoke I
He
done spoke to
bounced.
plenty I done spoke to plenty of Africans and they say they done said the exact same thing that I just asked them about.
You got
They
him up
they
out of
they
here.
are taught they are taught over there. They are taught over there not to engage with Black Americans because all we do is steal and unalive and sell drugs and stuff like that. And I done had plenty of conversation with Africans too. So I know and every last one of them Africans that I done talked to, everybody say the exact same sentiment. So
Yeah, yeah,
for
they're
him to
told
sit up
that in the
here,
embassy before they come here. They are told that.
exactly. So I
And
know
what's the
he
first
just
thing that
lying.
they say? What's the first thing they say when they get mad? What's the first thing they always say? We were
You're a
never
slave.
slaves. We were
Yep.
never
Yeah,
slaves.
that's
That's it.
exactly what they say. We
Wait,
Yep.
I
wasn't to
have a
capture
video on
people.
my I have a video on my
They mock us.
profile
They
I
mock
just
us for being
posted two
enslaved.
days ago. I have a video on my profile I just posted 2 days ago where somebody was interviewing some African immigrant or first generation, and if that's the first thing he said, oh, you guys are slaves, you guys are what, it's just the same rhetoric that they all say. I just posted that video.
These tethers are on our
Their
bumpers,
country.
and they will do anything to undermine Black Americans.
No, what it is that the
These tethers
delineation,
are on our bumpers, and they will do
delineation is
anything
working.
to disrespect
Delineation
and
is
violate Black
working. They're
Americans.
working. It's working, and they're upset about it because now the question is
They upset
universal.
about the
They are not
delineation.
just being able to pass for us. There have been questions asked in the system. Now they're actually knowing that delineation is working. Now you got to
Yes,
tell them
ma'am.
what kind of
Yes, it
black you
is.
are.
Can I
Yes,
ask
it
what
is.
And I don't understand.
what is
I don't like I
delineation
said
mean?
yesterday too much. I don't
This is why we're
understand
getting all
how
this negative feedback from them.
exactly, and I don't understand why they do that. And if it wasn't for us over here, they wouldn't even be over here. They wouldn't even have an opportunity to even come over here to run. All they do is run from they little captured country. They run. They try to hide. They don't want to fix nothing, but they got everything to say about. They always trying to critique us, and then we look back at them like, where do you come from? Okay, you colonized too. Okay, you coming over here for better opportunities to better your family too, and they don't understand that we actually fought for them to come over here.
Especially them
Yeah.
So they need to
Somalian
chill out. They need
agents.
to chill out
Bro,
with all that, bro.
And
bro, every week there's a new general taking over a town. Every week. They have an unstable government and they can't talk about us. They can't. The only thing they could do is work with us. If you want to do that, that's different. But you can't sit here and preach who's better and how you think you're better than us when your
But they
country
don't
has
work with
always
us.
been war torn.
They don't work with us. They come here to undermine us.
Well,
They
what,
don't
and
work
then
with us.
Which one?
the other thing about them having more money than we do, they brag about their money, but they never talk about the fact that once they get deposed and they get overthrown, that they take the money from their countries, they rob their own countries and run to a Western country to live off the money they stole from their own country. So when they start talking about money they have and that how lavish they're living, they never actually say how that money was acquired. And it wasn't from hard work. A lot of it was from the countries that they stole that money from when they were put out of there. They got ran out of there and they robbed their own countries. They don't talk about that enough, but it's the truth.
And they don't even talk about, and I ain't trying to get religious or none of that, but they don't even talk about, they weren't selling their own tribes over here. It was a certain people that was in Africa. That's
That's
why
right.
if we take our DNA and make sure you take multiple DNA samples, because it's gonna go back to, most of us got western and southern African blood. Most of us. But it was
And
but let me get back to this. It was a group of people that they were selling over here. It wasn't they Africans. You never heard of Chinese selling Chinese, Asians selling Asians, or none of that. But it was a certain people they was taking. Cause we was marked. If you go back and just look at it, and I'm not trying to get all religious, but they was selling the people over here.
but Manny, I do want to say to your point about them coming over and benefiting off of like stuff that we built. So I do recruiting for like an accounting firm, and we go to HBCUs and historical Black colleges. I can't tell you how many first generation Africans are graduates from HBCUs, but still hold the same kind of rhetoric as far as feeling like they're better than us, while also graduating specifically from HBCUs.
Exactly. Exactly.
We might
I
as
wanted to
well.
say
Bars.
something.
Hey,
If
we
y'all
gotta
don't mind.
we have to deal with the conversation, and we have to be honest about the fact that we thought we had something, but it actually ended up being not what we thought. So for 50 years, we did not get what we paid for, but that's fine. But now we're not going to allow our youth and our children to be consumed and eaten alive because people feel that they are the better, more sanitized version of being Black in America. See, because they're going to be a buffer class, and they're determined to be that. It's because of what's happening in the countries where they came from. Now that 𝗔𝗶𝗴𝗵𝘁𝘀𝘀𝗶cie is trying to level the playing field over there, I would have thought that they would take the expertise they brag about so much and go help that man and really do something for their own country. They said the United States of Africa, then let it be the United States of Africa, and go work that out. Now, if Black Americans showed up over there, it would be a whole damn thing. They'd be ready to tar and feather us to go over there, and we know what to do. But they wouldn't even receive us or have us to be in charge of anything that they have in their
Right.
country.
So why
They
you trying
wouldn't
to come
even
over here
respect.
and have in
They would
charge
not
and be in
even
charge of our
respect.
shit?
And we know how to get it. We know, we already showed them. We know how to do it. But they don't want to listen to us. But what I don't understand is, even if you don't listen to us over here, then take what you have back over there. So
They want to listen to the white man. The white man, he bring me food, he bring me shelter. The white man, he colonized. They love the white man. They love to run behind the white man. So
well, I
I've
tell
been
you
telling
what,
you.
the white man is not caring nothing about him, because the white man right now is in self-determination. He's trying to exist too. He's trying to do everything he can to live. That's why France is raising up such a commotion. There's a lot going on over in Europe, because Africa is finally standing up. We standing with them. We trying to push them. Hey. But we're not finna just sit up there and have gone through what we went through over here and then have to endure also what they got going on over there too. No, we ain't carrying that. No, bro, we finna give you the playbook. Take your ass over there and go do the damn thing.
Yep.
We not finna argue with you day after day about what we got going on over here. We in self-determination over here. Y'all gonna have to go over there and do what you gotta do.
Get on board or get out the paint.
Yeah, well, see, they don't want.
Fanny,
They
don't
want
You
the
know,
even
you
don't
know,
even give
convert,
him the
hold
dog.
up.
playbook.
Hey,
Fanny,
everyone. Hey, everyone.
don't even give him the playbook. Don't
Once
You,
get
again,
you
him
know, you
shit.
know, you know. It is
They don't.
just.
We always helping
It
folks.
is.
We the only
It
people
is
that
over
always
1.5 billion
extending. We the
people in
only people
okay,
Africa.
that
hold on
extending
real
our
quick.
hand. Go ahead.
Hold on real quick. Hold on real quick, man. Let me hear Smiley. Go ahead, Smiley. Go ahead.
Brother, you know it is over 1.5 people billion in Africa, yeah? So, the little percentage of the Africans in America trying to go back and forth with you is nothing concerned or is nothing compared to the people pushing back for the success of Africa in Africa. It is literally less than
What up, Niche?
1% of Africans that are in America, that are in the West. Let me put it like that. Not only in America, because we scattered all over the West. I know that as an African. It is literally less than a percentage of us. So when you're saying,
What are you saying, bro?
We
So
happy.
what's
We
your
happy
point?
about it. But why is the conversation then? Why is it a conversation if it's just less than 1%? Why is it even a conversation?
And we can't
Exactly.
understand you. You
you've
got a
not
lot
met
of
a lot of
bush
Africans
meat. You
and
got a
you
lot of
think
bush
it is
meat in
all
your mouth
Africans
right
that
now.
are
We can't
ignorant.
understand you. Can you talk a
You
little
think
more
it is all,
clear?
well, what do
I
you mean you
wanted to
don't?
hear. I wanted to hear what Smiley was saying. I'm saying that's understandable, and I understand why you even brought that up. No problem. My question to you then is, why is it such a big deal? Are you saying that it's just on social media? Or are you saying that 1% in the West, just 1%, or 1%, are you saying that just that 1% is not enough to actually tell us and give us the sentiment of what's actually happening in Africa? Is
I
that
mean,
what you're saying?
I mean, that 1% is not enough for you to assume that this is what the whole of people in Africa is doing. You think what is going on right here in America, the way you see Africans on social media, when you go to Africa, I mean, you don't have to even visit Africa. The hospitality in Africa is showing from me that I'm in America because that was what I was taught at home. That's my upbringing. I don't just have a
Okay,
view
hold
of
on.
you.
Okay, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I want to understand you. I want to have a conversation with you. I
All
want to
right.
ask you a question. Are you in the U.S. or are you in Africa right now?
I'm in the US.
Okay, so you're talking about 1 billion people over there in Africa, and you're talking about 1% of them are online saying whatever. We don't have an issue, and I say this all the time. Black Americans do not have an issue with Africans.
Same way Africans don't have no serious issue with black Americans.
Okay, exactly. So who do we have an issue with then? If we don't have an issue with Africa, and Africa don't have an issue with Black Americans, who do you think we have an issue with? I'm gonna tell you who we have an issue with. We have an
I know
issue
who we have
with
an issue with.
Tether. We have an issue with the Tether class that come over here and the disrespect of Africans saying that we don't have no culture and trying to Africanize us and to actually take inventions that we invented and say that came from Africa.
So
Take
what?
our music, take our technology, take everything and say, hey, that's African, nigga. We don't like that.
All
We
right.
are our own ethnic group here in America. We are our own lineage here in America, and we asking everybody to respect that. Your
That's right.
sisters
If you don't
don't
want to respect
respect
it,
that.
get out the paint.
Okay,
Tethers don't
can
respect
we
that. So we need, what y'all need to do is y'all need to check your tethers, because if y'all don't check them, we will.
We gonna
And
check
y'all
them.
not gonna like how we check them, because
Yeah, they ain't gonna
everybody's
like
gonna
it.
catch a stray. Everybody's gonna
see
catch
brother,
a
can we have a logical conversation right now? This is a good discussion and I think I should explain this thing to you. See, you said Africans try to Africanize you. That's not possible.
Undermined.
That's no, he said Africanized.
Undermined
Hold on,
you
you're
too.
right. Not just
I'm using his words.
Africanized. Hold on, Smiley. I'm gonna let you finish. Not just Africanized, but also undermined. They're getting into our politics. They're
Right.
getting into our politics, and they're starting to try to speak for Black Americans as if they're us.
So let me
That's a violation.
I understand you. I understand
That's a
you.
violation.
Hold on, let them speak. Go ahead.
Also, I will use myself as an example. See, I'm a first generation African in America, but I have different cousins that have been here. Bro, they give birth to them. This is probably the second generation or third generation. Their kids, they don't speak like me. See the accent? Their kids don't have it. The culture, is literally close to years right now because their kids don't do what I do, they don't eat the food I do, they don't talk the way I do, they don't listen to the kind of music I do. So automatically to me, that kid is African and but much more of American. So he knows more about America. So as for me, he has the right to participate in politics. But one thing is, you can try to participate in politics and not hear the voice of the people. If these people should put you in, you need to listen to their voice. That's how we play politics. But if they say, oh, they do something,
You heard what Smiley just said though. He just said a fallacy. He said he was the first generation African over here, right? So why y'all trying to combine us with y'all if we been over here and y'all so called claim that we Africans with y'all? So you cannot be the first generation, correct?
for me, that I can trace back, I have not met any of my cousins yet in America, or if there is any, I have not met any. But for me, from my family, I'm the first generation, which is from my dad and my mom. So I'm the first generation. I got cousins here. You understand? I got cousins, yes. But
Did they tell you though? What did they tell you to do? How did they actually raise you to behave here with black people here?
behave with black people the same way we behave with people in Nigeria. Understand them.
Tribal. That's what you're saying. The same way they're raised in Nigeria, they're raised to be tribal.
I'm not raised to be tribal. What do you mean tribal?
That tribe.
Okay, do you interact at all with the black community here? Do you interact at all?
Yeah, I'm in the black community.
Many
in
of them
America.
don't.
I don't live with the white people.
Many of them
No.
don't. Even
No,
in
Well,
the Islamic community.
here's the
Even in
pain.
the Islamic
baby mama
community.
is a black woman. I have a
Let
black
me just
woman.
say, let me
Even
just
in the
say that this is
Islamic
the pain
community.
of it. The hurt of it is that when he said you're trying to Africanize us, what it is that you're trying to compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. That's not us. We're not a monolith. And we lost our agency, those of us who did or were brought here, whose ancestors were brought here. Once they were taken from Africa, we lost our agency in Africa, because anywhere you've been gone for 500 or so years, that agency is gone. We had to reclaim. The ones that are here, the ones that most of us, we were reclassified. We actually weren't brought here. I mean, people don't want to hear that, but a lot of us are discovering that our grandparents were correct. We had Cherokee blood. We had
That's
people.
right.
We were
That's
reclassified. We got
Facts.
reclassified. So
Facts.
we're not African at all, some of us, and then the ones of us that are, we're not ashamed of that because we never have been. We were never taught to hate. We are taught that. But what we are seeing now is the embarrassment and the humiliation, especially from the young ones, being telling our kids that they don't know their fathers, that they don't have a culture, that they are assumed to be thugs and drug dealers. They don't even want to acknowledge the black rich history, and which is why we gatekeep all of our celebratory days, which
They
we
had
are
all,
about to do
they
for
had all that
Juneteenth.
smoke
Can
during the
I just
Kamala
keep
Harris
this clean?
campaign.
Can I keep
That's
this
when they
clean?
had all that smoke.
I think
During the Kamala Harris
tables.
campaign. We
I
was
think
getting
there is
all
a
that
change.
smoke.
Oh my god! I think there's a change in tables right now, and that's why things is starting to get crazy. Because see, there was a time being an African in America, it was being disgraceful. I'm telling you the truth. You all see us call us different names, but I think right now the Africans are changing the table. Right now, we're trying to change the table for everyone. You all don't look at us like we're the underdogs at some point in this life. And I'm speaking fact. This is the real truth. You all call us different kind of names. You all say this and that about us in Africa. And then Africa said, okay, we're about to level up since we the lowest. We're stepping up. And then we change it for everyone. And it's getting under people's skin. That's what happens when there's about to be a shift of power.
Well, we're glad for it. I mean, don't get it wrong.
Hold on real quick.
We pushing for y'all to do exactly that. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see.
Hold on. This is the issue right here. Okay. Y'all saying there's a shift of power and you're trying to level up, and you're bucking at the wrong people though. You know that, right? We as Black Americans are already leveled up, and we continue to level up. We're 10 light years ahead of the diaspora. Let's just keep it a buck.
Brother, I'll just
Y'all can learn. Hold on. Instead of bucking against us, trying to be the next. See, y'all trying to be the next. See, we done heard it so many. We done heard it in so many different ways.
They trying to be the next buffer class.
Y'all trying to be the next. Y'all thinking after YT supremacy crumbles that y'all are gonna usurp Black Americans and
brother,
be
if
the,
Africa unites, you as a Black person, you have power. Once Africa unites, you as a Black person, you will have power, bro. Let's be honest.
We do know that, but that is not the narrative. That is not what is being created. That's not what they're saying, baby. That's not what they're saying, sweetie. That's not.
Listen. We're not trying to be replaced. We're not trying to become the colonizer. We done heard many Africans say they're studying the colonizer so they can become the colonizer. We done heard y'all say it. Y'all done said it in many different ways on this platform. And we're saying we just want to replace this system of oppression with fairness, with truth, with real justice. That's all we after. Y'all are trying to usurp us in some way and think we in y'all ways. Listen, y'all 1 billion people over there. Do what y'all need to do. But here's the thing, y'all ain't gonna do it if y'all continue that tribalism.
Brother, it is happening already. Hold
on. The topic was Africa Day on Memorial Day. We got a freaking Black American mayor in Chicago talking about Happy Africa Day on the day of Memorial Day, when Africa Day doesn't make sense in America. It makes more sense in Africa to unify Africa. All 54 countries should say we want a continental holiday, and we want to call it Africa Day, and we want to recognize all tribes as one.
Yeah, but that shit didn't go nowhere.
That's how y'all can actually.
That African Day garbage didn't go nowhere.
And level up. But having an Africa Day over here does not make sense, brother.
Yeah, I got a question.
Yeah, that's
Smiley.
why.
I got a
and that's
Smiley,
the same
Smiley.
thing.
I got a question. I got a question for you too, Smiley. If y'all doing all that, what you so-called say y'all doing in Africa, why are you over here?
Okay.
Why you won't be over
trying to crowbar Juneteenth? Why are you trying to crowbar Juneteenth?
Why you not over there revolutionizing Africa as y'all say y'all are?
Okay.
Why are you over here? Why did you run from your homeland to come over here and then talk about what y'all doing in Africa? Why you just didn't stay over there in Africa?
Thank you. I get your question, and I was expecting.
Okay.
You know, I'm beginning to realize it's a good thing you all came to America, because this is such an asinine conversation to have. You're African in America. The only reason you're free today is because African countries and other Black countries threaten the U.S. with embargoes. And
Yeah, get the fuck out of
that's
here.
what that your civil rights
That's
movement.
bullshit.
You are. No, it's not.
No,
it's not. It's not.
No.
Because you're
totally
not
wrong.
educated in the United States. You're not educated.
Get out of here with
and
your
I'm
fake
glad
knowledge.
you're here.
Your
Stay
knowledge
here
is fake.
with
Your
your
knowledge
white
is not true.
masters.
That's
People
not
can
true.
come and go from the United States.
That's
I'm
not true.
Jamaican,
And
and my family has been coming here for 400 years.
She said she Jamaican. She said she Jamaican.
Yeah.
She's Jamaican.
No wonder.
But see, that's the difference. See, the difference between them and the other Africans was they jumped off the boat. You could swim. That's the only difference from Jamaicans and the ones that actually end up over here. They all came from the same spot. You're right about that. But one thing that you're not right about is the fact that they threatened anybody. These white folks wasn't listening to nobody. And that is not why slavery ended. Slavery ended because they had a problem with the fact that the South was ruling and taking over the Congress, and they had greater voting power and way more money. That was all that was white folks got mad at white folks. It didn't have a damn thing to do with decency or anything else.
Hence the Civil War. That's what she's talking about.
Okay, hold on real quick. I got to do a commercial break because we got to get these likes up. Okay, y'all got to get the likes up. Tap the screen. I'm gonna play some music for like 2 minutes. I need y'all to tap the screen and get my likes up, man. We're having a great conversation. I want to continue having it. I want y'all to be respectful. I want to hear from Truth Finder because Jamaican tethers, man, we love y'all Jamaican tethers
We're
because
all over your government. We're
yeah,
everywhere in
exactly,
your system. You
exactly.
don't get it, do you?
That's why we love y'all,
Oh
and
yeah,
that's why
that's
we
why we
want to
getting you
hear
out the
from
paint.
y'all because we gonna get y'all about the
We
paint.
gonna get
So,
you out the paint.
we're gonna take this
Exactly.
commercial
We
break.
gonna get you out of the
Right.
NAACP,
We're
and
gonna
we gonna
take
get you
this
out of the Black Caucus.
exactly. We're gonna take this commercial break, and then we're gonna get to it. So everybody tap the screen, and we're
I'm
gonna
glad
play
you
some
said that.
music before
Hey,
we
Truth,
get to it, and then we'll
eat
hear
your
from
carry
Truth
goat,
Finder.
eat your carry goat while it's the commercial break.
Tap that screen, y'all.
They tried to mute the message.
Tap that screen. Get the lights up.
You can't cancel what's the line. But I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted but I shine each season. Turn pain into beats, made the struggle a beacon. Shadow band, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, but can't kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still stream from the press. I'm banned, I'm locked, but I'm infinitely blessed. Static, born in interference. Truth on wax, spit with perseverance. Algorithms dodge me, but I dodge defeat. Talk from the soul while they monitor speech. Canceled in code, but my code divine. Every bar encrypted with the holy design. Mic in my palm, feel the psalms in my fist. Radio silence, but I still persist. Broadcast from basements, gospel and grind. Podcast message in time. They fear the words because the truth too blessed. Say less, but still manifest success. But I'm still here breathing. Talk truth,
Tap that screen. Get the lights up. Thank you for the likes. Appreciate it. Gift the panel too. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the gift.
Silicone chains, digital whip crack, but I slip through scripts with a click clack syntax. That's true. Church, but I serve sermons through verses on purpose. I'm the glitch in the beat, the flow in the trend, the voice of the street, the start and the end. Spoke facts in the cracks where the light leaks in. They flag me for fire, but I rise again. Cross wires, still I broadcast bold. From analog roots to a band with gold. I sank in the shadow, but I sparked in the depth. Came out the block, still infinitely blessed. God, but I'm still here breathing. Talk truth, now they call that treason. Blacklisted, but I shine these seasons. Turn pain into beats, make the struggle to begin. Shadow man, but the light still beams. They censor the voice, kill the dream. Try to cut cords, I still stream from the press. I'm banned, I'm blocked, but I'm infinitely gone.
All right. Let's get back to it. She left. I wanted to hear from the Jamaican mammy. I wanted to hear from the Jamaican tether. I really did. I wanted to hear the outrageousness, right? The contempt for Black Americans that they have, but they come here because she's right, man. They come here and they get into our government, and their job is to try to take over and push us back, push us down, and we
Yep.
can't allow that.
You know, and that is
Can I say
hard.
something? Can I say
That was
something?
hard.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Prototype. Go ahead.
Hey, see the Jamaican lady, she is one of them people that when you go on a job, right, and you got a Jamaican lady there, she's the one that's snitching on you. The Jamaicans, they snitch on you at the workplace. You know what I'm saying? They snitch on you and tell massa. They do it in the hospitals. They do it in the hospitals, especially in the hospitals. They undermine us and they only hire each other. When a Black person comes in there to get a job, and the foreigner is in the personnel position, 9 times out of 10 they're gonna hire another foreigner. They're gonna hire another Jamaican. You understand? And that's what's going on in our politics inside the government. And as far as we dealing with the NAACP and the Black Caucus, these foreigners are all up in our organizations that deal with our financing and our policy programs that that's supposed to extend to the Black community. And
Well,
we
no,
are
what
getting
they're doing
blocked
is
every year.
rerouting. They're trying to
I'm
reroute.
confused. I'm confused sometimes when you say we Africans will come to your country and we take your stuff. How is that even possible? Listen, I'm in Nigeria.
Because the
Brother,
government
listen,
allows you
first,
to
I will
undermine
let you
us.
talk.
The
Can you
government
let me
plays
land my plane?
the government plays in
Oh
that
my
part
God,
or
bro.
plays that part. The government plays that part by hiring you against us.
And
What?
Smiley,
They
you
know
don't
you're a
That's not
understand
scammer.
it
making
because
sense.
you're
They
in the
know you're
Listen,
middle
gonna
of
get
it.
in
brother.
that position
You run
and
the
sell out.
government. You as a black person, you run the government. Let's be honest.
We
Oh,
don't run nothing. We don't run
no.
the
That's the problem.
goddamn
Can you see
government.
where the problem is
We
coming
don't run the
from?
government.
Can you see where the problem is coming from? That's
We
not my
don't run the
fault.
government.
That's not my fault as an African for you
No,
not
it's your
getting the
fault.
chance
It's
to
your
run the
fault that you
government.
try to come over here
So
and
hold
undermine
on,
us.
hold
All right,
That's
on,
your
man.
fault.
hold on. Let me say
That's your
this.
fault.
Hold on, let me say
That's your
this.
people's fault.
Hold on. Let me say this, Smiley. What you don't understand and what we've been trying to tell y'all, or maybe y'all do understand and y'all just pretending to be dumb. I don't know. But y'all are used as a buffer class.
Against us.
That's why they put you in the position. They will hire a Nigerian over a black American. They will hire
Yep.
a Jamaican over a black American.
Yep.
Why? Because they can use the N-word around y'all and there's no consequences.
That's a lie.
Yep.
And hold
That's a
on,
lie, brother. I'll cut you off on that. You can call me the N-word, bro.
brother,
No,
calm
you would be
down.
like, that's
Let me tell
okay.
you the
That's
truth.
okay.
Nah, that's a lie.
It's
No,
okay.
brother,
You're
Not
lying.
call
That's
you.
okay.
He didn't say he was
no.
going to call you an
I'm saying
N-word,
this. I'm
Smiley.
saying the
He
white
said
man can use
use
the
the
N-word
word.
on me because I've never been an N-word.
Bro, hold on, bro. No,
No,
that's
not
the
to
point.
call you, not to
That's
call
the
you the
point.
N-word. He said they use it around
They
you.
can use it around you and there's no consequences because they'll tell you you're not like those N-words over there. You're
Right.
different.
Facts.
That's
Right.
the issue. That's what they like to do. They want to have
Right.
that talk around the water cooler talk,
Right.
and they want to be like, man, these N words are lazy.
Yeah.
You know what y'all are gonna do? Y'all are gonna go, yup.
Yep.
See, we
You're
Africans,
gonna
we
do.
work hard.
Yep.
We
You're gonna
humble,
say
man.
yes, sir,
We
master.
humble, massa.
You're gonna
We
say
humble.
yes, sir, master.
These N words are arrogant, lazy. They
I don't have no
good for
mercy.
nothing. And y'all are gonna just go like that. That's why they like doing it, and they understand that they don't have to trick y'all or do anything
You might not
special
do it,
to
Smiley,
make
but most of y'all do it.
y'all put us down. Y'all are automatically tribal, and y'all automatically think, oh, well, they not talking about me.
You might.
Y'all have that
Smiley,
mindset
Smiley, did you say you was in Nigeria?
hold on. Y'all have that mindset like O.J. Simpson. I'm not black, I'm O.J. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Caribbean. Y'all do that when it's
Yep.
beneficial.
Smiley,
The moment
Smiley,
y'all
Yep.
want to be black,
Yep.
the only time y'all want to be black is when it's benefits. When it's beneficial to you,
When you
we're
stealing
all
our
one big
resources.
Negro. When
When
we're
you
trying to fight
hijacking our
for
resources.
anything African, that's when you're like, come on, Black Americans, you us. If we do something great, no, that's Africa. Y'all know y'all got that from Africa, right? But we can't find
Right.
an African Beyonce nowhere. We can't find an African Michael Jordan nowhere. We can't find an African Malcolm X nowhere. We can't find none of that.
What do
None
you
of
Smiley,
mean
it.
you can't find
are
an
you in
African?
Nigeria? Are you in Nigeria
You
now,
don't know our
Smiley?
history.
Smiley, are you in Nigeria now?
I said I'm in America. I said that earlier.
Oh, okay. I was just asking.
Well,
Go ahead,
the
Smiley.
issue is that it's not even a us against them type of thing because we didn't start this fight. We thought
Oh,
everybody was on board, on code. We found out in the last 15 years, which my sister lost a really good job behind being friends with a Jamaican chick. And she never understood that Jamaican chick was reporting on her until she lost that job. And when she found out really what happened, she was really hurt and upset that the person she thought would be with her, stand with her, was the main one with the information, taking it back to get her fired. Now, we don't understand how it is that when we fought for our civil rights, we didn't say we just fighting for American black people who used to be slaves civil rights. We said we were fighting for the self-determination of the black community all over, wherever they were. And if you came here, we were certainly going to be open arms and welcome you in and assume that you understand the assignment. obviously somebody decided that they were not going to go along with what black folks were doing because they had a better way. We have a whole country. See, we're not two flaggers. We got one flag. It's a red, white, and blue flag with some stars and stripes in it. We are one flaggers. This is our home. This is where we are. We are not two flaggers. Most people fall back on the other flag. You notice that when you accomplish something, you're a Nigerian American then. But before then, you are, casually black. And so this is the thing, is that if you want to make a name for yourself, we're making room for you now. We're delineating. So now you can be who you be, and we can
Fannie
be
Lou.
who we be.
Fannie Lou. That's why I disagree with you earlier. That's the only point I disagree with you at earlier. We always been a standing hand and helping everybody. And they
Yeah,
always turn around and stab us in the back.
every
So
time.
Those days are over.
I mean we got love.
Those days are over.
We are loving people. We just come from there. We come out of love. We never did want no war with anybody.
No, we
But
never
now
was taught that.
I know, but now the times have changed where we just gotta stand up like soldiers. We gotta be soldiers now. We gotta be soldiers now. We gotta gatekeep. We gotta gatekeep now because we already how many examples we got of trying to help another ethnicity or help another group or help another race of people, and they always turn around once we help them out, just like the BLK movement, just like anything just like the civil rights, anything we ever move, we need to be exclusive just to us. And
They came
I
and
know that,
undermined that.
and I know that
BLK.
sounds selfish,
They
but
came and
how
undermined
many
the
times we
BLK
gonna turn
movement.
around and try to help these folks, and they always undermine us, and they always do us like that.
And
Well,
So
we're not.
it's
Yeah, we're
time
not. I'm
it
with
turned
you,
out to be a failure.
Manny. I'm with you, Manny. I'm 100% with you on that. I'm just saying that me being an older person, how it used to be. Nigerians were very rude to black people when they came over here. They were
Oh,
very heady
definitely.
and they were very ugly to us. And I know for a fact. I remember a Nigerian man. I was in college, and we were in college, and I was in college, and he told me, "You black women are spoiled. You black people are spoiled." What you mean spoiled? You're lazy, and you don't. I said, "What are you talking about? We in the same university. What are you talking about?" He didn't want to respect the scholarship and the intelligence level of black people here because he thought that he was a step ahead of us and better than us. And that's how these Nigerians carried themselves. Well, it kind of struck me at first, and I was young. But then I started realizing that is the case. So I kept wondering, why were you still here? It's the money. It's the fact that there are opportunities here where we can speak out. In no other country over there can they speak against their government. They cannot speak against their government. They don't
Back then, the
have social
Nigerian was the number
services.
one scammer.
They don't have
When you was
social
going to
services.
college,
Their
Fannie Lou,
traditions don't
Fannie
allow
Lou,
them. Yeah,
Fannie
they
Lou,
don't
when you was
they don't
going to
have it.
college, the Nigerians were the biggest scammers in New York. Did you know
Man,
that?
man, I'm telling you,
Can I say something?
they were mistreating.
Can you
They
see what I'm saying?
mistreated.
Your name says prototype, and you're already putting this prototype on them.
You were the biggest scammers. You know why?
Brother,
Because you came over here
brother.
with the
Can I
credit
say
card
something?
scam.
brother.
You came over here and you're still scamming
If I
now.
scam you,
You're still
if I
scamming
scam you,
online.
then if
You're
I
still
scam you,
cosplaying
then you're not
online.
smart enough.
Let me
You're
ask
still
a question.
stealing. You're
You're
still
not smart
No,
enough if
Smiley,
I
that's
scam
not the
you.
point. Smiley, the point is that we shouldn't be scamming each other, period.
You come
Because
over
there's
here
no
scamming.
respect.
If I
There's
scam
no
you,
Scam nature.
respect
listen, if
there.
I scam you, then you're not
You
smart
scam
enough.
you. You're a scammer.
See? There you
Smiley.
go. There
You're
it is
scam
right
culture.
there.
Come
There
here,
you
scammer.
go.
You're
Brother,
There
scam
you
culture.
go.
come here,
You're
scammer.
scam
Come here,
culture.
scammer. I know the
You're a
prototype
scam
is on
culture.
you.
Hold
If
on
I
for
call
the
you,
You're a
if I
scam
call you
culture.
what they tell me to call you, you won't
You're a
like it.
scam culture.
You won't like it. So if
You're a
you
scam
want to
culture.
go words for words, brother, I
You're a
can give you
scam
words
culture.
for words.
Hold
You're a
on,
scam
everybody. This
culture.
is the
Okay,
whole
I'm a scammer, right? Should I call you the
Yeah.
prototype they call
when
you?
the host
You're a
starts
scam culture.
talking, I need y'all to be quiet.
Don't worry about
You
me.
don't want to have to
Don't
yell.
worry about me too.
When the
Hey, can
host
I ask a
starts
question?
talking, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna let you ask a question right now, Niece. Hold on. Listen, you need to Smiley. You need to go watch the Nigerian Prince on Netflix. There's a movie called Nigerian Prince on Netflix. You would do well to watch that movie. Let's keep it a buck, man.
It's a movie, brother.
Your response. No. It's actually based on a true story. So hold on.
the way you respond, that if you get scammed, you're the hold on, you got a loud background, brother. I gotta mute you up real quick. The way you responded to who got birds? Hold on,
Who got birds?
we gotta mute everybody up real quick so I can speak. Okay, listen. The way you responded to him saying that y'all were the number one scammer and saying if you got scammed then you were dumb, that just makes you look guilty, brother. You lost.
No, you're getting it wrong. Let me break this down.
You got scammed. Listen. You should not be scamming Black Americans.
If
I go to Nigeria, y'all shouldn't be scamming.
No breakdown,
brother.
Y'all shouldn't be scamming me. If you come to the U.S., we shouldn't be scamming you. We're not scamming Nigerians when they get off the boat. But guess what happens when we go to Nigeria? It starts from the airport all the way into the city, brother. The scam.
Yep.
So you get scammed. Why? How do you get scammed at the airport when you want to change your money? Who does not know not to change money at the airport? Is that scamming? Wake up, brother. Even in New York, when I fly down to New York,
here you go justifying that shit.
A bottle
Justifying
of water
it right now.
A bottle of water is
He's
$10.
justifying scamming right now.
What you saying?
He's scam culture.
Bro,
I'm telling you.
Okay,
he's scam culture.
Wait, it's scam culture.
He's scam culture.
He's scam culture.
He's scam culture. That's why when you throw the brick in the crowd, he hollered. He hollered.
It's scam culture.
He hollered because he's scam culture.
Prototype, let him breathe, bro. Prototype, let him breathe.
Okay.
Hold on. Listen, Smiley. Listen, brother.
Bro.
If your response was if you got scammed, it's your fault. You're the problem, brother. You just
I'm not the problem. Why are you getting scammed?
You just admitted that you scammed. You probably were a scammer before you came here, brother. Let's keep it a buck.
I've never been a scammer. Hold up, brother.
Still a scammer.
Why are you getting scammed? How are you
He's
getting
still a scammer.
scammed? How are you getting scammed?
He's still a scammer.
How do you get scammed?
Okay, let me ask you this question. Is anybody in your family a scammer, brother?
Nobody's in my family is a scammer. Nobody.
You're lying.
I'm not a liar, brother. My father has a
You lying?
You don't got no cousins.
My father is into agriculture, brother. My father is into agriculture.
You're lying. That's a lie, brother.
Brother, you okay. Let me ask you a question. Was your father a drug dealer?
Y'all very survival.
Did your father ever go to jail? Do you have any family in jail?
No, my father was a carpenter. No, my father was a carpenter.
Nah, do y'all
my father was a carpenter.
Hold up, prototype. Do y'all
I'm a
see how the
tradesman.
more he talk? Prototype, hold up. Do y'all see the more he talk,
The way you responded was just like a scam.
You put a stigma on me, bro. Don't do that.
Did y'all just hear what he said? Was your father a drug dealer? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Was your father in jail? Did your father go to jail?
The longer they talk, brother. The longer they talk, the more they expose themselves.
No, you also
started it. About your father.
I was being peaceful until you started it. You don't put a stigma of scammer on anyone.
They ask you about the scamming because you laughed about the scamming. They ask about the scamming.
The biggest scammers.
Hold on, let me let my brother 𝗔𝗯🐂 speak, man. He been waiting to speak, man. Go ahead, 𝗔𝗯🐂. 𝗔𝗯🐂, go ahead and unmute your mic, brother, and go ahead and speak. Hold on, let me see him. Go ahead, brother.
All right, what's going on? I got a question for you. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So this is a question for the guy, the African guy, Smiley or whatever. I had a question for you. What is the label you ask for your race class on your passport or your visa? What's your nationality on your visa? Your race class?
I'm Nigerian on my passport. Yes.
But you're classified as white, though, right?
No, I'm not white. I've never been white.
What's that?
I've been a Negro, but I've never been white, so I don't know what you.
He said, "What's your classification?"
No.
Passport.
That's not what
on my passport, Nigerian.
No, it has to say another thing because that's not what our classifications are.
So you don't even know, brother.
They're gonna have a B. They're gonna be a B.
You came to ask me a question. I don't know nothing about the question.
Let me pull out my passport right now.
I know what I'm asking the question because I know what the answer is. You you know, I have experience in that field.
I don't have any
So that's why I'm
classification
just
on my
trying to get
passport.
answer out of
I'm
these.
Nigerian, bro.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to see if you was gonna be honest about it, but you know,
He's
but we
not
do
going to be
know it's a
honest about
fact.
it.
It's a fact that you guys are classified as white. That's the first division when y'all come here. You know what I'm
That's
saying? So I
true.
just wanted to clarify that, put that
Listen,
in the open. That's a
Where do
fact.
you,
That's a
where do
known
you
fact.
see that on your passport at? Because my passport, I don't see that classification at. Where would I find
On
that?
the newer, when they come over here, they're classified,
See, he's
and
talking
they're
about
always
something
classified as
different.
white.
Very good.
It just, I don't know if you remember, it was an Egyptian guy that had a fight for years because he wanted to be
I do
classified as
remember
black,
that. I do remember that.
and they definitely had him classified as white. That's a popular case right there.
many of them
But
come over here classified as white.
I call
so
myself Negro. That's who I am.
I
I'm no
always ask
white.
that.
And they
I
said classification, but you got to understand. You got to understand the classification and what they use it for. It is the census to keep up with the count.
Yo, what's
I'm
up with
you up,
that echo?
Mitch, because you got an echo in your background, brother. I'm just muting you up. So when you want to speak, just let us know, and we'll let you speak. But there's an echo. Yeah, man.
For the
Smiley.
count, they do it for the count. And when all foreigners, mostly foreigners, this is what we're fighting for right now. Classification.
All right, go ahead.
And that's because we're
okay.
delineating.
Yeah, one thing I know is they use it for is they use okay.
You can't come off because it's just a lot
They
of
use it they use it against us. What I've been you know, observing, it's basically an easier way of them classifying everybody against us because you know they want to keep us in that black classification, African American or whatever, and that's one thing I don't go by no more, and that's what it is. We ain't got nothing to do with Africa, and it's so minimal, the new statistics and all that have been released, you know, but it's like you know, why are we even having this conversation now? You know what I'm saying? But they won't let us do our own thing. And that's the problem. Everybody realized we know who we are now. We done woke up and the game is over. And everybody was playing the game against us. So now everybody want to jump on board. They don't want to let us go. And we know who we are. So that's just what it is.
Right now, as we speak, they're having a serious discussion about lineage and the 14th Amendment in the White House right now. Trump and them is having a meeting about lineage and the 14th
Yeah.
Amendment
It was
that
an
deals with us
Indian
as black,
lady. Yeah.
as lineage-based people in this country. Right now, they're having a discussion about that. So that's one of the biggest things that's going to be on the panel on the policies when we get ready for election. So we
I'm
must
happy.
stick together. We must stay galvanized, and we must follow each other in regard to connecting with each other for the same policy, so we can be in position when the time comes in the 2-3 years of when the election kick off. Because right now the discussion is about blacks. That discussion that they're having in that White House right now is about the black lineage.
So, bro, let me ask you real quickly. What's the solution? Everybody identifying the problem. What's the solution?
Well, the solution is us to continue what we're doing. We're on a good track right now, brother. We're doing great.
Great. Yeah. Without boots on the ground.
Far as being codified and staying solid and not participating in certain things that we've been participating in that don't got nothing to do with us. We're doing a hell of a good job right now. And we must stay on that path. We must stay on that path.
Yes,
and I love the fact that we're having these conversations right here.
Yes, sir.
Because these conversations are very important.
Yes, sir. Would you agree with me that?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Would you agree with me that one of the things we have to do is the first thing we have to do is stop thinking like a slave? Not you, but we as a people, we're not slave, but we still think like slave. We celebrate every holiday, we still walk around with their name. We let them feed us. We let them teach our children. We scared as hell. We scared of the white tea, especially the Pope. We scared. We got to get that fear out of our heart, brothers. We're not.
We scared.
Hold on, sister. Don't do that, please. That's what my wife do. Let me land my plane.
No,
I
because
said,
you
you stay.
always do that. Because you the
So
same
what?
one that
So
came
I don't
on here
interrupt you
last
though,
time
ma'am,
with that same
We're not
conversation.
scared though.
And
Relax,
then
man.
brought your
Relax.
white
We're not
folks
scared.
up in here. No.
With
We're
all
not
due
scared.
respect, it's not what I always say. I'm gonna be very honest with you. Please don't disrespect me. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. You don't have to agree with me. You don't. But let me say this again. I know it's hitting you, isn't it? Stop celebrating their holidays. What you
It's not
smoking
hitting
that shit?
me.
Hold on,
It's the
hold on,
fact
hold on,
that
I don't
hold
think
on,
after you
hold
that's
on.
a
say that,
I'm
problem.
you bring
finished,
the
sister.
white
I'm
folks
finished.
in
I
and
know
you
you don't
said
want
that
to
I don't
we
hear
think
need to
it.
that's a
split
problem.
I know you don't want to hear it.
Most of
I
their
know you don't want to
holidays
hear it.
was
Thank you.
was
But let me finish. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me finish. Stop celebrating their holidays. Men, stop walking around with bedroom slippers on. Stop, man. You don't look like no. And you. Let me tell you something, sister. I'm the one that advocate for you, for these black lazy men to start protecting you. They can come smack you right now. Ain't nobody gonna do nothing. No preacher, no imam. That's what I'm talking about. And that's your problem, sister. You don't get on here regulate no man, especially a positive man like me. I don't
That's
smoke.
what we're
I know
talking
you
about
want to
right
interrupt.
there.
I know you do. I know. I'm gonna get off the mic. Watch. I want y'all to listen to this sister. Watch and see how I'm finished. I want y'all to listen to her sister.
I
Yeah,
like
Go
because
ahead.
Fannie
the
Lou.
last
Go ahead,
time you
sister.
come trying
Listen.
to tell us
I
about
like
white
Fannie Lou.
folks, we need to work with white folks. No, we don't
I
have to
like
work
I
with
like
no white
Fannie Lou.
folks.
No, Fanny
I
Lou,
didn't
he didn't
say
say
work
that.
with white folks.
He didn't.
I said,
Hold up, son. I got you. Hold up, cause
come on.
I'm non-biased. So, I'm for
No,
real with
I
y'all.
said the
No,
last
but
time he
Fanny,
got
Fanny,
on here. No, the
Sister, we
last
ain't talking about
time.
no last
No, the
time.
we talking about
last
Last
time
no
time.
he
Fanny.
got on here,
Okay, hold
he
on. We
started
gotta get
talking
some
real
order back.
good at
Hold on.
first, and it
Hold
was
on.
good. And then he
Hold
started trying to
on.
slide in a
Hold
conversation about.
on.
Oh.
Hold
Nah,
on.
he
Hold
telling
on.
the
Hold
truth
on.
on that
She
part
don't
though.
want to
Hold
You
hear it.
gotta
on.
Yeah, I
give
don't
it to
need
him.
your
Hold
validation,
on.
ma'am.
Okay,
I don't
hold
need
on.
your validation. I'm
Hold
finished. Go ahead.
on. Hold on. Let me get some order back in here. Okay, so
Yes, sir.
you've been on the platform before, brother, and you're welcome anytime. Fanny's a mod on here. So let me just clear things up, brother, because there are things I rock with you on, there are things I don't, man.
Yes,
Listen,
sir.
black Americans are not scared. We're
That's
not
right.
fearful.
We ain't scared. I don't know where you get that
I
shit
don't know.
from.
Yeah, this ain't the 1960s no more.
Exactly.
This ain't them. Listen, brother, we are a new breed. There is a
No
new
too much. He
generation.
not no too much.
Generation
No,
Z.
no too much. You kind of wrong on that
Right.
too much
I'm
for
right.
real.
Too
Cause
much. Come
he
on.
wasn't saying. Now I disagree with that. We ain't scared, but at the
We
same
not
time,
scared.
when he talking about celebrating
Okay, hold on.
all these white.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Time
ahead. Go
out.
ahead.
I
Go ahead.
agree with him on that.
Yeah, I agree with him on
I
that.
don't celebrate these
I agree
holidays,
with him on
man.
that too.
Hey,
That's not
sister.
what I'm
Exactly.
Hey,
disagreeing. I'm disagreeing about the fear that we're fearful. We're not
Right.
fearful of no YT,
We
brother.
ain't
Nah,
Right.
we
scared.
not.
We will smack them.
okay.
We will put foot to ash. Or if you see what Rodney Hinton did, that's the new precedence now. We're
Yes.
no longer waiting on
This not no
Yes.
cheating. This
we're
not
no
no turn
longer
the cheek.
waiting on the
Yes.
Messiah.
This not no turn the cheek
Exactly,
Hold on,
bro.
let
generation.
me finish. Let me
We
finish.
not turning the cheek.
Hold on, let me finish. Yeah, we're not turning the other cheek. We're not waiting on no Messiah to come deliver us. We stand
Those
on
days are
business.
over.
We know that true justice, the only true justice, is eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The old ways never change. It's always going to be true.
That
That
eye
turn
for
that
one.
other
Let me
cheek.
tell you something.
That
That
turn
eye
that
for
other
an
cheek.
eye shit got him shook right now.
Hold on. That turn that other cheek stuff. We already know what that's about. That's con. That's the con.
Hey, brother.
That's everybody waking up to getting cons.
Yes,
We
sir. Hey,
know it's standing on business from
yes,
here
sir.
on out. Generation millennials, Generation
Yes, sir.
Z, Generation X. We know that standing on business is the only way that gets things done. That's
Yes,
how
sir.
you move the needle in YT society. When you
Yes,
start
sir.
standing on business and they realize they're gonna lose money and they're gonna lose time and they're gonna lose all that, they like, you know what, we got to give them something. We
Yes,
know.
sir.
But now we're not even looking for something. We're looking for all of it now.
That's right. That's right. Ibrahim Traore. Hey, brother. At least this. I'm on the platform, and I appreciate the platform. And I was talking, and I got interrupted. That's all I was saying. You
I
don't have
got you,
to.
brother.
Hold on.
I got
Listen.
you. I
No,
got
I
you.
don't want no. I don't need nobody. You know me, brother. I don't need nobody validation. None. I don't care what you think about me or like me, but at least let me finish my conversation. It's not what I said last week, last month, or yesterday. I have a right to say what I'm saying. Period. I'm not reading out no dictionary. I'm telling you from my experience. So, sister, I want to hear from the sister. She said I said something a month ago because I ain't been on here a month. Sister, what are you saying I said that you don't agree with,
No,
please?
that's not what I said. I
Okay,
said the
let me hear what
last
you
time
said.
that I
Go
was
ahead.
on a panel with you,
Uh-huh.
we were
Uh-huh.
talking about the same thing and we
Uh-huh.
were agreeing. But then I started noticing that you start telling us about what this white man do for you, and we need to start listening to the white man do this and that. And you
Sister
said
Ho,
something about that. You
sister
did. You
Ho.
started talking about that, and that's not
Okay,
this
go ahead,
conversation
you
right
finish.
here.
Go ahead,
But
get
you know,
finished.
I
Now,
mean, it wasn't nothing
okay,
but
no,
love,
no, no,
brother.
no, no, no.
It ain't
Let me
nothing but
respond.
love.
Hold
I
on.
mean, I ain't
Hey,
mad
sister,
at you. It
let
was
me
like
respond,
that.
sister.
I
Oh,
just
sister, let me respond.
that
Respond.
was a knee jerk. That was a
Okay.
knee jerk
Thank you,
reaction, and
sister.
I apologize. Let me
All I,
apologize to
all I
you.
want to
Let
do is
me
respond.
apologize.
I
Let
just
me
want to respond.
apologize to you.
Okay, I
Yeah, I'm
got you. Sister,
apologizing
sister,
because I
you
was
got the
wrong.
wrong brother. Hold on, hold on. Sister,
No,
you
I
got
got
the
the right.
wrong
I
brother.
got the right
Damn.
brother. I had the wrong. I should never have attacked you like that, and I apologize. I'm big enough to say it. I mean, I just
Okay,
remember it.
can
I
you hold
just
your tongue for a
remember it.
second?
So
Hey,
we
brother,
cool.
hold on, hold on.
You know, we
Hold on.
gonna go on.
Let
I'm
me
going
address
on
this.
and leave that
Can we
alone.
move
Let me,
on now?
Man, y'all can't over talk each other. Y'all listen. If the sister, the same way you want to
He
say
just
it,
apologized. Let's
that's
move
right.
on.
yeah,
That's
she
right.
just
All,
apologized. Let's
yes,
move
sir.
on. Don't over
I
talk.
accept your apology. I accept your apology, sister. But please let me say one thing. You definitely got the wrong brother. I don't need you. I'm telling you, I don't need you to tell me what I said about no white tea. I can't stand. And that's between me and the creator. And don't ever tell me I ever said anything. You got the wrong brother. Thank you anyway, sis. I accept your apology. Now let me land my plane. I'm finished. You don't have to agree with me. This is what I said. And you're gonna come off your mic when I say this. What's your last name? We still walk around with the same last name. Let me finish, please. You still letting them feed you McDonald's, Burger King. You still sending your children to their school. What you do Memorial Day, Labor Day? Why you still walk around with Gucci and all this fake stuff in your hair? Why are you still worshiping their fake God? Why, ladies and gentlemen? I said you scared as hell. This is what I was closing with. I said black men. I'm a black man, America. Not African, not you, not mixed. Listen to what I say. I grew up in the hood. I'm a number one person. I did it. I came through their jail system, through their poison. I did. Now I'm able to voice my opinion. I say black men are weak. If you don't fit those shoes, then I'm not talking to you. I'm going to land like this. Listen, I'm in the damn gym working out. And they say, why you so loud? Because I'm a man. Why you got...
I didn't drop that, brother. I didn't drop that, brother.
What happened?
Ron, unblock him. Don't block him, Ron. I got you. Don't
But
unblock.
he telling a lie. See, I always listen and try to catch the lie. He said don't bring up. He said, sister, don't bring up. I said a week ago or a month ago. Then he reverted back to saying, what did I say a month ago? See, man. You gotta have intelligence,
And that's
man.
the
You
only
gotta have
reason I remember that. But I mean, it's all good. Like I said before,
Strong in
people
the
ain't
good,
ready.
brother.
People ain't ready for us to be woke. Ain't nobody really ready for us to be woke. And the first thing they do with women when we speak up is they get to talking about their weave and they get to talking about, the stuff that they think that's endemic for what black women stand for. But I've been standing for 50 years. I ain't gonna stop. All I'm saying is the conversation was one way, and I was wrong for jumping on him. But I know where he at. I know what I heard.
Right,
But that's
Ron.
okay. That's
Ron,
okay. But like we're finna get back
unblock
on. I
Strong.
got
He's
a
just
question.
talking to
I had
brother.
a question for Smiley, and he left. But I wanted to ask him why these Africans are saying that we're wrong for gatekeeping what they are bringing to the table. I want to know what has our accommodations got us when we let them in. What did we benefit from that? We
Nothing.
didn't. We didn't.
We didn't.
We
We
didn't.
got we
Never
got we
did.
got Pan-Africanism that didn't work for us.
Yeah, let me hear from Shaq too, and then we're
I
gonna
had
go
a I
Ron
had a
Dunn.
question for Smiley, but he left. But I just wanted to show y'all how much he a stammer because we was on another panel talking about GPA and diploma. So one person came up with her diploma, and Smiley he came up with a paperwork of diploma. We was like, okay, I'm confused. Where's your diploma? It doesn't say diploma on your paperwork. It looked like it was just a stack of paper, whatever. It was just, I don't know. I was confused. And then we was talking about what's your GPA. He didn't understand what GPA was about. So that's what I was coming to talk to Smiley about. And he swear I don't understand or know what I'm talking about. But
And then
I'm a
let me just say this too, man. What just happened? Let me just say this too much into the panel. Vanderloo, I rock with you. And I just rock
That's my
with my
sister.
black
Of course,
people.
we rock with
But
her.
yeah, I rock with her. She
She's a
tell it like
rock.
it is. Yeah, she tell it like it is. But that trigger word when he said the fear we fear, See, that what messed up. That what kind of messed him up. But everything else he was saying, like
What up?
I'm rocking with him on that because they try to that European style of the hair and trying to I rock with that natural look because our sisters are beautiful. Our sisters are beautiful with the natural look. So I don't know why they do that. I don't know why they do that. But I'm trying to get to understand. Well, I understand why they do that, but I don't know why they do that. But at the same time, what he was saying, like that's the honest truth about we celebrate these holidays that we didn't make up. It ain't even in our system to even do that.
Yeah.
So I agree with him on that point, but I
Yeah, I
disagree with him on
agree.
the
You're
shit.
right, man. You know,
Cause
right,
we
and he's
Yeah.
right. But I
celebrating
didn't. You know,
Pagan
I don't. You know,
Day.
I stopped. You know, I stopped celebrating all those. I even stopped celebrating Christmas. You know,
I don't
I
celebrate
stopped
Christmas.
celebrating a lot of stuff because of what you just said, because of what we trying to do. You
Yeah.
know,
That's right.
a lot of us old heads, it's a little harder for us because we grew up in this. But a lot of us old heads are realizing that the system is changing and that we are finally seeing some movement in areas where we never got much movement, even how matter hard we fought. But now we are standing with you youngsters, a lot of us old heads. If you look at my picture right there, I even learned about how I need to cover my head. And so, I mean, we are learning from each other as we make it through this beast, you know,
Yeah.
but we're coming together. We can't afford to have other people undermine us at an integral part of our movement, which right now we winning. And a lot of people are showing they're going to fall away and we're not going to hold them. We're going to let them
Right.
fall. We got to let them go.
They
And
falling now.
yeah, they
But as
falling, and so now they're starting to use us as trick bags and guinea pigs, and we're fighting now because they fighting for their very existence, survival, and so we gotta just stand together. But we can't have all these other folks that's not for
yeah,
us.
I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn. Like I said yesterday,
Right?
like I said yesterday, I'm new to the FBA and all that, but I love it. I love it here. I love it here. This is the place I belong. But
Yeah.
I might say some things that probably that we might not agree with. Like I might say some things that I'm ignorant to too. But at the same time, I don't want the whole panel. I don't want the panel just to jump on me because I'm misinformed. I actually want you to teach me.
Yeah.
Don't jump on me. So
Don't be
that's
too
the only thing I was
judgmental
coming
about
from.
it.
I
Don't be
know, and I
judgmental.
Yeah, but
apologize.
see,
I apologize for a
we
lot of
gotta,
the older
but we
women
gotta
because
get
you
away
know
from, we gotta
we
get
do it.
away from browbeating each other though. You understand?
Yeah,
The brother
Yeah.
came on here and he just browbeated us, you know,
yeah,
with that bullshit.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
this is my point. And this is my point. If we on the same plane, if we on the same movement, you know what I'm saying? As far as the black grassroots, we supposed to be sticking together.
Is that
Listen,
true though?
50 years under our belt of oppression, dealing with these crackers and their holidays and all that shit. That shit don't go away overnight. That
Hey,
shit
was that
don't
true
go
though?
away overnight.
Was that
You
true though?
understand? It's a process. But my whole thing is that a lot of us are beginning to be on code. We're coming in, we're shifting the paradigm. We're coming into new knowledge, new insight. You understand? And it's working. As long as we stay on that track, we have to support each other and encourage each other. You understand? Uplift one another,
Hey,
not come on
Yeah.
here and browbeat each other.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
gotta
gonna land
interject
with
I'm a
this,
that.
youngster.
brother.
was that true?
Let me
Was that
interject
true
this if I
though?
may.
Hey, was that true?
I would
Was
I'm
just
just 30 years
qualify it
old.
like
I'm just
this.
30 years old. So
hey,
I'm a youngster, but I ain't a youngster. I'm just 30
hey,
years old. So
was that you getting into with Fanny earlier?
Let cousin speak. Go ahead, cousin.
I would qualify it. Proto, you said the magic words then. Code, grassroots. We're getting on code in greater numbers. We will
That's right.
probably never have the majority of numbers, but you do not need the majority of numbers to move the needle.
That's right.
You need a significant amount of quantified, qualified, committed members to get into the B1 brigade. And that started long before TikTok came in.
Oh
The
yes, indeed.
idea the idea of who cares about these holidays, that didn't just start. I'm 60 years old. Me and my partner's been rocking that sentiment for at least 25, 30 years or longer.
Exactly.
So I know we weren't the only ones, not from my neighborhood. I'm sure there was others. Obviously, there were others because we're here doing it now.
That's right.
Okay, now as to the idea of celebrating Memorial Day, specifically, black people were the first ones. Black people were the first people to do Memorial Day.
Right. That's
The
right.
United States government
That's
did
right. That's
not
our holiday.
do that.
That's right.
That came from us. So if
That
we're
came
going
from
to
us.
celebrate
Exactly.
a holiday, if you choose, let me say it like that, to celebrate a holiday, not that I'm taking anything away from June 19th, but that would be the one that America straight up stole and repackaged as an American idea, something that
That's
came
right.
from the American government.
Because America don't give a fuck about its soldiers.
No, never
We the
has.
ones.
Never
We
has,
was the
never
ones.
will.
We was the ones who wanted to commemorate our black soldiers when they came home. Because of how America treated the black soldiers that fought in the war. We was the ones that wanted to commemorate the black soldiers.
Yeah,
And that was
my great
our
granddaddy,
Memorial
my
Day.
great
And they
grand
hijacked it.
prototype, my great granddaddy, he didn't even get access to the GI Bill, but the other people did. You know what I'm saying? So I understand that. I understand
Yeah,
it too. He didn't. He
no doubt.
like when they were coming back from the war, they the black people they act like we never did help fight or none of that.
Anything. Like
So
we didn't do nothing.
and that's why we
See,
talking about reparations and generational wealth. Cause if we did get that, you know what I'm saying, we could have had stuff too, just like everybody else. But they denied us. They denied us that. And when I talk about they, not me specifically, but my ancestors, my great granddaddy, my
That's
ancestors.
right.
So
by
when
denying
I hate
them,
I
they
hate the
denied
argument I hate
you.
the argument to
That's
say
right.
I hate the argument to say the descendants from that then don't deserve, like, give it to them. Y'all didn't do it, but at the same time, you won't have that same argument for the white tea people that got the GI Bills and got all that, and that's how they
You ain't
build.
got no problem throwing that
That's how
money
they
over to
build them. That's
Israel.
how they passed it. That's how they passed it along to their kids and to what we see now. So I feel you on that.
Okay, let me hear from Zwandini now. Zwandini, go ahead. You've been patient. Zwandini?
It was an intense conversation. Sorry.
Zwandani? Are you there, Zwandani?
Hey, while we're waiting on him, can I say something? I want to ask Protege a question. Was that you earlier that was getting into a Fanny?
No, that was old boy.
That was
Oh,
Strong.
okay. You going okay? Because I didn't see the name of the person. That's what I was trying to find out.
If you don't speak, I'm just going to drop you. I'm just going to drop you, bring up other people. Yeah, man. This is, this was a great discussion, y'all. I mean, a lot of things is you got to understand the mindset of the people that are coming here from different countries. Their mindset is not to stand on business. Their mindset is to assimilate and make as much money as they can and escape from wherever they came from. Because their mindset is not even to go back.
Yep.
They all want to lie and say they're building castles in their homeland. They're not doing none of that. That's a lie. Maybe two of them out of 3.1 million of them, two of them is building a castle. The rest of them are escaping. They go back, and they go back with the mindset to flaunt. That's why they're not accepted in their homeland. They go back with the mindset, I'm an American now, I'm better. They have that type of mentality. They don't have the mentality to come and join with us and build and pour into our neighborhood, because their mindset is to come and abstract the resources from the black community. That's why they want to, when all these scholarships pop up, they're the first one to apply for them, and they don't care if it belongs to them or not. They're claiming African American, and they're trying to get as many African American scholarships as they can. None of them coming from their homeland. All of them coming from here. So that's what they do. We've heard it too many times. I want to become the oppressor. I admire the white man. That's what they say. From Caribbean to African, they admire the white man. I had an African man tell me, you can't get mad at the white man. You give a white man the slave, he's going to use the slave. Your job is not to be the slave. I was like, oh my God, these people are insane. Who wants to be a slave? Nobody. It's called you're forced. It's called force for a reason. Somebody has to force you. Somebody has to kidnap you. Somebody has to put you into that life. You don't choose that life. So that's the mindset that these people have, and we have to realize that, and we have to continue to just check it.
Too much. That's what I said earlier. That's why I started talking like them. I was like, the white man bring me food. The white man, they always chasing behind the white man, but they want to critique us, and we've been fighting against the white man for, I know, my lifetime and my grandma and them lifetime. We always been doing it, and they always trying to bring back. Man, they need to stop with it. And I know I'm not as articulate as like a lot of people. I'm from Mississippi, so my lingo or whatever, it is what it is, but I understand, and I can talk where people can understand me. You know what I'm saying? And I know I got a lot to learn, man. Like every day, my wife think I'm going crazy because every day I'm on YouTube. I'm going to the library, just looking at trying to find stuff. Even though I can't find some of the stuff, cause most of the books that about us, they try to hide up in these universities like Harvard or something like that. And I ain't go to college or none of that. But I understand the plight. I understand the plight that I'm fighting. I understand that.
Yeah,
Hey,
here's
bro.
what I
Hey,
understand.
don't be embarrassed about your Mississippi accent. You're more closer to the our ancient you know what I'm saying, our ancient dialect. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
Right.
y'all
Have
more.
you ever stopped wanting to learn, brother?
Nope.
Then you are a scholar.
That's it. So listen, we done heard every angle that these non-FBA, these immigrants who come into our country, listen, they are fighting a different fight than us. They're fighting their own identity. They're fighting the idea that they have to assimilate to a new culture. They're fighting the idea that they are being ostracized from their homeland because they came over here. That's not we don't. That's no. There's no Black American that has to fight that. We're not worried about that. The only thing we're worried about is building what we got here and keeping it, and getting this YT man up off our back, and that's it. These people are These people are coming here with like with the mental health issue. These are people who have mental health, who are challenging people, who have been in it. The only thing I can think of is, man, these people got what I want, and I gotta compete with them, and I gotta take from them, and I gotta con them. I gotta do whatever I can to get what they have because they have the birthright citizen that I want. They don't have that. They know at any time they get out of line, they have to go back home, and if they go back home, it's shame. It's the only thing waiting for them to change.
No, the universe know how to correct itself. You know what I'm saying? So, man,
Oh, it's in the
it is what it is. That's why they not reproducing like everybody else. That's why, because it's a blood. It's a. Can I say this? It's a blood thing. It's a blood death that they owe us. Blood debt that they owe us.
Oh yeah,
well, it's
it's
for
very
sure.
interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that you said that, and it's because of that that everything else is resonating the way it is in the atmosphere, as the climate, everything is responding to the Black man waking up. I mean, if you look
It's
at
a
everything.
cosmic shift.
Thank you. Thank you, cousin. You're absolutely right. If you look at the way things are happening, they cannot come to a definitive answer about anything. Why? Because the Black man is waking up. Because the old narratives no longer stick. Because the witchcraft and the spells are all being broken. We have outran and outlived the witchcraft, the
Propaganda and
spells.
witchcraft. Yes.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
because they had some real, and when these Africans running their mouth, they talking about it, but that voodoo that they practice, they helped teach these people how to cast these spells and how to hold them in and these other non-FBAs, they gonna have to take responsibility for their behaviors and for their part in keeping us like we got kept, because it was keeping dumb, being kept dumb, being kept being kept under this spell, and not just that, but to keep it in place when it was broken, we broke it, almost broke it in 64. And somebody came back with a whole new mojo. And baby, I'm telling you, we begin to fight amongst each other. Now, though, it's completely eradicated simply because it's time for the shift. We at the 6,000 year mark. We at the 26,000 year mark. We are at a complete cycle completion, and it is a whole cosmic reset. And I didn't even know nothing about that until I started following my people. My people are teaching my people. Y'all teaching us, and we learning.
That's man. That's right. That's right. Amen. Hey, listen, FBA family, I gotta make a move. I appreciate the panel. Hopefully, I'm invited again. Peace and blessings and reparations.
Peace and blessings, brother. Peace and blessings.
I like prototype. I'm finna follow him before you get off here. Yeah.
Y'all, peace and blessings, Manny. Peace and blessings.
You know,
I'm not finna get off because
okay.
I just got this to say too. I know people probably don't believe in our God, the black. He is that color. I'm just gonna put that out there. But it's in the Bible. In the Bible, it does say you reap what you sow, and it might take a minute. It might take a long time. It might take a long time. But they sowing what they reap. They sowing exactly what they reap.
And we can't help them. And we can't help them.
No, we can't. We can't
help them.
This is what often happens, right? A generation becomes selfish, and they're saying, "I don't care about the consequences as long as I don't have to feel them." So they pass the consequences on to their children.
Basically,
that's what happens. That's what happens. That's generational curses work the same way.
Same way.
A lot of people understand that, hey man, I'm gonna bring about a curse on my people if I do this, but I'm selfish and I don't care as long as I don't feel it in this lifetime. And they pass it on to their children. That's what they do. I say this all the time. Any demon that you don't defeat in your lifetime, your kids will have to defeat.
Exactly. That's in the Bible.
That's universal.
The sins of your father. The sins of your father will be passed on to your.
It's universal. It's universal. It don't go nowhere.
Law. So you have to. You might as well stand on business today. You might as well stand on. You might as well stand on the business today and free yourself of the consequences and the cares of this life.
And that is what is complicating matters for FBA, is because we paid for our sins and we went through what we had to go through, and we did that, and we're still, but we're almost out of this beast. I mean, out of the part that he intended to destroy us. We are sitting and staring genocide in the face, but we're not going nowhere. They're still trying to use every opportunity to destroy our future, kill the seed, which is the black man. They want to take everybody out. It's a bad thing, but we're staring genocide in the face, and we ain't going nowhere.
We ain't never went nowhere.
We ain't going nowhere.
The birth rate. They tried to unalive our race. You know how many times?
Yeah, you killing the babies on the table. The women and the babies are dying.
I'm telling you, man, and that's
still here.
That's the truth. They can't get rid of us.
We're still here, and that is and they being mesmerized by this because everything they could throw at us, they've already done it. These tethers was the last. This was the last lane. They ain't got nothing else because they depended on them to keep COINTELPRO going on because that's how they infiltrated the movements because they used other people who look like us. All of that's all we know now. We know now.
Man, you just spit, man, Fanta Lou, you just spit them facts. You just spit them facts. That COINTELPRO, it's a whole rich document.
It was them. And now they telling us that it was them.
The FBI, it's a whole thing. The FBI was created because of us. They tried to infiltrate, try to unalive. They been trying to unalive us, and they can see.
Man, look.
No matter what we do, how do they keep surviving? What is it that they doing? I gots to know. Listen, I'm gonna pass a law. If we see more than 5 of them gathered together by themselves, we gonna go stop. We gonna break that up.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. And then when
we ain't just talking outside. and we ain't just talking outside our neck. It's government
No, you
proof.
have
But see, the
outlawed
thing
our
is, this
very
is when you have to thank
lifestyle.
the internet. This is when you have to thank the internet and thank Jobs. When they decided that they were going to put all knowledge and information on the internet, that was their greatest mistake.
Oh
You want to
man.
know? You
And
want to
then
know?
we
No, 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 no,
connected and
no,
then we
no,
found our tribes. Come
no.
on, man.
Hold on. Let me tell you what's the greatest mistake.
Which one?
The greatest mistake is letting us have blockchain technology.
Ooh, say it again,
And
Daddy.
learning it.
So
And learning it.
once you put information on the blockchain, it's secure. See, the internet, they can shut the internet off anytime they can just shut it off. But what's on the blockchain remains on the blockchain. It's almost like the blockchain is almost like DNA. Once you
Man,
put
I'm
it,
telling you,
once,
it's true.
once it's in the DNA, that blood, that once it gets into that blood memory, it's like Total Recall. Go watch the movie Total Recall again. It's all about foundational Black Americans awakening and finding out the truth, and then liberating their people, and then putting them on another system or a solar system.
Come on, man. Look
Go
at
watch
Elon.
Total Recall
Elon is steadily
again.
trying to mess this blockchain up, and he can't do it.
Go back and watch Total Recall, and then while you're at it, go watch The Running Man, because you know what The Running Man's about. You know what y'all don't know what The Running Man is about. It's about another foundational Black American who tells you who tells you that the media, not to believe the media, it's all fake, it's all propaganda. Go back and watch these movies back in the Planet of the Apes. Y'all know who that's about. I don't gotta tell y'all what Planet of the Apes is about.
Right, that was too easy.
I mean, this is all about them saying, "Hey, man," they're telling on themselves, but they're rewriting the story and trying to make themselves out to be the hero. They're never gonna be that. That's
Why you think too much? Why you think? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting. But why you think they trying to escape Earth? Why you think it was a big push on trying to get out?
They're not trying to. That's misdirection. That's not true. They're not trying to. There is nowhere for them to go. They can't get out of the dome, brother. Nobody can get out of the dome, and they know that it's misdirection. When they tell you space this, space that, nothing's coming from the space. Everything's coming from below or outside. Listen, if y'all don't know, I'm not saying we have a flat Earth, but I'm telling you that we have realm. There's something called a realm. There is a realm, and there's layers to the realm. Okay.
Okay. Stop. You know,
okay,
tickety TikTok.
I know. They gonna
stop.
Hold on, too much. Let me say,
I'm never wrong when it's telling me early, bro.
Too much.
I'm never wrong when the elders tell me early. They tell me to tell you. I'm telling you, stop.
We know. I'm telling you. We know you telling the truth. I don't want to get your channel blocked.
They don't want y'all to know.
I'm here to let you know when, right?
You're gonna have to do a meetup.
I'm here to let you know when.
You are important. You are important, brother. You know what you're talking about.
We live on a frequency. Understand, everything is about frequency. There is no straight lines to nothing.
There you go. That's much. Yeah.
It's a vibration. And if you just understand that there's a frequency and there's a vibration, then you understand the polarity and you understand why there's a need for balance. What goes up must come down. What goes up must come down. And there must be an opposite of that as well. There must be a positive and there must be a negative. There must be a matriarch and there must be a patriarch at the same time. There's never just a matriarch and there's never just a patriarch. It's both. That's the harmony. So don't believe all this stuff where women running this and then don't believe all this stuff where men's running this. It's always been both here, and they've always been working together at the same time. And whenever
they are in the judgment.
People jump on here and talk about everything is matriarchal, then you ask them, well, that's why your society doesn't exist anymore.
America is under
everything is patriarchal, then that's why all the women are being abused and men don't act like they don't got no sense. But when you have both of them working together in harmony, you have perfect peace.
America is on a judgment. That's why when old brother said earlier that in the White House right now, they trying to go back to our lineage saying who here, who ain't supposed to be here. They trying to get rid of the people that they done wrong because they think they can hide from the judgment. But the judgment gonna be the judgment. You reap what you sow. You cannot hide from that.
It's a universal law, baby.
There's
What?
nowhere for them to escape, brother. You
I
cannot.
know. That's what I said. They tried. I said they tried to. They
Yeah,
can't.
they
They can't
looking.
go nowhere.
Yeah, they looking.
Yeah.
But you know, that's the thing about them looking. They're gonna keep on trying everything. But see,
Can't
that
go nowhere.
motion and movement is the one thing that's gonna keep them from offing them own selves. Because once it is really, they really accept the fact that they can't go nowhere and that they gotta reap what they sow. When it really does sink in that is what it is, and it is sinking in. You can look at the movements. Not everybody want to be friends. Everybody ready to kumbaya. You know, everybody ready to do everything, but they ain't ready to pay these reparations. When you bring reparations, they treat you like you just cussed them out. You know,
See, I'm gonna say it like this.
And they pay.
I'm gonna let them have their racism if they gonna give me my reparations.
They gotta
Thank you. Come on, cousin, man. That's what I'm saying, baby. You
That
can
was
keep
just
all of
fair.
that.
You want your racism, you can have it. But you got to pay our reparations.
Got to.
And best believe reparations is not a one-time check.
No, and
I'm
see,
gonna tell
that's
y'all
the
what it
thing.
is. I'm gonna tell y'all what it is. You know why you gotta let them have their racism when they cut that check? Because that check is not gonna get rid of racism.
Not even a little bit.
Hold on, you know what it's gonna do? It's gonna infuriate it because now they're gonna be even more jealous than they already are. So y'all can have, man, listen, y'all can say all the N-words and the things y'all gonna say because y'all been hating on us without having nothing. What do you think gonna happen once we got something? It's gonna be even more. So it's not gonna cure racism. So
It's not designed to. It's not set up to.
Exactly. It's designed to get us our money so we can do what we need to do.
And then we're not even mad. We're not even angry no more. We done made it through all four of it. What is it?
I'm not gonna say I ain't angry.
Forming.
I ain't gonna say that.
Well, when I say anger, I'm talking about to the point to where we don't.
No, let's just say
we're so messed up that we can't use common sense. We're angry, but we are acting in tandem with one another and with the truth.
Right,
and with the truth.
And it's called, and we could be angry. It's called righteous. It's righteous
indignation.
Righteous indignation.
Absolutely.
There we go. No, that I can get with.
Yeah, you know, but they can't. But you cannot you can't outrun your past. I mean, there is nothing you can do to change what happened. I don't care how people try to frame it, how they try to fix it. The deal is now, though, what we're fighting against now is them trying to outlaw the rest of our lifestyle. They done outlawed our lifestyle entirely, but now they're trying to outlaw our new way of life. They're trying to outlaw that. They're talking about the world falling apart and what black people doing, line dancing. See, I'm looking at that. You trying to start a whole nother narrative of hate against us because we're not playing your game no more. We don't have to be watching the world deteriorate. That's your job. Go do you. That's your world. You created that. We were never included in that. So you go ahead. We're gonna line dance. How about that?
It's in facts, and I just want to say this too. It's facts. They don't want to talk about this on the news about the heroin epidemic, the epidemic on drugs. You know they had an epidemic. They had us like that too. You know that when they put that in our communities and
yeah.
Watch how you describe it. Watch them buzzwords, man. Watch them buzzwords.
Yeah, my bad. But how they did it, how they infiltrated the stuff in our community, and now they even repaying it. You know they don't want to put this on the news, but if you just look up just different states and different articles about what's going on,
it's so sad.
They always broadcast us as on the low. They always broadcast us, but they don't want to broadcast out. They falling out like.
Well, see, they use us
in one state.
They used us as canaries in the coal mine.
Hold up, in one state they didn't even have enough room in the unalive home, in the funeral home, if I can say that. They didn't even have enough room to put the YT people in, because it was such an epidemic in the state. And y'all can look that up yourself. They didn't even have enough room.
I saw a documentary where they all over the street just laid out.
Falling out in the car, unaliving themselves in the car, over there. So they don't want to put that in there. That's why I woke up. I woke up to the fact that you always can't look at the news. Like bring up, cause the news ran by them too. The news gonna put that out there that make them look good and make us look bad. That's how it's always been. That's how it's always been. And
Well, they can't hide this. You can't hide this one. They can't hide this one. This is right out in our faces. If you look at the documentaries, they laid out all over the. I mean, they had to shut down pretty much downtown San Francisco. I had never seen anything like that.
They got that lean, man. They over there leaning to. They just.
I mean, they got it. I mean, you can't even go downtown.
Supported position, and that's bad, man. And here's the sad part. They're like that with their kids, man. They got their babies running around, and they just leaned over, stuck, and them babies don't even know 2, 3, 4, 5 years old. Don't even know what's going on.
Oh man, this man. They had a video of this man. He was right there on the steps, on the stairs. He was unalive. He had already transitioned, and his friends was trying to get somebody to come help, and they couldn't even get the ambulance to come down there to get the body. I was like, oh my. I mean, it.
And then there's another.
So you're talking about those cities where they've allowed 100% of the D-rugs to come in.
There's another preconception.
Right. They let them in because they said that they could do it. They called it a mental. They don't call it. They said it's.
They always.
It was criminal. It was criminal for us.
Oh, they're gonna reclassify it so that it's not.
Yeah, they always trying to. They always.
Yeah, they'll reclassify it so it doesn't look bad.
I'm not new to that game. I'm not new to that game. How they say it mental illness on one side, and then they say it just complete disaster on the other. But it's a preconception too about the unalive and the unborn. It's a preconception that they always trying to do that.
Hold up, Manny.
But my bad.
Hold up, Manny.
My bad too much.
Jamal Bay, are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, brother. I want to hear from you, brother.
Only thing I really got to say is that we all know what the game is, but we still talking about the same thing over and over and over again. And the big thing about us is that we lack nationality. We lack any kind of judicial stand-eye in courts or anything like that. And until those things change, until we get it together, everything is going to stay the same. We can complain all we want to.
Are you a Moor, sir? Are you a Moor?
Excuse me?
Are you a Moor?
Yeah, I mean, we all are Moorish Americans. You can't
get
away from your DNA evidence.
No, we not, bro.
Hold on for a second. You can't get away from your DNA evidence no matter how long you fake it or don't believe it.
What DNA evidence?
I mean, two people can't talk at the same time. So I'm gonna go ahead and let you talk.
I'm the host. I'm just asking you a question. What DNA evidence now? Because I like talking to Moors, man. Because y'all just be y'all with the conning, y'all with the business. So let's get out in the open. You're a Moor.
Well, I mean, since you already have your preconceived thoughts, there's really nothing I can say to change your mind.
Answer the question.
You don't want to hear anything.
Jamal, answer the question. What DNA evidence that states that we are?
The DNA evidence is that your mothers and fathers are the founders of civilization, and we're the first people on the planet. Now, are you going to argue with that?
No,
but that got nothing to do with okay, then. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. Okay, well, if it has nothing to do with it, then continue on to have your conversation. But that's on you. If you still want to play the crayon white man's game, the black, green, blue, and purple people, then that's on you. I can't do anything to help you.
Let me ask this question.
No, we're indigenous.
No,
we're Aboriginal.
Hold on. What has the Moorish community ever done for the black community? Go.
What has the Moorish community done? It hasn't done a lot because there's a lot of black people, aka the Moorish Americans, who don't want to hear nothing. So there's nothing you can really do for us.
No, let me tell you, when have the Moors fought against white supremacy?
I hear a stutter.
That's why we don't listen to y'all.
I don't even hear a stutter.
Because y'all are worse than the fleeing tethers.
Okay,
Y'all
well,
hide here
you're
amongst us.
you're entitled to your
Y'all hide
opinion. But the
here
only thing I would
amongst
say
us.
to you, okay, go ahead, go ahead. You
Y'all,
keep cutting me off, but go ahead, go
no,
ahead.
I'm just saying, brother. Y'all hide here amongst us with so far with all these truths and wisdom, and we've never listened. Moors go to jail. Moors go to prison. Moors been in slavery. What hasn't the Moor went through that the black man hasn't been through? But they're so-called, they got this secret knowledge that doesn't even work for them. But y'all just, and then y'all come to con in the community talking about.
You sound like a white man right now. You
No,
sound like
bro.
a white man
I
right
can't
now.
sound like a white
Because
man.
I'm gonna tell you like this:
I
there
can't sound
has
like a white
been
man.
and there are a lot of Moors who think that they can break the law, do this and do that, and hide behind some paperwork. It don't work like that. It doesn't. It never has worked like that. But when you do have somebody who's trying to direct you and say, hey, look at the Christian black codes, look up nationality, look at this and look at that. Of course you're going to have those rogue individuals who's going to fuck it up for everybody.
We
Of course you're
already
going to have
a
those.
nationality. It's called FBA. And if you're not part of that, get the hell off here.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you this. I'm going to ask you this question.
Okay,
I'm going
more.
to ask
Give
you.
me some more. Give me some more knowledge.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Okay. If any of you go to the library and get an encyclopedia of flags, I want to see that nationality that you're talking about. I want to see that in the book of national flags, because I know it's not there. Just like there's not a white flag to represent a white nation, there's not a flag that represents a green nation or a blue nation or a black nation. So that's how you know people
How many
are
panels have you
lost.
been around, brother?
What?
How many other panels have you been around?
How many other panels have I been around?
Yes.
Panels like what? You talking about TikTok?
Like this one. Yeah, like this one.
I've been on a few, and
you still haven't seen the FBA flag?
The FBA flag?
Yes, you still haven't. You've been on several panels and haven't seen the FBA flag.
I have not seen the FBA flag.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
Peace. What does the FBA? What does FBA stand for?
More, you so intelligent.
Foundational Black Americans. You're not listening, brother. You're saying others aren't listening, but you're not listening.
Okay,
no, brother. You brought up the encyclopedia and flags. You said go to the library, look at the encyclopedia, and look up flags. I just asked you if you've been around multiple panels. You said yes. Everyone here who's been on multiple panels has seen the FBA flag, but somehow you haven't.
And somehow
and you say we're not listening.
And somehow we always have to
because
disagree.
He don't care. He don't care to look at stuff like that. He don't care.
Let me ask you this question.
Let me ask you this question. What is the age of this panel? Between the 20s and 30? 20 and 30 years old?
Does it sound like it?
A little bit.
I'm not in my 20s or my 30s anymore, brother. But let me ask you.
I'm not even in my 50s.
Okay, well I'm 50.
I'm the only
young.
I'm the only young person here.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you this. Black is an adjective, and human beings have nationalities, and I'm gonna leave it right there with you. You do whatever you want to do with that.
Okay, brother.
I'm already in my nationality.
Black is a consciousness. We don't look at it like you think you look at it. That's because you're not plugged into the grassroots, brother. You're plugged into the Moorish temple science and nonsense.
No, I'm not one of those temple Moors, and I don't represent any nonsense.
So I want to know: have you done your paperwork, your sovereign paperwork? So have you got your $100 million what's it called, bond from Social Security?
No one has. No one has, and I don't even think that's real. But I do believe in nationality, and I know that black, white, green, blue are adjectives, and adjectives modify and qualify nouns, but they don't identify human beings.
Okay,
I know that for a fact.
Okay, great. So
and I also know that back in 1687, they didn't call themselves black. So that's a modern day term that y'all use.
Correct. So let me ask you.
There was swarthy.
So So what has?
No, I'm not trying to hide anything. You're the one being swarthy, not me.
No, swarthy in early English terms was referring to those of a darker hue. That used to be the terminology. When you're speaking of going back in time and the actual words that they used. Swarthy was one direction or one particular adjective, as you would say, to describe a particular hue of people. Just like they would during the Moors. They were described because they were a particular hue of people. So the idea that using an adjective, I don't mean to say small ball, but good God Almighty.
More, he just left. I didn't get him out of here. More just means black. So I don't know what this dude is talking about. We don't use the Black's Law Dictionary. Okay, so you call yourself Negro then. You call yourself whatever. Whatever it is, it more means black. Swarthy means black. All these different things are adjectives that describe what color these people are. Copper color, same thing. It's an adjective. So what is he talking about that he's a Moor and we're the original people? We know that.
That's why I love it. That's why I love it. I
But we
love
don't
it.
use that term Moor.
That's why I love FBA. That's why I love it, because like I said, I'm not all the way educated like y'all is, but I'm glad y'all kind of had my back on it, cause he was directing that question to me. But I'm glad I had some more educated FBAs around me to just shut him down. That's why he left.
See,
So
let me say it like this, brother.
y'all. I
When
appreciate it.
people come up here, in my opinion, I'll say it like this, and they start saying, we're not doing this, we're not doing that, we're not coming together, all we're doing is complaining. The small hats getting paid because they complained. The small hats getting paid because they didn't stop. They didn't just sit there in the corner and say, oh, well, it'll come eventually, right? No, they made sure that it was known for the world to know, so that everyone would know, we have not forgotten what you have done. Not one thing, not one time. It will not happen. It will not be forgotten. And it is a debt that is owed and must be paid. Try all the propaganda and tricks that you would like to. Go ahead. Some of them are going to work on quite a few of us for a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
But you ain't getting all of us. Okay?
Man, listen.
And more are waking every day.
Anytime I see these Moors come up here, I want them to state their case, because they've never once stood against white supremacy. They've always worked with our oppressor against the people. So I don't understand what the benefit of you calling yourself or being a Moor, telling people, oh, we don't know who we are. We know we're the original people. We know we're the original man. Matter of fact, we taught you. You didn't.
Well, they are part of that black royal. They part of the black royalty. The black royal set. They part of that black royal set that set all this shit into motion in the first place. They part of that bunch.
They sold us out.
We're the Moors. MUURS, not the MOORS. The Indian, indigenous, aboriginal MUURS. That's it.
Again, all you gotta do is challenge them. Like, when have y'all fought white supremacy? And they gonna backpedal just like he did, because they don't fight.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, we related. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about the FBA, because I did a little research on the Moors. Like, I grew up in Chicago, so I saw like all the older men walking around with the headgear.
With the kufi, with the funny little
kufi, the fezzes and all that. So
yeah. Go ahead.
The thing about the FBA, right, that they talk about, is that the FBA, they don't have a treaty with the United States. They also don't have a constitution. So when you don't have a constitution, the thing that they say is that if you don't have a constitution, you're walking on, light waters. If you're protesting or something like that, then the FBI comes in, the CIA comes in, and, they basically label you all an acronym organization. So I'm trying to learn more about that.
That specifically being what, brother?
Yeah.
Well, basically, if you read the executive order that the Moors talk about, I forgot the name of it, but it talks about unrest in the streets. Yeah, like protesting, xenophobia, all of that.
Well, if we're going to stay as or leave it on the American soil and abide by these rules that America has set forth. The idea of being able to protest is as American as apple pie. They may have tried to portray protests as the most un-American thing that you can do, but it is actually the most American thing that you can do. So as to who can protest, doesn't matter. Okay. Now, as far
What
as
about the
I hear you saying
xenophobia,
about a
though?
contract,
What
if
about
I
the
hear you talking about
xenophobia?
a contract,
Are you
What
a
about the
Moor,
xenophobia,
brother?
No,
we
I'm not a
can't do
Moor. I'm
anything
not a Moor.
about,
I'm a Sentinel.
What,
we
what is
can't do
that?
anything about
A Sentinel.
interpersonal.
Hold on, real quick, cousin. What are you?
A Sentinel
What is a sentinel?
is basically someone who believes in a purposeless government.
Purposeless government.
A purposeless,
Okay, so say less.
like a populist government.
So you believe in like everybody for themselves?
No, I don't believe in anarchism. I believe in like, everyone comes from like the same mother and father. That's what I believe.
So we're all related.
Sort of like how you see the South Sudanese do against the North Sudanese. Sort of like that.
Why would I see a South Sudanese do? I don't.
No, because they have a purposeless government.
So how does that play into what we're talking about here?
No, my question was about what Jamal, I think his name was Bay, about what he said as far as, the xenophobia and the Constitution, those principles. Like, I don't see the FBA having a Constitution, but I also see them doing xenophobia.
Okay, hold on, time out. We actually have an unspoken Constitution, but we have one. It's the code. It racks into the FBA code on it. If you click the link in my bio, you can actually see the FBA Constitution.
Yeah, I'm gonna go look at it.
Check out the link in my
And
bio.
if you want to get more on code, you need to go get with the grassroots New Black Media.
FBA treaty. All you gotta do is plug into the grassroots media. Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah, they teaching everything.
Where is your lineage from? Where are you from, sir? Where is your family from?
I'm glad you asked that because I did my DNA, and my people are from Clarksdale, Mississippi, Delta, Mississippi, Natchez, Mississippi, and Tupelo, Mississippi.
Okay, so you're part of the Mississippi Mound people, right?
Yeah, but I kind of
You're a Mississippi red. You're a red clay.
Right,
Okay,
because
so
I
let me help you
include
out,
Nigerians,
brother.
right?
Let me help you out, brother. Do you have Nigerians in your family? Is there anybody that you're related to that's from Nigeria?
No, this is what I study, anthropology, and like I have a video up on my page about this. I have a woman in Delta, Mississippi, and a woman in Delta, Nigeria. They basically look the same. So it's like,
So you're a Pan-Africanist.
Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. No disrespect, but I mean you're an op because you look down on Black Americans and you big up Africans, right? We don't have no culture, but African does.
Why would I look down on Black Americans when my mother and father is Black? Why would I do that?
You say you call it xenophobic. That's op language right there.
Exactly, xenophobia. Because again, when you look at xenophobia, it's like you're taking people away from, civilization. Like you're telling them they can't be a part of something. That's what xenophobia means.
That's not xenophobia. That's survival, baby. We in survival mode. We ain't no xenophobics. They have been welcomed here, and no one stood in their way when they came here. Nobody rallied against them being here, and nobody stopped them from thriving while they were here. We're simply saying that now all of this has happened, they are working against us, and we are being genocided because now we are having to save
all of them, brother.
I'll say this and I'll drop down. Since I've lived in America, been in America, and grew up in America, like I've seen colorism. I've seen how dark-skinned people get treated as opposed to light-skinned people.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
We're not talking about colorism. You said xenophobia. Xenophobia is not colorism. Xenophobia is...
It's a synonym. It's a synonym.
Hold on real quick.
No.
Hold on real quick. Listen. All you're doing is looking at the negative parts of a culture and demonizing all of it and saying, throw it all out. Throw the baby and the bath. Brother, there are wonderful things about Black American culture that you're not looking at. If all you're seeing is the colorism, you're looking for that. You're looking for that. But listen, it doesn't get any better in Africa. High fraternity fraud. I mean, they don't know who their parents are in Africa. That's just what it is.
I talk to Africans every day.
Have you been there? Have you been to Africa, sir?
I know Africans in Minnesota.
Have you been to? Those are
Yeah,
Somalis.
you know the
No,
ones
not,
that
they're not
they
Somalis. I know
Have you
Liberians. I know
have you been? Have you?
Benin. I
Okay,
know
okay. Let me
Benin.
ask you this.
Brother, answer his
Okay,
question. Have you
okay.
been
Hold
there or
on.
not?
Have you
I
been
have
to
not been
Africa?
to Africa. I don't need to
Okay,
go.
There you
okay.
go.
I've been to
That's
Africa.
just a simple answer.
Let me tell you something. I've been to Africa, and let me tell you, it's no better than what you think it is, brother. It does. And you're not even talking to like. I don't want to say they're not real Africans. I'm just going to say the ones that leave and become over. The moment they get to the United States, they're no longer even received. They're no longer even welcomed in their own country anymore, like that, brother. I mean, they can go back and forth, but they look at them with the side eye, like you left us, nigga. You fleed, nigga. That's how it's not good for them. So the ones you're talking to a watered down version of what Africa really is. You need to take your butt and go to Africa and go see for yourself
My
so you can
network,
prove,
no, no, no,
so
no, no.
you
My
can prove
network
those
is largely
ideas,
African.
so
So,
you
like,
can
I see what
prove
happens
those
in
ideas.
African. I
No, you
know
don't.
Africans.
No,
I
you
know.
don't, brother. You know
Okay.
you
Africans
just
in
know what you
America.
see on this side, baby. You
You
don't
know
see the other
Africans in
side.
America. You need to go network in the actual continent of Africa and go see for yourself what is
No,
really
we have
going
different oral
on.
traditions. I believe America is also African too, because again, if you look at the rows
You're
of
wrong, brother. You're
okay,
wrong.
well, my family is also from South Carolina, so I also know there's an African tradition there with the 𝗤𝗏𝗄𝐺𝐵. So
I know we know about the
Yes,
Gullah Geechees, brother.
we
We know
know
about the
about
Gullah
them.
Geechees, brother.
So,
There are
y'all,
people too.
so what's
But
your
you're wrong,
tickets?
brother. You're
Names your
wrong,
tickets.
brother. You need to go travel and go see some things for yourself and prove those theories in your mind. That's all you got to do. You have a set of beliefs, and now you need to go prove those set of beliefs. So you just don't have a set of beliefs and have nothing
what's
to
believing about someone who is on TikTok yelling epithets at Africans who they've never met? What's
We're not
what are you
xenophobic, baby.
talking about?
We're just telling you that we're not xenophobic and that this conversation didn't start with TikTok, honey.
okay? What about Tariq Nasheed?
What
It
about
didn't
Tariq
start with
Nasheed?
Tariq Nasheed, baby.
Yeah.
It
What about
started when they got over here and they decided that they would side with our open enemy, work against us for them, and they
Do
benefited
you
because they
listen?
are a buffer
I
class, baby. It's not
Dr. No Job?
xenophobia,
If you
sweetie.
don't
Do
say
you all
something
see
to
my
this young
complexion? How am
gentleman,
I any different than an African? Like
You're not
Dr. No
we have the
Job.
xenophobic,
same
but it's
bloodline.
not.
He
It's
don't be
not
Jones.
xenophobia, baby. It's a whole lot of other attributes and things that the discussion is broader than that.
Dr. No Job, please, man. Say
Listen,
something.
first of all, hold on. We are not African at all.
Can
When
I
you
say
go
something?
to Africa,
Hold on, Squirrel.
when you go to Africa, they got two prices. One for the foreigners and one for the locals, right? And guess which one Black American for on the foreigners? We are not brothers. We don't charge them twice the price for a product or a service, but they do that to us. How you do that to your own folk?
Circumstantial though. That's circumstantial.
No,
How come?
what?
That doesn't. It doesn't have.
No,
Okay.
baby, that's a practice.
Right.
That's
The
a
practice.
It
practice.
may be a
Go to
practice
the
and it may
continent.
be circumstantial, but it still
Go
gets
to
down to
the
it's how you are
continent.
being dealt with that person in that moment. It has nothing to do with the system.
Brother,
If
you're
I don't like your
understanding.
behind and I
Okay.
want
But
to
listen.
try and get something out of you, I'm going to try and get something out of you because I don't like
Are
you, so I'm
any
going to
are
up the
any of you
price.
familiar with MWIMPP? They offered me to come over there on a free trip to Kenya to just to lounge for a week, just to see the place.
And hold
Well,
on,
A
brother.
free
I've been,
trip.
go.
hold
Go ahead and
on,
go.
hold on. I've been to Kenya. Kenya is popping. Nairobi, East Africa is different from West Africa. I would say any
Thank you.
American,
East
if
Africa
you
is
want,
different.
if you want to go to an African country and really enjoy yourself with 5G internet and be around some good folk, go to Kenya. Go to Nairobi. Nairobi is Nairobi will give you a different impression of Africa. Now, if you go to Nigeria first, Ghana first, I don't know. You might not have a great experience. But if you go to Kenya, they understand black culture better than all of Africa. Matter of fact, they know how to code switch over there in Kenya. They're talking American English, and then they'll switch it right back into Swahili real quick and start talking with their
Of course,
accent
I'm aware of that.
just like that.
So
Okay,
the problem is,
so it's not about
Just go.
whatever
Just go.
organization you're talking about. Go over there and see for yourself.
Go. Go over there.
See.
if you know what the
I
problem,
recommend you go. I recommend you go. Go see for yourself.
you know what the problem with him? He listened to argue, not listen to understand. Some people gotta be left behind. He's one of them. He's still gonna pay no matter what you say to him. You're gonna be stuck on that Pan African shit. And I can show you an African person say, when I become governor, I'm going to eliminate Black History Month. But he's okay with that. He's okay the African people teaming up with the open enemy to crush FBA. You comfortable with that? All that symphony bullshit that come out your goddamn mouth, yo? Somebody add the Constitution, the Moors got a Constitution. The Moors don't got no goddamn Constitution. They've been crushed and thrown in slavery with the rest of us. Ain't no, that Moor shit is bullshit. They are Moor. They're not just a Moor. Don't leave the whole word up. You're a moron. Anybody who calls himself a Moor is a complete traitor to the whole Black race worldwide. The Moors is the one who set us up. The Moors are the one who helped them, the white people, to create this system of white supremacy, to oppress Black people on the soil we call America. Remember what George Washington said? Take the feathers off their head, sandals off their feet, and we're going to throw them in slavery. They're not going to know who they are 200 years from now. That Moor shit is
No,
dead.
he said chop down the cherry tree. He said they chopped down the cherry tree. That's all he
I
said.
didn't finish. They
That's not all
crushed
he
them.
said,
You know
baby.
that's a
Listen, man,
freaking
listen.
tale,
I'm going to land
right?
my plane right now. I'm going to
It's
land
not
my
even
plane.
true.
Hold on. It is true. The Morocco
No, the
government...
cherry tree ain't true. Anyway, go
We
Doc,
talking
go
about
Doc.
the cherry tree.
He's just getting
The
crazy.
Morocco, the reason the Moors had the respect in the 16, 1700, because they had a whole government to back them up. The Morocco government recognized American independence in 1776. They were the first one to do that. And when Thomas Jefferson got on their feet, they sent a goon squad over there to crush the Morocco government. It's run by pale-faced Arabs. So you be a Black person, put yourself for more you want, them Arabs not going to back you up. I land my plane.
Well, it's the
Teach and
truth.
preach,
What
brother.
happened?
Go
It's
ahead.
the
Go
truth.
ahead. Go ahead, spoil. Go ahead, spoil. Spoiled Savage. Go ahead, brother. Spoiled Savage, come off your mic, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to respond with the brother we related was saying earlier about, him naming what the FBA was in response to. He named it xenophobia. I just call it truth.
Speak up a little bit,
I
brother.
mean, you can't keep going around making live streams saying Africans smell like, fish and they basically are,
Have you heard that in this live in this
Nobody
entire
has said
time?
No, I've
nothing
heard
like that.
FBA say these things. I've heard FBA say
If
these
you
things.
you know
ain't
what
heard
getting
of us.
roasted is,
Like
right?
Tariq, he always say
You know
like
what getting
they're mutt.
roasted is,
Like
right?
he's saying stuff like that if they're civilized.
They're going to say slave babies, alligator babies.
What are you talking about?
We do clown them.
Well, let's let Spar Savage get through. Come on, Spar. Speak up.
Speak up a little
Cheddar
bit.
piss. Want to quote us right? Cheddar piss. Cheddar piss. That's what you call them.
Go ahead, speak up, spoil.
All right. Now I ain't trying to get too loud because they say you crashing out then. You know how TikTok is, right?
Yeah.
But certain people have their truths about, just like anyone else outside of FBA has their truths about FBA, and we can't say it ain't their truth. And we're not going to say, oh, you're homophobic because you have the truth. It might have happened to you, but you can't put everybody in one pot. Like, we would love to say, all IT people are part of the spray, right? You can't.
Right, no.
Even if they indirectly are, connected, we still don't say that. Right. So if we don't say that, how could you try to label us because we have certain truths that we experience with Africans? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, he got off. He left Spar. He jumped off.
It got too hot for him because I'm just bring logic. I keep it simple and sweet. You got to go back and forth.
Right, man. We're not going to change. When they become Pan-African, you can tell the people that are willing to have a intellectual conversation and listen to understand rather than listen just to be contentious. We heard the catchphrases, xenophobia. We heard everything he was coming in as an antagonist, and that's what he was going to stand on. This brother doesn't have no facts, anything to back him up, anything to stand on. He's just saying what he's been taught. He's been taught this.
You know, he's been
Yeah, I'm still.
you know, he's been indoctrinated with it. So we're not going to change his. You have a lot of these people who've never even been to the continent of African. They've spoken to a few Africans and they know Africa. That's crazy. That's crazy. And a lot of the Africans don't even act like the Africans that are over here. They're different. They're night and day. Night and day. That's why we keep trying to tell you we don't have a problem with Africa. We got a problem with the tethers that they send over here.
We don't even have a problem with too much. We didn't even have a problem with them until we figured out and found out what was being said behind our back.
I mean, we always thought Africans.
We didn't even. I mean, okay, there goes some new people. I don't know.
Yeah, they didn't even hang around. But go ahead, Yusef Belford, and then we'll go up to Atlamaha or whatever. Go ahead, Yusef. Yusef, unmute your mic, bro. Yusef, unmute your mic.
I'm on listen, brother. I'm on the bus right now. There's too much noise in the background, so I'm unable to speak to you. But once I get to my destination, I'll come back up, all right?
Okay, I'm going back up. All right. Adlahama. Or no, let me go to Living My Best. Living My Best before Adlahama. Living My Best, go ahead.
I was more so just listening, but I agree with the young lady that's on here for now. Am I pronouncing her name right? Fanny?
Yeah,
yes,
Fanny.
ma'am. How you doing? How you doing,
good,
sweetie?
I'm good in yourself. Yes, I'm in the 50 and over crowd as well. Like I said, I'm just more so listening to a lot of what you guys are saying. I just want to know what was the main topic. I've been on listening for at least 2 hours now.
So let me put it back on. We were supposed to switch the topic, but we kind of got wrapped up. Let me put back up the background here. And this was the topic. The topic was Africa Day on Memorial Day. And then we were supposed to talk about civilian or snitch. I wanted to break down the game on what snitching and telling is, and Aaron the Plumber and Wax 100. I wanted to get into that, but I'll probably have to either not talk about that or get into that another time. But the topic was why is an American mayor in Chicago think it's okay to have African Day on Memorial Day? African Day makes more sense to be in Africa because it can unite Africans. What if Africa fit into the system here in America to even get an African Day?
And it sounds like he's going back through the bloodline of where we originated from. And I know a lot of people have their opinions on that, but I do believe that all of us originate from there.
So when did we become Africans if there was no terminology for the word African? Our ancestors didn't get that. Our ancestors weren't considered African 400 years ago. They were called something else.
It's just like anything else today. Things have been whitewashed and changed several times.
So why do we call it African? And why do we think that that's us when we're not even on the continent of Africa? We haven't been there for 500 years. All our ancestors come from here. We can't find one living relative that can even put us in Africa.
Well, I have a living relative who's 106 today. And she's African. And she speaks on a lot. Thank you. And she speaks on a lot of our generations today do not know where we originate from. And
so she's 106 years old and she's from Africa.
Her mom and dad is from Africa.
Her mom and dad, when did her mom and dad get here?
Oh my gosh. 18.
So you said that Africans were here in 18 what? They got here in 18 what?
Well, her parents.
Were her parents some slaves? Her parents slaves?
Yes.
Okay.
So was she as well, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so
as a matter of fact, her address is literally one from the plantation.
Okay, so
I disagree with that.
Understand this. She probably didn't come from Africa, okay? She probably because the slave trade ended in the 1700s. It was outlawed.
It might have been outlawed, but I don't think it ended.
Okay, I got you. But the biggest slave trade happened in within the United States from 1809 to 1863, and that was called the reclassification of indigenous Americans, and they just made them all slaves.
Okay.
And
But
before that,
still,
we
where do you think? So where do you actually
the
think
Caribbean.
we
Did she come
originated
from the
from?
Caribbean,
Can't be the
maybe?
United States because the United States name changed so many times. So where do you think we, as black folks, originated from?
Okay, we were first of all, we under okay, ma'am. I don't want to give you too much information or just over process you, but we are the original people. We were, and we've been indigenous to the Americas for a long time. There's always been people with afros here running around in the Americas,
North and South America.
dating back from Central America, South America, and New York City was full of nothing but afros. People like us, the Iroquois Confederation, the five tribes, those were black people. If I don't know if you ever been told this, but my father told me this. There was a black president before
Yes.
there was a white president, and that black
Yes, it
president was
was.
part of the Iroquois Federation.
And the
Okay, but my
Iroquois
question
wrote
still
the
is,
Iroquois wrote
where
the
did we
Great Law.
originate from? Because just because
Not
we are
listen,
all across the globe, but where did we originate? We had to originate from somewhere. We can't just
listen.
originate from
The
everywhere.
whole world was black, baby. The whole
Listen,
Yes,
world
ma'am,
was
I
black.
agree.
listen.
I
Where
agree.
did
But where do
where
we
did
originate
where
from?
did the black fellas in Australia come from? Where did the Fijians come from? Where did the Polynesian and the Samoans come from? Ma'am, black people been
Uh,
everywhere. Black
exactly.
people
But
been.
my question
What
is,
about
where
the
did they
black? What
originate from?
about the darker skinned Chinese people?
Yes, yes, they
So
all across the
understand. So
globe.
when you
I
say where
agree.
did we originate from, you can't
Hmm.
just place us in Africa. You can't just say Africa, 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 because that's not true. We've been all over. And here's the thing: we've had an ethnogenesis. So when you've been part of a place for more than 400 or 500 years, you are them. You are those people now. You are no longer wherever you thought you came from or you migrated from or whatever. You're not them anymore. You lost the language. You lost the culture. We built a brand new culture and language here. Everybody follows suit what black Americans do, and that's across the world. Everybody wants to be a black American everywhere you go. When I travel outside the country, I've been to 12 countries in 5 years, man. When I travel outside the country, all I see is people cosplaying as me. I don't see people really being themselves. I see them trying to be us. And that goes from YT all the way down to black. When I'm traveling other cultures, I see them trying to get urban. I see them trying to talk with a black accent. I see them giving each other zap and bear hugs. I see them trying to talk and be because we're the most
Mute up.
influential people. That's what I see.
I agree with that. I
So
agree.
I don't see any.
But we had to still been
Ma'am,
here for thousands of
bless your
years, and we
heart.
still had
Yes,
to originate from somewhere.
exactly. But we're not African. That's all I'm trying to tell you, ma'am. You can say you're African, but I'm telling you, that's not true. There was no Africa thousands of years ago.
Well, the name wasn't then.
Right. So why would you
The
The
call
African
idea,
name
yourself
wasn't
sister,
then.
it
African?
sounds like what you want to go back to is Pangea
Yeah. So why
and
aren't you calling
say,
it
okay, it all
Pangea?
started right here, and then the society grew, and then the continent split. And what happens after that? Where are you from originally when we were all on one
Did you
land?
know that? Did you know that Africa and South America used to be connected? You
Yes,
used
I
to
do
be able
know
to
that.
walk from Africa and just walk right over into South America,
Yes, I agree. I agree.
or whatever it was called, Turtle Island,
Right, exactly.
uh,
Whatever it was called then. Yes,
Land. I mean, there's so many names. Ethiopia. It was all called.
yes.
I mean, so many names. So why would you just say Africa? Is all I'm saying.
Be,
Why not say
because
Tanzania?
because the terminology that we all use today. Now, I don't know exactly what the original name was thousands of years ago, but today, since we are
So just say
using that
this.
terminology,
So
Can I
just
ask
say
you a
this.
question?
We are
Can I
the
ask you a question?
original. We are the original people. If you just say that, that's better than saying we're African. We are just your grandmother was part of the original people.
okay. Well, again, where does the original people originated from?
It doesn't even matter because the original people spread out everywhere. Doesn't
And I
even
agree.
A
And you're absolutely
location
right.
is
We
one
spread it
thing,
everywhere.
a
Yes, we
people
did.
are another, correct?
exactly. It doesn't matter. The nomadic people spread out everywhere. So it doesn't matter where they came from. It matters where they're at today. Where the original people are at today, we're right here. We're foundational Black Americans here in America, living, thriving, doing what we can to make our life better than
So
it
let
was
me
yesterday.
Well, I'm gonna
let me
tell
ask
you
you a
my
question.
reasons
Let me
of
ask you a
saying
question.
that. And my reasons of saying that because, like I said, I've been sitting here listening to all of us be all the same race, and we're going back and forth with our own opinions. But to make things a little bit more smoother, us having our own opinions on, where we come from and all that, like you just said, to make today better for ourselves, in order for that to happen, we have to agree to disagree but still come together and make something happen. Now, us, marching and doing things like that, talking about things, but not actually putting things in perspective to make something happen for our culture. And yes, I do live in the United States, been living here over 50
Let
years.
me ask you a question, ma'am. So when you grew up, what did your parents teach you? Did they teach you about a specific country in Africa, or did they teach you
No,
about Indian ancestry?
no, just ancestry. Well, just my mom's, yeah, because she's from North Carolina.
So did she
But
teach you about Indian ancestry, or did she teach you about a country in Africa?
no, nothing about. I didn't learn a lot of any of that until I got older. Once I got to college, the doors was open to learning just about everything on
If
my
you don't
own.
mind me asking, what's
I
your
did not
age?
come from a home. I did not come from a
No, she
home
didn't. Her family
where
wasn't
my
the greatest
family
of
had
educated
money
in
and
that
things
time.
like that. No, I didn't
Okay.
have all that.
Okay.
So
Well,
again, I
if you don't
tell you
mind,
that my people were slaves, so they didn't have a lot of knowledge to give. I just told you my great aunt is still alive, is 106, and yes, she lived on the plantation. So
if you
they
don't mind
kept
me asking,
her
how old
and
are
her
you?
sisters and brothers from learning anything.
She's over
But
50.
what they did was originate up
It
here
makes a
from
difference.
Baltimore and the South and New York, and their children went to college and learned a lot of
Okay.
different things
Okay.
about
Ma'am,
So, so,
ma'am,
so, so let
can
me
I
say
ask you
this.
a question?
Hold on, real quick, Niche. So this is what happened. Okay. You're saying your family was slaves. So that's what they did. They stole your history from you, and then they gave you someone else's, and they told you
it.
you're African. They made them believe that they were African. Let me tell you what really happened. Your, I bet you she had colored on her birth certificate. Am I right?
Which one? My mom or my great aunt?
Your great
Your
aunt.
mom.
Well, there's nothing on my great aunts.
She had nothing. She had no
No,
classification on her
No,
birth
they
certificate.
weren't.
no,
They
cause
were not keeping records for black people
yeah,
back then.
no,
Yeah,
they
yeah, they
weren't.
The
were.
midwife,
Yeah, they
the
were.
Oh,
midwife
they
used to
were.
do.
They
Yeah,
Right. I'll
were.
say it like that. Correct. I'll
they
say
have.
it
Yeah,
like that.
they
I
have. There's
apologize.
right.
I
They have nothing back
oversimplified
then.
it.
But
So let,
my mom has colored on
okay, so let me tell you about the word colored. Okay, just so you can know. 90%, there's a 90% chance if they have the word colored and not Negro on there, they're indigenous. They are the copper colored people. They are they are Indians. They are
it.
American
Yeah,
Indians. If you have colored on your birth certificate, you've been misclassified. It's something called Virginia, the one drop rule. Remember Walter Plankard?
yes.
If they got one drop of Negro blood, they're all
Blood
Adamaha,
in
Negro.
it.
please mute your mic, Adamaha.
Oh,
I'm
please excuse me.
I'm gonna come to you right now, Adamaha. I'm gonna come to you right now. I apologize. But yeah, you're probably you're an American Indian, man. You're an indigenous copper colored race. Go look up the definition of American back in 1828 according to the Webster's Dictionary, and you're going to see in the Webster's Dictionary it says that American is aboriginal, indigenous copper colored races found here by Europeans. That's what you're classified as. That's you're really indigenous to this land. You're not even African. You're indigenous to the Americas, man. If you got colored on your birth certificate anywhere, 90% chance you're an American Indian and not
Okay,
African.
okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, Negro, see, there was two classifications for Negro. There was the American Negro, which is also the American Indian, and then there was the African Negro. They wouldn't need to specify African Negro versus American Negro if they were the same Negro.
And I got a question too about her. They said there's no you have no birth records of your parent?
Yeah, they do have a birth record. They do have a birth record of 100. I'm sorry, they do. I'm sorry, they do.
Yeah.
They
The
do.
Yeah.
midwives though, back in that time, the midwives reported it, but a lot of times it was not recorded in the record for the county that they were in.
Right.
The
Exactly.
only supporting document for what the midwives had was when they came around to do the census every 10 years.
Well, yeah, the
That's
census
it.
records, and plus they had the delayed birth certificates that came out after what, like 1905, somewhere around there. People applied, and
If the midwife's
If that
paperwork, if they
right,
could
if
find
that
the
we even
midwife
no,
paperwork,
you didn't
some of
need the
them.
midwife's
a lot
paperwork.
of the midwives weren't even around to
You
do
don't.
that.
Yeah, to clarify that, you didn't need no midwife to report that. What they did is they had their own documents, like their church records. They might have had a Bible.
Church
They
records,
had people.
right? Church
They had
records, yes.
they had their own
The
families.
Bibles, church
But
Bible.
They
those
self
were
certified.
primarily personal records that were kept, is what basically the overall census is. But
No,
official records, there would be very few.
no.
Well,
What I'm
I'm gonna
saying is,
tell you,
hold on.
my great aunt, she does not have
Hold on.
Okay.
So the thing
Okay.
is, to clarify that though, what they did is everybody that applied for that delayed birth certificate, they were self-reporting. They didn't have no official documentation. They had the Bibles from the churches. They had they had to report it themselves. And if they didn't apply, then that's the only way that they wouldn't have any record.
That's what she's saying, that they didn't, that her aunt, they didn't
one. Yeah,
have a
they did.
written record of her birth. And there are cases like that.
Yeah.
For the most part,
How did she
though,
get
they
by over
did
to
get
you?
caught up. They would catch them up, though. They would get them in the census. That's how you could find them.
Yeah.
When the Bible, the family Bible, or that record that they kept in the family Bible, which was very important. Well, that record was not available by the time that new way, like you're talking about, the retro, when they went back to try and secure these certificates of birth. A lot of what the midwives wrote. Think about this. They had to file them. They were supposed to file them with the county where the birth occurred. The county record, them clerks was real racist. A lot of that
Sure was.
information, but a lot of that information got either
Was
thrown away,
missing. Yep.
withheld, or hidden. And it
Yes.
did not get reported because they had to keep a certain number of people, white folks, on the record for voting purposes and other purposes
Yes.
other than that. So they weren't real forthcoming about, unless they had to, slaves, but this was after slavery. But even during slavery, they kept those records because they had to pay taxes. This is why they
Right.
did the 3/5 thing. I
And
mean,
I
it
think
all
that should
goes
start
back.
having it
But
wasn't
let me
until
go.
20.
I don't want to go back way back there, but I'm just saying that the record is possible that it got lost or that it didn't get recorded at all. That's all I'm saying.
Now, like my mom's birth certificate, it has the plantation that she was born on to this day.
They were considered Negro. They was Negroes, and if they were Negroes, then there's a possibility that they were reclassified Indian. And my grandfather told me that his grandmother was a Cherokee Indian. When we
Mine is
started going
Cherokee.
back to that, when we heard that the old folks knew who they were, they basically put that in us, even though it wasn't relevant at the time, and we didn't
Right.
know, and we were being our minds and information was being hijacked and rewritten. We had no idea that what they were saying, it didn't really hit us until here now, where we're realizing what the game was and that our history was hijacked and that we've been misinformed, just a whole 9 yards. Even when you went to college,
Yeah.
they didn't tell you everything. And then they said hide it in a book. But when you read the book was lying too. So,
Yes.
you
Very
know,
controversial. Yes.
our age group, I'm like you, I'm over 50, I'm 60, and we were just pretty much brainwashed and taught in them secondhand books and never looked around because we weren't taught to do that. And so now we're having to relearn and understand. I'm learning with the young people. I feel good. I'm on here a lot. My kids are on me about it, but this is the only way I can see that I can learn to teach my grandbabies. So, yeah.
Hey,
I agree with you.
Hey, let
I'm in
me.
the same boat with
May I
you.
say
And like
something?
I said,
Oh
just
yeah,
learning a lot from
yeah. Let me go
even,
back to the new
like I
people
said, I
real
have
quick.
relatives that are still alive today that are over 100 years old. She's not the only one. Her sister's 103. So my bloodline of people is, very good, but the history of what we come from, like you said, it has been
And
whitewashed
you're
and it has been
where are
erased.
you at, man? What state are you in?
I'm in the state of Maryland, but my folks are originated from down south.
Of course, of course. What area downtown?
North Carolina, South Carolina.
You're most likely Indian, man. You're most likely.
Got some
Well,
people in
my
the
great
background.
grandfather is
Y'all mute your
Cherokee.
mics.
Yusef, that's still you, brother.
Yeah, you said he's coming off the bus. Listen, you're most like, again, if you have colored on there. Now Negro, it can be interchanged. It could be African Negro, it could be American Negro, it could be American Creole. Those were the three classifications that they had, and then they instilled that if you got that one drop rule, and they said everybody's colored. So
And for the
if you
record,
got colors,
that
you know for
Creole,
sure that 90% of the there's a 90%, is a very, very high chance that you're indigenous Black American.
and for
Negro,
the
it could be African, it could be American. We don't know because they didn't say going with American Negro. They just start putting Negro. So it's up in the air, but most likely still, if you're Negro, you're an indigenous Black American also. You're still indigenous Black American also. Now, all that African ancestry, DNA cannot tell you what region of the earth you come from, but it can tell you who your parents are and who your cousins are. That's it.
Right.
If you don't have any living relatives today that puts you on another continent, you're not from that continent, man. There has to be a living relative from that continent when you do the DNA to know that you are connected to that continent. If you do your DNA and all you find is nothing but Black Americans here, which I've done that, and I found nothing but Black Americans here, it doesn't point to nothing in Africa, that means you're not from there. You're from here.
And just to rest your nerves. You're not the only one. All of us that are older, we were taught that, and we thought that was that. But not even them, the people, treated us like we were their brother or their sister. They basically told us we were not their brother and their sister, and they behaved accordingly for these many years. Now all of a sudden they want us to be kin to them because we are waking up and we're actually declaring our own nationhood and deciding that this is who we are, and it's bringing us blessing, and now we're being recognized, and the rest of the world is understanding what we've been through. And so there's some recognition in that as well. So we were taught something different, and now we're finding that a lot of what we have been taught was skewed, wasn't all the truth. And
Yeah.
so now that our children are seeking and digging up these records and pulling out these truths and going, we have to ride with them simply because this is their world now, and we have to
I
see
agree.
how we can help them and how we can help ourselves as well, because we still have a debt owed to us. So there's a lot going on with the truth. And if you know and you on this TikTok, you see a lot of crazy stuff. There's a
Yes.
lot of truth. There's a lot of
real
truth
quick,
being told, but there's a
quick.
lot of lying going on too now.
Okay,
Yes.
fam.
Okay,
May I
real
speak?
quick. Yeah, you're gonna speak right now, Ultima. Cousin and Fanny, I need y'all to run the panel. Run the panel. Let the new people speak. Ultima, go ahead and speak. Cousin and Fanny, y'all got the panel. Y'all got the live. Run the live, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Greetings to everybody here. First and foremost, I'm a Creek Indian from McIntosh County, Georgia. My family still has land down there to this day. I'm up in Jersey now. But I agree with the sister that's in her 60s. Please excuse me for not seeing your name because I'm multitasking. I'm still at work. But I literally remember hearing about anything African from school. That I remember the day when Roots came out. I remember it. I remember how all the children felt and confusion and some anger back then. I remember literally the day when going to school after the movie came out, the series, because everybody was watching it. So fast forward, because of situations like that, I'm thankful that I came in contact with the Moors. Let me explain, please. Is because I started learning civics and understanding how important language is in this country. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I want everybody here to write this down,
please consider performing your own due diligence so you can use it also too. Because when somebody comes and says they're African anything, and even though, like the sister said, we learned multitude of things, asparago, Vespucci, and all that other kind of stuff. Africa, whatever names they said that the name, the term originated from. I'm saying to you that when you go to another country or you deal with any countries or they all come together, countries, they deal with law. Okay, that's the first and foremost thing. This is why they separated the books here. They gave us the English version in the dictionaries for the general public. And I'll give you the definition at law. It means the vast multitude, the ignorant, the credulous, the unthinking, those who do not stop to analyze when making purchasing decisions, but are governed by general practices and appearances. That's the actual definition in the book. Okay, so they gave that book to us, but then when you go to court or when you get pulled over by a cop or when you want to enforce anything, constitutions, anything like that, they use law dictionaries. So me understanding this, I wanted to look up the definition of African because I wanted to know what it meant at law. The word doesn't exist. But I learned from an elder, etymologically speaking, that when you look for a word and you can't find it, you break it down to its prefix and suffix. So I looked up the word can first because that's what I was close to in the dictionary. Found out that can means to enable the law to have a right to. And then it says period. So obviously one would assume to do whatever they want to do. So let's hold on to that and let's go to Afri. Went to find Afri. The word doesn't exist. AFRI. But there is a word AFFRI, Afri. So I said, well, that's not the way it's spelled, but let me go ahead and read it. Beast of the plow, farm animal, working mule, bullock of the plow. So, yes, exactly. So let me tie it together. So I was about to give up, but I learned that when you're studying definitions in a law dictionary, you got to read the entire definition, even if it's 2 pages, because they literally hide things. Why, family, at the end of the definition in fine print, it was smaller than the words in the actual beginning of the definition. It said AFFRI or AFRI, meaning that they're synonymous. So let's ask ourselves rhetorically a question. Where and who gave us the term African? Who called us that? Because it wasn't no melanated people. I know that for a fact. Secondly, the term was applied to the continent over there and applied to quote unquote melanated peoples over here. So when you put it all together, if you have, Dred Scott, 3/5 less than, if you have an animal that does nothing for you but work, what would you call that? A slave. You see? So all that other vernacular doesn't matter because what they really truly from their heart intended for words to understand and mean is in the law dictionary. And they kept revising them. So you want to get a 4th edition or first Black's Law, Bouvier's, and you start looking up the words there because the spelling is the same, but the definitions are different. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that going. I'm gonna start driving, but I wanted to ask y'all because I only heard foundational Black American, foundational Black Americans from TikTok. I didn't do any research on it, and this is the second time I heard a panel using the terminology. So I'm gonna land the plane and I'm gonna listen to y'all break it down for me. Give thanks. I love y'all all. Have a beautiful day.
So you want to know what FBA is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the idea, the concept of foundational Black Americans is that we're indigenous to the building of this nation. Now, we have had an ethnogenesis within our own particular group. There's nobody else on the planet that can say that they've gone through and or experienced anything other than what we have experienced. They have migrated to this nation and used its laws, practices, principles, and culture to advance themselves at our expense. Now, we have issues with those who we classify as tethers because they have come out and worked against our ultimate goal, which is reparative justice from the United States of America. I hope that helps classify a little bit for you. Fanny, you want to say something, baby?
Yeah, I was going to say the definition derived recent. This is a recent in the last 7 years that we developed this new identity, and it sprang out of the ADOS movement, which started out as a reparations movement to bring attention and also get support and also push for uh, the descendants of American chattel slaves to get the reparations that we've been fighting for over 100 years, ever since the actual cessation of the actual institution itself. And FBA was the 𝗔𝗯ance𝘂𝘁, he penned that because the ADOS, which started it out, then there was a break in the leader. Well, actually, he never was part of that. He started his own, and the more the merrier, basically, because I mean you couldn't have enough people saying the same thing. However, foundational Black America weathered the storm of we had to go through the negativity, and then C-19 hit, and then everybody had a chance to be at home to actually examine these movements just to see how we plan to be identified. So when we start pushing and getting some support, and it was actually building into a big huge movement, and it was nationwide, then that's when you start getting people in telling you, well, you probably have the numbers, but you got to be a nation, or you got to have this. Now they was telling us all the criteria that we never heard before when we were pushing for reparations. Now you got to have all these things, you got to be all these things. FBA stepped up and said, to hell with that, we don't have to be none of these things, we already all those things, basically. And 𝗔𝗯ance𝘂𝘁 then started a movement. He had already had a following from his colors. He had he had
series.
he had a series, yeah. He had a series, and he was doing like 14, or he was doing the history that had not been taught in the schools, and he had made a good following and good videos and movies and stuff, and people were following him. So he didn't just come out of left field. He basically had done the scholarship.
Yeah.
So FBA sprang out of that, foundational Black Americans, as opposed to just saying the descendants of slaves. He basically said, we are foundational to this land. And then that is when the actual scholarship in earnest began. Because now you got the new Black media springing up, Vicky Diller. Then you have B1 coming out of Black Truth, Professor Black Truth, Black First, B1. They all started educating, okay? So that's basically how FBA came about, is that he said, we are foundational to this land. We are linked to this land. We belong at this land. And then that took away just being a descendant of a slave. It actually gave place to a movement, and it was actually justifying, not vilifying, but actually justifying the truth about our history. If that makes any sense. And I know that was a long way around, but I just needed to.
Let me simplify it. It comes from Dr. Claude Anderson, and he called us Native Black Americans. All Tariq did was he put the foundation on it and made it stronger. We had to separate ourselves from African Americans because we figured out that people were coming here and they were riding under the African American coattail, taking our resources, undermining us, and there was no way for people to say who's indigenous to this land, who's part of the lineage, and who's not. Because even African, even Caribbeans were coming over here, calling themselves African Americans when it suited them. So once we put the foundational piece on there, there's no if, and, or buts. You cannot misconstrue that. You cannot get that wrong. You cannot misclassify. If you say I'm a foundational Black American, you know exactly the people they're talking about. They're talking about the people who are indigenous to the United States, not an African American from Africa, not an African American from the Caribbean. We have separated ourselves. We have delineated ourselves. That's why we put the foundational Black American. Anybody come over and say I'm Black because they have skin color like us. Anybody come over and say I'm African American because they come from Africa or they come from the Caribbean. But when you say I'm a foundational Black American, you are making a stance. You are saying I'm part of a specific lineage that went through chattel slavery here in this country, went through Jim Crow in this country, that stood on business and fought in every single war in this country, that that stood on business in the civil rights era, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. We are those people when you say foundational Black American. You can't get that wrong. I just want to come in and say that. I'll let the panel continue. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yusuf, go on, brother. You've been waiting very patiently.
Okay, thank you very much for letting me on. Okay, you know, brothers and sisters, I want to say this to the whole panel. We are the indigenous people. Anywhere on the planet Earth, we have always been. We have to stop focusing on the outside of what they're doing. What are we going to do? We have to stand up, stand out, speak up, and speak out, and start demanding, not asking, demanding what is rightfully belong to us anyway. We chucking and jiving, we're marching and talking and preaching and all this, but there's nothing being done. We're going to have to stop being cowards. Step up to the plate. When things are wrong, speak out speak out against it if it's wrong. No matter if I have to, like, I'm not going to die on my knees. I'm going to stand on my feet as a man. And for my sisters out there, my queens out there, y'all are a foundation that we are needed for our children, to educate them. Stop letting the others educate them. We have to start educating ourselves, supporting ourselves, finding how, go back to the old way. Farming. There's nothing wrong with farming and supporting our farmers, you know, and finding out where we are at in these supermarkets, Walmart. Some Black people have petitions in Walmart that they own products that we can start buying. So we can build. We don't have a Walmart. We don't have a Price Chopper. So where are these places where we're going to shop for healthy food? I just wanted to say a little bit quick. We have to really focus on one primary goal. We say we want freedom, we have to take it. Just like they took us and put us in captivity, we have to take our freedom. Peace and love to each and every one, and I love y'all. Thank you for letting me share.
There you go. My only
Too much. Make me a mod again. Too much. Make me a mod again.
My only addendum I would add to you, brother, is that we might not. What we're doing, the thing that we should be doing, we're doing right now. These panels, us coming together and getting on code. That's the thing that we're doing right now. Can you think of a time in our history when we've done that before?
Yes.
Hear what I'm saying, people?
Also,
I understand the other movements. I understand the other movements have occurred, but there was never the amount of communication that we could have with each other that there is today. And that's what the thing is. That's what's moving. That's what's moving us forward.
Hold on real quick, cousin. Fanny, you're already a mod. You never not been a mod. You're already a mod in here. So
I don't know. I guess maybe I just need. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but that's okay because I just had somebody I was gonna get out of here, but they already got them out of here, so we're fine.
You're already a mod, so you have all the privileges. I just checked right now. Okay, carry on. Sorry about that.
What are we
That would be my only thing that I would say to you. Say it again.
I would like to know what are we going to plan for Juneteenth.
Hello. I would think that's a regional act. I would think that it's going to be a regional thing. But for me personally, I would think given the climate, I'm not necessarily for us being out in public and doing anything because it's just going to invite antagonism, which would then require retaliation.
Hold on real quick. Yosef, brother, cousin, you don't have to. I can tell by the way you're talking, you're not plugged into the grassroots movement. Okay, we actually have a grassroots media, and if you're plugged in, you can be on code with the people and what we're doing. Cousin, let everybody know what the grassroots media is and how to get plugged in, so they don't know, so they don't act like, because we're not. Nobody's fearful here. Maybe in the past that may have been true, but people have been stepping up and saying, "Okay, we actually have things in motion right now that people just don't know about." So get him up to
Okay.
speed. Get him up to speed real
Let me
quick.
give
All
it to
right.
you,
I
brother.
just want to say this. I'm in Albany, New York. So give me some grassroots of Albany, New York
Let me
area.
give you, brother, because it's what you're going to have to do. You don't have to go nowhere right now. What you need to do is check out the New Black Media. They are on YouTube. Professor Black Truth does a Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. approximately, moment of truth. The Black Authority does a weekend call-in show at approximately 8, 9 o'clock every weekend. Call in anywhere from around the world. You got questions, you got issues, bring them to them. But don't come weak because the brothers don't play. Obviously, we're going to add in Tariq Nasheed as one of those voices. Vicky Dillard, Toria Rain, Afro Elite, Phil Scott, and a host of other brothers and sisters are out here keeping everyone on code because this is the point that we're trying to get to. If we
Yourself, mute
have
your
the
mic.
ability,
Yourself, mute your mic.
with keeping the New Black Media is helping to keep the black grassroots on code. You want to know how to fertilize that soil so that your child will come up under the proper tutelage? This is where you get it. It's going to help you and I and us grow and move forward. I call it the B1 Brigade. You don't have to do nothing. It's a mental brigade. But as soon as you get the mental brigade, you'll see what's happening. You know what to do.
Excuse me. Hello, how you
Yes,
doing?
sir.
So LBA is an understanding, then like an organization is an understanding.
There is no organization, brother. We are a lineage.
That's what I'm saying, an understanding. It's an understanding
An
of who you
understanding is
are.
not a lineage. An understanding is a belief.
No,
A
no, no.
lineage is a
No, no.
bloodline.
Okay. Wait. As somebody slow, talk to somebody slow. That mean hold the semantics. That mean let's not play with words, guys. What
I
I'm
didn't think I
saying
was.
is
Okay.
the understanding that hey, your family been here for the foundation of America. Let's throw away all the side stuff because a lot of people claim Hebrew Israelite, claim to come from Africa, claim to be Moors, claim all this. Let's throw all that away. You are foundational to America with the slavery, with your family going through suffering, and people is coming here trying to reap the benefit. That's the understanding I want y'all to understand. Kind of like that.
Yes, sir.
That's that. Thank you.
We're not
Thank
throwing. We're
you.
not throwing nobody away
Right.
though.
I was
No,
gonna say
wait,
no, but we're
You,
I'm just
right.
trying to. I'm
yeah,
just trying to
we're not throwing
understand. I'm not
nobody
trying to
away.
Right.
belittle
Right.
nobody.
You can have your personal
You be who you be.
ideology.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Have
what I'm
that.
saying. That's what I'm
But
saying.
when it comes to the bloodline FBA, yeah, that is who we are. Because I keep it in the simplest terms for myself.
Yeah.
I'm not an immigrant. My family weren't immigrants. Period.
Yes, because my family wasn't immigrants either. My father was born 1920. So
I got you, brother. I hear you.
so
What? Yeah, you got it.
so
You
in the
got it
time
pretty much. You
I'm
pretty
from
much got it.
Louisiana.
Oh
So
yeah,
a lot of
definitely.
things I had to realize later on, like the word Creole, somebody mentioned early. That don't mean mixed people. A lot of people get the word Creole mixed up. It don't mean mixed people. That's
Correct.
mean the colonizer, the French, they are the Creole. It Creole or Criollo is for the people who born here, like Native American. That terminology mean the European who been here doing colonization, uh, not the immigrants that came later on. You see what I'm saying?
Well, we consider that to be autochthonous or indigenous. The one we're talking about.
Like
Autochthonous mean we are connected to
yeah.
this
That's
land.
why. That's
Right.
why it's not.
That's us here.
Yeah, that's why it's not good to use the word Native American because Native American was used for the English
Well, we talking
Protestant.
about indigenous. Indigenous, we going back further than native. We
No,
talking about
no. What I'm meaning is Native
tied to the
American is
land.
not for black people or for
No,
the people. It's for the white
you can
people.
say it. You can say native if you want to, but it ain't gonna change who we are. It's
No,
not gonna stop
it's
what it is.
not you. A Native American is not you. A Native American is a white person.
Yeah, that's the other people.
That's what
That's the
I'm saying.
Siberian. That's the when they came across the straits.
Native American is the same thing as Creole.
They
That's
came.
that's what I'm saying. Native American is the same thing as Creole. Words that got lost through time that it mean the European. So
We get what
certain
you're saying, brother. But yes,
so
you
certain
are
words
on
they
you're on
use
the right
today.
proper plane and ability to your understanding, as you say, our understanding is on the same level, brother.
Yeah.
We get it.
So what I had to realize that a lot of the stories that they was telling us is lies, the changing of our names, the changing of our identity, because they want people to usurp the the name that they gave us now, African American, because people who come in here now is from all over the world, and people can use that, especially people from North Africa
Oh
and
no,
many
they can
places.
still use the term. They just can't use the term FBA.
Yes, facts. So that's good that that term actually exists, because it really separate people who actually been here during the suffering than people who came later on from like Jamaica, the islands and stuff. Yeah, the islands been through slavery, but they have their own nation to actually push for their own reparation.
Hmm.
We need the people to focus on us here in America.
Exactly. And that's what we're trying to do, and that's what the delineation is for.
Okay,
It's
thank
why
you.
they're getting so upset. Why are you all delineating? How come we can't all be one? Because we are owed these monies right here, and y'all can't get none of this money. Now, you have been wronged, and we wholeheartedly acknowledge that you were wrong. But you have to go address the nation that wronged you. And you can't come over here and get in the way of us addressing the nation that wronged us. And that's what we're getting up out the paint.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest argument right
Uh,
there.
that's kind of interesting, because it also kind of like in my mind frame, like if 40 acres, the 40 acres part, like if they give with the population of African American, I'm not going with statistics here. So just say the population they give from, you would say Carolina to Georgia. They give all them states hypothetically. I'm not pushing
Right.
for it.
They give each and every black person their 40 acres
Yes,
through that
and
particular region of the country.
yeah, in that region. So now, if that's possible, it would be kind of not corrupt, kind of dangerous at first, because you're gonna have people like, hey, what about these outsiders? Can we allow them to come in to live in this new nation or whatever? If autonomy nation that allow African Americans to have an autonomy
Well, the
region.
idea is no matter what happens, we're going to have to get if that were to happen,
Yeah,
then our business community will be able to get some proper elected officials to go represent us to the nation.
yeah,
Then that business community could support that politician. So that politician would have to be very cognizant of the people that put him in power. You have to be very aware of that. Right now, the politicians who are in power, they don't have the threat of losing the financial backing from the black community, particularly from the FBA community. So they don't worry about it. They come out here and they sell symbolism to you and us and say, how come y'all ain't buying this no more? Didn't this holiday work for y'all? That wasn't enough for y'all? Y'all got a holiday where everybody get the day off with pay along with you. That didn't work for y'all?
Hell no, it
And
didn't
you
work for us because
and
it's
right and
everybody else.
expect us to
Everybody wasn't no slave.
right and expect us to be like, well, yeah, that'll work. No, it's not gonna work. Don't know why you would think it. Oh, the
No.
only reason you would think it would work is if you think we're that freaking stupid.
Just like the welfare.
Mm, again, they project us as the major recipients, and we know it's not us.
Absolutely.
Okay, but those are the only faces that they always put out there. But when you find these major crimes that have been committed against the food stamp, it's not black folks doing that.
But that's what they portray.
Right. See, I can only look at Mr. Favre, the quarterback guy. You had no problem taking money from the poorest in society, in your city, in your state. You had no problem taking money from them so that your daughter could have a new gym.
And then told the people to shut up about it when they did find out.
Right.
Shut
And
down
still
the
ain't in
whole-
jail? And still
ain't
ain't done
in
no
jail.
kind of penance?
And it's
Yep.
welfare fraud. Big time. I mean, millions of dollars.
But to tell us we ain't got no money. Well, go figure.
Right. That part.
We can't. Why are people still hungry? Because you got people doing this.
Hmm.
And none of those people that are doing that is us.
And
None
how
of them.
is it that those narratives carry so well in our community and not in others?
Right.
But when we start talking about positive things, it don't carry well in our community.
Right. Exactly.
They don't ever want to optimize the genius. They don't ever want to optimize the scholarship, the intelligence, the intellectual property. There's no acknowledgement for that. They just pretty much, yeah, we know you did it, but shut up about it and keep it moving.
Right.
Pretty
Exactly.
much. But when they do a little something, it's all over the damn news.
Oh my
We got
God.
to sit up there. They done made a movie about it. We got to remember back, and then you got to memorize. You got to remember 20 years from that day what happened on that. I mean, all kinds of. But we can't have a little something, but without somebody else saying, "Oh, you don't want us to be part of." Oh, you're acting like you're over. You gatekeeping. You black people it's always something. Like one lady told me, it's always something with y'all. I say, ma'am, ma'am, because there's always something with y'all.
Right.
They got a video going around TikTok right now. It says you never have to worry about being alone. It's gonna always be somebody watching you. Then they put the white folks up there looking at them in the damn movie, in the video. You just looking. What you looking
All
for?
Becky's.
Back to what we're talking about though is, and it's important, and I'm thankful cousin brought that out because some of that stuff I had to. I'm gonna put that in my book because I didn't know some of that, but. It's important that we are all together here. It don't matter where we from. It don't matter where we from. It don't matter if you say you're a Jew or you say you're this or you say you're that. At the end of the day, if them people decide like they did during slavery, they didn't care if they were indigenous to this land or from some other land. They didn't care if they were black royalty. They didn't give a damn. They classified you as a slave, took your land, and put you on the plantation. Period.
Yep.
That's what it was.
And
So
that's what they're trying to do again today.
Yes, absolutely. We are now standing together saying we know that play. We know the play. We know what genocide is. We fit all 7 criteria that they determine, which is that constitute genocide. What's happening to us here in this country is genocide. And everybody knows it. But people are slow to move for us. Because when they move for us, we start moving on our own. We thank you for the help, but we're not going to just let this die. This is our existence. And we are fighting for survival like everybody else now. And so now we have to gatekeep. Now we have to organize. Now we have to determine the best way forward because we got children. We got grandchildren. Our posterity is important. Our existence in this nation is important. Our sacrifices to this nation, they matter. All of these sacrifices that have been made, whether we gave them or they were taken, they matter. And so we have to say foundational Black American, because then it constitutes what happened. It loops everybody that's in that, included in that, because it didn't stop with slavery, and it didn't stop with Jim Crow, and it didn't stop with the civil rights. It's still going on right now.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what
It's
we
just
trying
being
to get.
reclassified. That's all it's
That's
been,
it.
people. It's just
That's all it's been.
reclassified.
Yep,
We know
that's
that's what
all.
it is.
It's
I say
still going
everything
on
is
right
being
now. Our babies
reclassified.
are
Yes, it
still being
is.
shot dead
Yep.
unalived industry. Our things, our situation is not improved. Now they talking about taking away Section 8 and food and SNAP and all those benefits. Now they looking at the Black community saying, what y'all Negroes gonna do now? We looking
Right.
back telling them, hell, we ain't on that.
And don't
Right.
forget about affirmative action that they took away.
They took.
Yep.
And then the
They took it, and we
black
still
sisters are the
here. We're
biggest
And we
still
ones
still
existing.
striving.
being fired in the communities. We're the biggest ones that are being fired.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
that's the key.
106,000 Black women lost their jobs this month.
Yes.
Right.
106,000?
Absolutely.
A friend of mine worked for the federal. Yep. She lost hers.
They
Yeah,
gone.
Worked
yeah,
all
that's
many years, and they just took it right from her.
but that's the key though.
Because the idea
Everybody.
was to hurt us in every way possible. Go ahead, King.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was just going to say that's the key anyway. It doesn't matter what they do to us. And the person who just said we still here, they've done everything to us and we still here. That's why I keep trying to tell people, when they keep on talking about who's in office, who's leading, it don't matter to us because we're still survivors. Like I said before, if everything hits the fan, we're not always organized, but we will come together. You know what I'm saying? We come together just like it's almost like we're on code anyway. When we will
Excuse
come
me a sec,
together, we
King.
support.
Excuse me a sec, King. Too much. If you're listening, can you bring up Monique? Or Fanny, if you know how to bring up Monique, that'd be cool
Well,
too.
my Mars ain't,
There we go.
it ain't acting
There we
right.
go.
Okay,
She up.
there you go.
That's what we
Okay.
need. All right, go ahead, King. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
But I just wanted to say we're always going to survive. We always have and always will. But what I wanted to say, because I heard the guy earlier was talking, I kind of came in on what he was talking about earlier. And what I wanted to say, when I was in school, right? When I was in school, that I always fought the teachers because I knew my history back then. And what people don't realize, a lot of the history that they tell is the real history, but is either white tea washed. I guess I could say it like that. It's either white tea washed or they replaced the people. Because when I was growing up, you had Crispus Attucks, but they don't talk about him, which happens to be the coin that Too Much uses, right? They don't talk about him, and they used him as his father, and his people were Englishmen. The same way Robert Jenkins was. Robert Jenkins, the guy they had go over, Joseph Robert Jenkins, the guy they had go over to Liberia. You know what's so funny when they tell the story back then in the books that we had? They said he was an English Anglo-American, but then they said his mother was their family was free blacks, right? Just to show you how they play with words and twist everything around. So they said his mother was a free woman of color, but likely African descent. And that's when you know where you'll see certain problems in the story that they tell. And then they'll say, well, that was rarely heard of in the early 1800s, right? But a lot of these books that I grew up with was calling people Englishmen. And they came out of Anglo-America, but then they started switching and saying they're Anglo-African American. That's how you know somebody switched it around a little bit later. They do the same thing with ancestry. Some lady's mother was white tea on her. She was free, and white tea on her genealogy at first. And then when she passed away, it was changed. It was changed to Negro. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah,
So a
brother.
lot of this stuff
We are well aware.
they're changing a lot of this stuff on the fly. So you got to be careful and watch. And like I said, when I was growing up,
the first time we ever talked about Africa was after Roots came out. Not saying that they weren't saying stuff about it politically, but I'm saying in the late 70s, they did their job when they put that program on. Because like the guy said earlier, it had people feeling some type of way after that came out. And that's the only time we spoke about it, because in those days, only thing you knew about Africa, I'll say it all the time, is when you had a TV show called Tarzan, and you had shows like these are real old shows like Shirley Temple, and they showed Africans on there, and they showed them as wild people. So we didn't never even associated ourselves with that back then. You know what I mean? So a lot of people try to read books and talk about it, but when people who were there, who had their feet on the ground, know that, you know, we never talked about Africa, and our families never talked about Africa. Is it some people who have Africans in their family? Yeah. So we can't, you know what I mean? So everybody has their own story. But a lot of us never, not my grandparents, not my mother, they never talked about no Africa. We only knew it when after Roots came out. I just wanted to land there, tell you how just show you how a lot of the stories are real stories. Even when you look at some of the old movies, you'll see we were always clean. We were always dressed to the T. And if you look at shows
when they
like,
go back and if they looking at American culture and who we were and how they emulated or what we were, because we dressed nicely.
Yes.
When we were dressing in shirts and ties and suits, they were still having certain devices put in churches.
Right.
This is when this was going on. Now that's what was going on, and how they've always tried to undermine us. So the idea that, again, they're always watching, they always listening, they always checking. I say it like this again: every ology they use and apply against us.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is you have to be smarter than the ologies that they're studying. Right. You have to overcome those ologies, which is part of the power and the beauty of who we are.
Right. Everything is right.
We can't get tired of doing right.
Yeah, but that's all due to genetic survival. That's the bottom line. Genetic survival. The only way they're going to have that genetic survival is to study us. And they've been doing it for years.
Right.
Studying us is one thing. Being us is very different.
Absolutely.
Either which way, we are a study to them regardless of if they're us or not. They have enough of our heritage, our ethnicity. They have enough of our history more than we do. And the bottom line is it's about surviving to the next level, the next world. And the bottom line of that is the things that you guys are talking about was all systemically placed in order for them to have that genetic survival, right? So if we really want to pay attention to the bigger picture, that's the bigger picture. Genetic survival. The only way they're going to survive is to study us, because we have the genes in order to survive through the world, because we are the ones who will live forever and live on. But the reason why I believe we're in this position, because we're not focusing on the bigger picture, the destination at the end of the road. We're so busy worried about the steps and the obstacles right in front of us that we don't see the bigger picture, right? The welfare, the EBT, the projects, the hospitals, the police, all that stuff is all tied to keep us in line, like an experiment. Projects, all that, we're just lab rats, right? The moment we start to understand that it's about our genetics, we have the code with the abortion, the smortions and all of those things, that's all for the genetics, right? They do that for a reason, right? They put that out there to say it's okay to have smortions, so that way they can get the fetuses, they can get all that stuff, so they can use that in order to make sure that they can have the same genes and the same things implemented in them that's within us. But we overlook that stuff thinking that they have our better interests. And that's where we fail. We have to realign, especially as BLK men, we have to realign, reevaluate ourselves, and put a structure in place so that way we can be protected. And whoever comes, whoever don't, we keep them out.
Right. I want to piggyback a little bit off what you're saying.
I want on the black market for only $600 an ounce.
Hold on, Bob,
and they
where
get
you
it
been at,
from
bro?
them.
Where you been at, brother?
Too much. What's good, Brody?
What's good with you, man? Where you been at, brother? Why you been hiding, man?
Hey, man, you know you got to stay undercover out here, man.
Well, I hear you, brother, but that was some game that you just said right there, brother. I hope everybody understood what the brother was saying right now.
too much. A lot of
I
people don't
was about to
understand.
say something about it too.
Real quick. A lot of us don't understand because we're so focused on what we believe is our best interest as individuals. We don't see it as a collective thing, as a unity thing, as one unit together, right? And that's the problem. We so focused on, well, I got mine, you better get yours, thinking that when we get up
Exactly.
top, we're gonna have a different result when we reach the top, right? Because we want to show to them that we're different as an individual instead of understanding that this is a collective effort, right? And they're going to use us in order to keep us in that space, and we will do it, right?
Yeah.
And that's the issue, right? We will sit up there and put ourselves in that position thinking that we're going to show them we can do this, we can play their game and reach to the top and be successful, not knowing that you just gave them all your goodies, right? You
Yes.
go to the institutions, you get indoctrinated, and you think that, okay, I made it. But all you did was dilute yourself and put yourself in a position to be used even more than those who are out here at the bottom, right? If we collectively come together from the bottom and take it out from the foundation, the game is over, right? If we stop working these organizations, if we stop celebrating their holidays, if we stop spending our money in their stores, if we stop doing these things collectively, game is over. But because we refuse to do that, trying to uphold a house and a mortgage and the bills, right? That's their system that we keep feeding, right? We're bleeding ourselves right into them, right? We go to these hospitals, be okay when they get these degrees, they go into their organizations thinking that they made it, not knowing that you're being used, right? So and that's the issue. The moment we as BLK men say, look, we out and out, we reinventing ourselves, we separating ourselves, going somewhere else and doing our own thing, you'll see how things change. But the moment that people say that we're not going to do that, that's when it's game over. So in my opinion, too much, I got plans going on, brother. I'm still orchestrating. That's why I haven't been online, but I got things pushing, and I'm working by myself, and I'm talking to some people. I got people
You gotta
lined up.
tap in more, brother. You gotta tap in more, brother.
I
Because
got you. I got things lined up, and don't worry, I got you on my list. We're gonna get some things handled, but I'm a little bit tougher than most people, and it ain't gonna be easy, even for our own people. I'm gonna be on people's. I'm gonna keep my foot on their neck, so we know that it ain't no game, because I ain't playing.
That's right. So
Let me say
what do I
this too
always?
much.
Okay, go ahead, real quick, King.
Let
Let
me,
me say
let
this
me,
real quick, King. What I've
I
always
want to.
tried to teach the family, real quick, King. What I've always tried to teach the family is we gotta get our own system. What do I keep trying to point y'all to? What is the holy grail right now? The system that we can dominate in and get and come out of the system that of the mortgage, of the banking, of all that. I keep pointing y'all to the blockchain, brother. Y'all need to pay attention. Start doing your homework on blockchain technology. That is our freedom. Once we build our system on the blockchain technology, we can 100% fully come out of the system that we're in that's oppressing us, which is this banking, industrial, whatever. And that's all I want to say. Baba is absolutely correct, brother. You got to tap in with us on the Discord, brother. You got to get an invite to the Discord. You got to come in. We got to start having a real conversation, but off the platform. So hit me up in the back channel, brother. I'm gonna send you an invite to the Discord. Go ahead, King. Sorry about
But
that.
too much.
I wanted to
I tried
say.
that
I wanted to say
blockchain,
what he.
and what was done to me, I invested a little over $1,000, and I'm telling you, I got taken to the cleaners, and I said to myself, I said, why? I don't trust them. You see, because our people need something and someone we can rely on. Because my funds had went from that amount to 40 some $1,000. And when I tried to extract my funds, because it was over a certain period, I think it was a little over 6 months, I was played. And whoever the person was, oh, I can do this for you, I can do that for you. And then they took my funds. And I reported them because that was just insane. I mean, I don't mind investing in blockchain or anything else because it's my working hard earned dollars. But we need, as a people, someone and companies we can rely on.
What
You
you
see,
need to
there's a
do is
lot of
due diligence on
scamming
the
out there,
platform. You need
and
to do due
people are
diligence.
resistant to invest because of that reason.
Man,
And I think that you bring
starts
up a
with due
valid
diligence.
point. Too much.
I
We
think.
can't hardly hear you too much. Wait a minute, y'all.
Okay,
Too
sorry.
much. We can't hardly hear you. That's why they talking over you because
Okay.
it's muffled.
Sorry. Can you hear me
And
now?
y'all let King Hawk
There you
speak
go.
because
Yeah.
King Hawk was waiting. Let
Let King
King
House speak.
speak.
But you got to do your due diligence on the blockchain. Do not do nothing. See, instead of relying on others, do what you can do. Do your due diligence on understanding what the blockchain technology is, and everything else. You'll understand what's real and what's not. But you got to do your. I always tell people, do your due diligence. Don't skip that step. Don't trust other people to read the Bible for you. Read it for yourself and get the jewels and nuggets yourself. That way you can empower yourself. And then when somebody does give you advice, you can know what is you can use your discernment at that point, and you know what is good and what is not good. Go ahead, King. Sorry about that, brother.
No, that's all right. Now, I just wanted to piggyback a little bit what the brother was saying. He was saying some good stuff, but this is my thing. I keep saying to people, our people do support each other. There's a lot of
We do.
black. We have a lot of black entrepreneurs out here. What it is this, and all of these things are real simple fixes because I didn't seen it from all angles. But the thing is what I'm saying is, you have so many entrepreneurs right now, and all it is due to ignorance. It depends where you're at. So some people are going to speak on it. Some people are going to speak on a different way because they have no clue. But if you get around enough other entrepreneurs, they share the game with you. You know what I mean? You get around the right people, you share the game, and that's what people are doing now. We have so many African American restaurants. We got people who have farms, and I try to post them as much as I can because this to show you like how much we're really growing. We have more entrepreneurs. It's crazy, but it's a matter of you getting around the right people. Sometimes people are in their own bubble. So when you're in your own bubble, you're only going to talk about the gloom and doom part of it. It's a lot of people out here that's actually doing work. And I'm not talking about politicians. I'm just talking about regular people just like us who are becoming entrepreneurs because they knew they had to click up with another person. And you start clicking
There are a
up with these
number.
people. Right.
There are a number of good people out here who are starting grocery stores, black-owned grocery stores. They're
And
not
malls.
convenient to maybe where you live. But if you are really down with your people, you go take that extra 5 miles.
But that's
it ain't
where it
gonna be that
starts.
bad. This ain't nothing but it's a couple of songs.
And ain't that where it starts? I said this.
Can
I
I
said this
jump
before.
in
I
right
said
there?
this before. I said this starts in your own communities.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, as a whole, if something happens, and I'm going to use something, I'm not saying this is the greatest thing, but just to show you, when they had that 1,000,000-man march, everybody came from every city, because we thought we were participating in something that was for us. So we do come together.
It was a
We
beautiful
have
thing.
people who have restaurants that have become millionaires. We have people who are in music industry and even in the actor industry. Like you just seen this movie Sinners. That's all black. It was the top box office seller. How do we get to be the top box office if we ain't supporting it? Because other people don't support us. Other people don't walk into our stores and restaurants unless they're curious, just to go in and taste. They want to taste the soul food and see what it's about. But nobody, this is an easy fix to me, okay? Because if those people don't come in your store and support your store, but every time these people move in with a food truck or whatever, we're curious of their food too. But we're the one that's supporting them because we are the majority of the people. If we don't support any of those food trucks or any of their stores, they will not survive in our neighborhood. But because it's that one store, because it's that one mama or papa store that's on that corner, or that one Chinese store that's in that corner, I don't even know why you would even trust them, because they take the chicken out the package,
all right,
throw it
no,
in
too
some
far.
seasoning,
Can I say something on this?
and
Can I
throw it
say
in a fryer.
But we
Why
must
would you eat
hold
it?
those accountable who steal and
Can
who
I
come
jump
in
in?
and want to
Give me a
perpetuate
second, African. I'm gonna
violence
let you
in
come
our
up in a second.
stores.
Say that again.
We must hold those accountable who come into the stores and want to steal or perpetuate violence. We have to take them aside and tell them, look, this is not the way. We are a people who are moving up. We have to get beyond this. This is your brother. This is your sister. This is something we should not do to each other.
But we used to patrol our communities.
Oh yes, we
We
did.
used to,
That's coming back now. That's
A
coming
lot of
back more and
patrol
more.
them.
Surely did.
the things
We
that were
got it.
successful before are now being, we understand that from a historical perspective, that there are certain things that are already available to us that I believe that we are reviewing from the past and saying, you know what, those are frameworks that did work, policing our communities, making sure that we are able to buy from our own people. But I want to say one thing. I think that we all, I think Too Much does always have a great point in reference to, blockchain, the technology that aligns with it. But the biggest piece that we have to do as individuals, we need to be accountable to ourselves. And when I say accountable to ourselves, what is your particular personal vision? What exactly is it that you want to do within your own self or within your own home? Do you want to be an entrepreneur? Do you want to work for someone? If you want to work for someone, is it that you want to partner with someone? And then we have to start there, because one of the things that you can't do, you have to understand current state before you start moving future. And one of the things, if we don't do that, then we become stagnant and stale, and we just stand there and wait for someone else to either read it, tell it to us, give us the steps, and those days are over. We've all worked in enough corporations. We've all been around enough people. We need to take that mindset and put it in the back and just really start saying, well, what exactly is it that I want to bring to the table? What exactly is it that I want to accomplish? And within my group, in my home, how can I make sure that that becomes a
Could you
part?
mute your mics, please? Thank you.
And that how can I make sure that that becomes a part of value add to the community? Because when we start that's how we've got to be organized, because we have not, one person, that's not going to work right now. We have to be organized in groups. We need leadership groups, because one person's vision is not great enough for the entire group. We've got to think about what exactly is, and you've got to start inside of your own home and think about what is it that we're going to bring to the table. There's some of us that have skills that are aligned with technology, education, and executive leadership, and consulting, and strategic. Okay, how do I help these people over here? There's some of us that have great oratorical skills. That how can I use that to be a part of it? But we've got to do it in compartmentalized with organization, because right now, if not, it just looks scattered. I land.
Go ahead, Global. I know you've been waiting a good minute, man. Go ahead.
Number one, I like everything everybody said. The one thing I've been honing in on in my area is we had we got a place soul. I mean, it is great business. What they're doing is being very successful inside the restaurant, but right outside the restaurant, it's a daily issue, to the point where not only does he have security, and I told him, I said, man, a lot of people support your business because the food really good and the prices are great. I say, but those people still don't know what they got. They still don't know what they're protecting. I told them, when you get the opportunity, especially the ones that are consistently coming in spending money, but consistently creating a problem, I said, you need to pull them to the side and let them know, if you ain't careful, you're going to mess this up for the both of us. This is something that's creating jobs. This is something that's, building within the community. You having a problem right here in my business, every time you see somebody, it's affecting my business, So I say that to say, I think a lot of us don't understand what we're protecting. A lot of us don't understand the value in something that's being done. And I think a lot of people falsely think that people are clear on the overall agenda and what the goal is going forward. A lot of us show up, but we really don't we don't understand the value of what we're showing up for in so many situations. And I just see that's where I think we assume something that we shouldn't assume. We have to, if you're going to bring something into the community and you're going to try to grow something in the community, I would say go in front of that and let people know what I'm doing is probably a one-shot deal. You know, let's get it right the first time. Let's not do it wrong and try to figure it out in the process. This is what I'm offering, and if you really want this to work and you want to reap the benefits of it, then it needs to be protected. These are the things that we don't need to see you doing. This is the conduct that we don't need to see you having. Even if you have a problem, don't bring it here. Don't mess this up. You know, don't stain this situation. And I think that's a lot of what needs to be done. Because I agree with you. A lot of businesses are growing, but so many businesses get torn down that are very much needed because people don't understand what they got until it's gone. You know. So I would say in front of
if they put, I want to say it like this.
Hold on, real quick, you guys. Let me just comment real quick, and then I'll get back to the panel. This is what I always say. Listen, when it comes to black businesses, you got to have the mindset like the small hat. Okay, I'm gonna do business with you. Okay, you are my brother. I'm gonna spend my money here. This is what I like, and this is what I don't like. I'm gonna keep coming back until you get it right. And every time you get it wrong, I'm going to hold you accountable. But guess what? Guess where I'm spending my money at? I'm spending my money back with you. We have to hold these businesses accountable, and we have to have the patience to stay with these businesses until they get to where they need to be. Because a lot of time, it's not that they don't want to be better. They don't have the funds to be better. We have to continue to fund the things that we need for our community, not necessarily the things that we want, but we got to fund the things that we need for our community. We need our grocery stores. We need our restaurants. We need these people that we need our corner stores. We need our handyman stores. We need these people, and we need them to be on par or better than the YT, the Indian, the Chinese, whatever. We need them to be up to standard, and that don't mean we just disown them because they're not. That means we let them know, hey man, I see you. And I would really appreciate if you fix this. We don't got to do it in a snarky way. We just got to stand over there. But listen, man, you're my people. I'm going to come back here and spend money with you. But I need you to get it right. That's the mindset we got to have when dealing with black-owned businesses, period.
When I was a little girl in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, we had our own. We had our own schools, doctors, nurses, everything. We had Lucan Steel. We had Veterans Hospital. We had everyone going after that recently applied GI Bill, and the community came up. What they did, if you notice, with the 5 young women that helped NASA to get to the moon, they figured that maybe they're teaching their children just a little bit more than what they should know. Because that one mathematician, and I can't remember her name, she was smarter than any of them. You understand? That's because we had our own schools and we taught our children according to each one of them's ability to learn. Now, I don't know, but I've seen many times in the past when our people have came up, and every time they do a law or some type of something to take us back down the drain. At 67, I'm getting a little tired of it. You understand? Because even on TikTok, they sit up here and told me that I couldn't say Negro or colored, and I'll say it freely. Why? Because this is what our grandparents called themselves. Well, let's look at the 1906 census law, the first original one that came out. It said that the natives of America were colored and Negro. You understand? They had to redact that. They took it back and they applied a new census law. What, 20 some years later, you hear Plecker coming along, and that piece of crap Sanger, Margaret Sanger, and she's calling you Negroes and coloreds. We have to get rid of them. You understand? Now, if we can't go back to the old terminology of what they called us and who we were in the 1600 Virginia Bill, which was Negroes, coloreds, and Indians. These, we can do anything we want, but it won't stand up in court. Why? Because black, the noun black, does not connotate anything in Black's law. We have to use their terminology, what we were originally called. And we were also called Moors and olive skin, reddish olives, you know what I mean?
Mulatto.
And without it, we have no standing. But I'm telling you, at 67, and I see that end down the line, I'm seriously considering cashing out, going to the motherland. The rate of exchange is more than 5-to-1. Going into some of those communities that our people have established there with our brothers and sisters in Africa, and starting to live my life all over, and whatever time I have left, I'm going to enjoy it. Because this country is going down. And this president, I used to work for him.
We can definitely appreciate that.
We're in transition. You got to look at it. And it's a good thing if you feel like you need to leave, because really we're in a warrior class. The warrior class is having a fight, because now if what you said is all right, and that's for us over 60. That's us. That's you. That's me. That's us. We understand it like that. Now, these young ones, they don't understand it like that. That's not their understanding, because we didn't pass that trash on to them. We kind of shielded them from that and gave them an opportunity to have their own minds and to think for themselves. And so now what is happening is that finally we're getting some movement. And what has happened is that the lies are being dispelled, and the witchcraft, the spells are being broken, and all of the hindering spirits, all of the stumbling blocks, all of the lies, all of that, everything that they've had in their bag of tricks, everything, none of it is working now. Because we are awakening. And we are awakening to the truth, 𝗖𝘁. And you got to understand that our time, what we doing now is we putting in work for them. And what we have to do is understand where we came from. Our forefathers, they shielded us. I'm like you. I grew up in a community where we never left the community to get anything.
Absolutely,
everything was there. But they saw that, and that was an issue, because not only did we all live together, we voted together. And so because over time that particular part of our community was infiltrated, it was taken away, and then they used the jealous part of us, the weakest of us, to come against the rest of us. And eventually they got these things moving against us instead of for us. And people that start doing better start leaving the community. People that start making more money, they didn't come back and give back. They built forward and stayed where they were.
And that's one of the biggest pieces.
Let me hop in.
Can I say something to that?
I'll let everybody speak. Hold on, let me say something real quick. I appreciate you. I don't know how to say your name, 𝗔𝗂𝘁, but I don't like the mindset, and I'm gonna just tell you why. Because we don't have that mindset. We need our elders here. We need our elders to raise up the younger generation, the warrior class that Fanny is talking about. That little comfortable life over there in Africa, you're not going to be as comfortable as you think. I know the return over there is great, and you can probably get along to go along, but we need our people here, strong, able, ready. We don't have that fleeing mindset. There is no motherland. You're living on your motherland right here. It's called America, and you need to.
We need a platform that we can speak freely.
And hold on. Can I say something to that though? And we're building those things. We're building those things as we speak. We're building a system. We're building a platform where we can dominate, where we can dictate, where we can say what's what, and we don't have to be bound by other people's who are not from our lineage telling us what to do. But we have to build it. We can't build it over there in the motherland. We have to build it here. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be like a satellite. We're going to be like the hub, and all these other nations are going to be like a satellite, because they're going to need to build their own system, because eventually everybody's going to want to come out of this system that we're all under. And once everybody comes out of the system, the only people who are going to be stuck on this system is the people that invented the system, and they're going to go down with the ship. And we have to build it, but we can't have that mindset. I'm going to go live the best life I can, But no. We need our elders here to teach the right mentality to the youth.
I get you.
One of the things that people don't know who they are. And
Yeah.
that's one of the things that I've been very vocal about, not understanding and knowing who you are. Most of us are not Africans. You have been conditioned and groomed to think that you are African Americans. And that's why I keep telling you to go back and do your history. That one of the things
Oh,
that
I know my history. My
no, not
grandparents
you,
told
not
me.
you, not you, not you.
Oh, okay.
As a total, we have to go back and do our history. And people like you, 𝗖𝗁, are the ones that the youth need to reach out to, because one of the things that, of course, has always been a part of the normality of our families is the oral history. And you need to have
Yes.
the conversations with the oldest people in your family. The moment that someone says, oh, we have Indian in our blood, don't think that that's not true, because it absolutely is. Then it's your
Absolutely, it's true.
responsibility to go back and do the lineage that goes along with it, because all of the pieces and everything that we're talking about, if you took the time to understand what has been taken and stripped away from you, we wouldn't be trying to start from ground zero. There's tons of land, there's tons of things that belong to us that you should absolutely have that as a part of your strategy to make sure that you're able to transition that over to your to the
Mother Love,
children
let me
afterwards. But
say
the
one
big
thing,
piece,
Mother Love.
but
Let me
what
say this to her. Mother Love, let me speak on what you just said to her before you go further. See, Miss 𝗖𝗁, I don't know how you're connected into the community right now, but it sounds like, you're getting that particular message because of something that happened to you. Now, I heard what you said about that 40,000, and I understand that you probably connected to some things or believe some things that you thought that you could trust and believe in. I understand that, and I probably hit you in the background just to see what happened with that, just to see if I could help. Because I can raise some hell. You just really don't know.
Me
But
too, Ma. You know how it
I
goes.
mean, I can help. I can help you fight that. You don't have to leave. We got to rebuild. And see,
but
they
that
burn down. They burn our stuff down. They burn it down. They kept burning it down. That's the
but
damn. They
Go ahead,
kept
Yvette.
burning
But
it down.
Go
let me
ahead.
say this really quickly so that I can close out what I was going to say. One of the things that I think that everything that everyone is saying, when we start, we've got to not only know who we are, we've got to commit to finish and complete and stay. Don't sell to these people. I have I have some land. Perfect example. I have some land that was given to me by through inheritance from my grandparents, from my Choctaw grandfather. And I promise you, if it's not every other week, someone is calling me because they want to purchase that land.
Yes.
I've given them outrageous numbers, and they still continue to call. But I'm going to say this with my entire chest: I will not sell, because I haven't decided what I want to do on that
Thank you.
particular property. And that's one of the things. I don't care if they say, oh, well, it's $1 million. Guess what? If it's $1 million, then that means that you want 10 million. We're gonna break this down and have a completely different conversation. But
It
that's the
was our
thing.
land.
We cannot. When we start, we've got to see it through. When you start these businesses, it's always great, and we're always, have a magnificent momentum that comes along with the onset. But what has to happen is that we're going to go through some turbulence. Okay. The thing is that we've grown knowing that we have to have a village that's going to protect us. If it happens again where someone wants to destroy, guess what? You don't just ride past and say, oh, that's so unfortunate. You pull your car over and you get your behind out because of the fact that this is a part of your community, and you see what you can do to help. We've got to break our mindsets away from the pieces that go along with staying away from our people. And as I said, I raised my hand because like I've shared before, one of the things that I was focused on was growing my career. So I stopped. I was like, skirt, hold it. Wait a minute. Something is not correct here. And that's why I'm so vocal about us doing the things that we need to do and make sure that we're pouring those of us who have gone and worked in the Wall Streets and done all that other stuff. There's nothing that they're doing that we shouldn't be doing. And Fannie Lou is right. She absolutely, I can tell that somebody did something to you. And you know what? You need to have the partnership. And I love the fact that she said that she'll jump in with me, because guess what? That's what we're
TikTok.
supposed to do. We are supposed to do.
Oh, hey, Mira. Yeah.
It's basically
Had to turn on
TikTok,
the
Mrs. NJL. It's TikTok.
clubs over there.
They constantly, you know, because
What about
we
the million
research
men?
our history, and I take it to the old books to say what is
Would y'all, hey,
originally
wait a
said.
minute, y'all. Would y'all please mute your mics so we can hear, please? Thank you.
And they constantly harass me and knock me down for this isn't correct. This isn't correct. They, you know, flag and my comments, they remove it, but they never read the comment that I'm answering to, which is a very racist comment. And some of it where our people, I can let it slide. I try and guide them to the truth. But then when you have these other groups, individuals, and the very fact that you have to say YT instead of Caucasian.
Yeah.
You
But
know
this
what I'm
is the,
saying? It's
you
just
know what the
it's
funny
like,
world we
what is
living
this? A
in.
the
game?
funny thing is, you know what the funny thing is, and
Can
we have to
I say something?
because they are disrespectful. We don't have to be right.
Well,
So
y'all
this
hurry
is
up.
their and
Global, global Africa.
this is their platform. So you know what? As
Gotta
our
play the
parents have
game.
always told us,
Play the game.
when we're in Rome, we must respect what they have, but that doesn't stop and mean that we can't have our own. Now I'm going to land my plane.
So
I
I say
would just say this,
Caucasian.
sister. Sister, I would just say this. Be the tree that you are. Let your leaves unfurl as far as they will go so that you can be the shade that these young brothers and sisters are taking refuge under. I
Well,
understand the
thank you.
desire to bounce out this joint. Believe me, I do.
It's
Believe me,
disgusting.
I do. Okay. But the simple fact of the matter is, when you have to be the library for your family and make sure and give them your books so that they can pass your books on to their children.
Yes, I give them the books. I'm going to do a
Can I
video
say
and tell them
something?
how
Can
to
I
research
say
properly
something?
because I have much. I'm three credits from my degree. I come from a line of educators with as much as PhDs. My aunt, she received her PhD before she died. My father had a master's. My uncle, his brother, he had a master's teaching. Excellent background, excellent men. No
We in a different
type of
world, Chess. We in a different world.
lawbreakers or
We in a
anything.
different world, sweetie. We in a different world, honey. We in a different world. We get that.
Can I
These
say
babies are
something,
not.
please?
Go ahead, Global Africa. Go ahead.
But they're running.
Go ahead, Global Africa. Go ahead.
But they're running with it. They're running with it, and I like
Okay,
that.
let's see.
I just
Let Global say
Let them
something.
finish
He been
first,
trying to
Global. Let
say
them finish
something.
first.
Sorry.
I just want to say through all of this, we can do both. I'm doing both. I'm not leaving here, but when I do go there are things that I got going on there that are helping what I'm doing here. We can
Yes.
do both. You don't have to abandon ship. You can connect the dots, and I think that's what we probably overlooking when we feel like people ready to run or pack up and get out. No, you can do both. Some things that I can't get done here, I can easily get done there. Some things that I would have to have a glass ceiling to here, I'm not limited there. But those resources are helping on both ends, so do both. They connect the dots. We can connect the
There are a lot of us
dots.
that country doesn't belong
Not
to
hard to
us. That's
do.
the whole thing that I don't think you're getting. Because let me just
I
share
get
this.
you
Let me
on
just
that.
share this.
I'm
I
not even
understand what
arguing
you're
that
where
part.
you have the opportunity to balance out. We still don't get it here. So we're still going to be spread too thin, right? So one of the things that we're trying to do is we need to fix what we have going here first. And when we lose our valuable resources such as Mother Sheshet, that becomes a problem. Fannie Lou is absolutely correct. You know that the times have changed, but we still don't want. She said that she's 67 years old. Do you think that she's going to want to move between? We're not doing that. We're going to protect her. So we need to make sure that going forward that we have a clean strategy that aligns with what needs to be done, so that we can have a clear understanding and the foundation first. Foundational
Absolutely.
Black
Absolutely.
Americans. That's where
Thank
the
you.
problem is.
Thank you. And sisters, I want my reparations. Do you
What I'm
understand?
saying is this,
I want them.
Say it
what I'm
again,
Even
sister. Say it one
lateral.
more time.
even Lavrov.
Baby, you in the right place. We your tribe then, baby. You in your tribe.
Putin's
What I'm saying is this.
right
I
hand
agree
man
what she
said
just
that
said. Hold on.
African Americans
Wait a
are
minute,
Global,
Global.
let her
Hold on,
speak. Let her
Global.
speak, Global.
Hold on, Global.
Putin's right hand man even said recently on YouTube that African Americans deserve reparations. Yes, we do. And I'm tired of all these runarounds because they presented it in court, in the United States court, for over 39 times. This is what, 41, 42 times that they presented, and they keep knocking it down. We need to get together and march on Washington, D.C. and demand our reparations.
Wait a minute, mother. Remember, I told you things done changed. You know, we ain't finna march on nothing no more. Let me tell you, we did that. We have already put in work. We already put in time. We already put in blood. We already put in money. We already put in. This is the next step. The next step is for them to either give it or they're going to suffer for not giving it, because now we're in a spiritual time. Like I said before, all of the tricks and the trades and the spells and the witchcraft and all of the buffer classes and tethers, all of that stuff now has been balled up in one big bundle, and black folks ain't listening to that no more. What we're doing now is we're organizing. We're finding our tribes. We're organizing together. We don't have to have big groups, just an effective group. We're finding where people can work together with like minds and get together and get the job done. And that's where we at.
Yes.
And so we know we should have marched on Washington. We did it when we could have. But right now, we're in a different time. These youngsters ain't finna go out there, because if you put them out there, they're going to tab something, because they done already told
Right. This ain't the time. This is not the time to have our young brothers and sisters. It's not the time to have our future
right
be getting cut down
Thank you.
before they've had a chance to have a tomorrow.
Right.
Amen.
The climate that's out here today.
It's not the time to allow
No.
our valuable history.
We can't do that no more.
To be devalued. And that's when we say our valuable history, we're talking about those that are like 𝗖𝗁. You know, again.
So what you hear us say, Shad, but what you hear us saying now is we standing on business. This is where we are. We're not giving up no more ground. If we can't move forward, we treading water. That's how I'm saying it in our age, how we used to say it. If you can't move forward, we're gonna stand and tread. We're gonna tread water until we can move forward. But we're not going back. We're not giving nothing back. We're not going, not apologizing.
And on top of it, you know, considering the fact that my understanding is that I think that you know that you are Native American and indigenous to this country. This country owes you. That, and you like me, this is our home.
Yeah.
That's great that there may be the opportunities, and this may be just a recommendation. If there are investments that are available, we can review them. But as far as, you know, transitioning totally after we get to a certain point in our lives, this is where our ancestors were, and this is our ancestors' land.
And we got at least 20,
and we are
got
entitled
20 generations in the ground. We got at least 20 generations in the ground.
Yes, that's where our ancestors are. They found the reason.
So we can't leave, baby. No, but I understand. I understand the feeling, and they tried to make it seem like it was such a good choice. But what's happening is God is opening up. The truth is coming out. You can't ignore what's happening here. There is a transition taking place, a shift. We got to be here for the shift, because the last is becoming the first. They're just pretending that it's not happening, but it is happening, and we are here to watch it happen. But you can't run. We got to stay and fight. We got to
remember
that. You see statistically that their birth rates are going down.
That's right. That is exactly right. And they're becoming the minority.
And that has nothing to do with anything that we have done to them.
They are terrified that they're going to become the minority. And they know that they're going to become the minority because of the fact that they see these explosions in births that are coming from other countries. So the question becomes, stop looking at us. That's your problem. That
Absolutely. And we're not here
that's
to
your
solve it
problem.
for
But
you.
in the
We're not
same
going to
instance,
solve
when
it.
you hear us start talking about where we know who we are, it becomes let me remove those HBCUs. Let me stop. I saw something on TikTok
Yes.
that Harvard, they stopped funding, they pulled funding from Harvard
For the
for
graduation,
the
yeah.
Yes.
graduation. But guess what? Glory, hallelujah, you can't take that
Thank
degree
you.
from them. That's the part. So guess what? You can do whatever you want to as far as taking it away. Guess what? You can't take away what's in our minds. And the
Nah.
problem is we've got to now take the minds and walk, and we are no longer bound and chained. Let's move. Use the brains that our educational and that are where our foundation lies, and move. We are on someone else's platform. That means we're in someone else's house. So when we're in someone else's house, that guess what? We have to follow their rules. That doesn't mean that we can't build our own. I want us to help get into that mindset. When we don't like something, guess what? Cool, no problem. I'm not even going to have an argument with you. But guess what? We need to move and do our own, because
Yes.
that is where we're supposed to be. And once we get started, you stay until it's opportunity to transition to someone else. But we cannot allow these people with all of this financial these big pockets and big wallets to come in and say, "Oh, you started this. I can." No, the answer,
No.
like I've said 2 weeks ago to these ridiculous people that were sent. They're on at a point where they're putting it on what do you call it, the automation dialer. Oh, we see that you have a property at no, and I'm not, and I come out the gate. I'm not selling to you. What? No, you heard what I said. Take me off
You're
your
right.
list.
And you know what? These are the elders talking, and I thank y'all for letting us elders say this here. But let me say this, and I'm glad you brought that up again, Miss Love. I was going to say this earlier. Do you not know that the land that your family has, and y'all hear me good on this, the land that is yours, that came from your ancestors, that came from your fathers, is not just land. They prayed over that land. That's
Speak,
blessed land.
speak.
They prayed to get that land. They prayed to farm that land. They prayed to grow crops and live and raise families on that land.
That's
They
right.
had babies on that land. Do you not know the life and the spirits, the life and the spirits and the whole amount of investment that came from our ancestors that was left to us? This is why they want to buy that land. That land is blessed land. Y'all got to understand what that land is. There are things that have written and been buried in that land to keep that land and sustain that land. There is not just when you buy land, you're not just buying land. You're buying what was there before you got there.
Amen.
You're buying.
Amen. And,
It's landmark material, and I'll land right. I mean, I could go on, but we're
but
the
that's true.
elders, and we have to instill these knowledge into our babies because they don't know. You can't just up and sell for the money, baby, because what you're selling out and what you're abandoning is the future because your past is being ignored. You don't understand that this is past, present, and future. That's how we live, and that's how we roll. That's how we are. That's our lineage. That's our culture.
And
That's
that's
what we
exactly right.
have.
Man,
That's
that was
exactly right.
so
And that's,
much. That
I'm
was
going to say this. You have to you have
amazing.
to stay awake and stay woke, because understand that, number one, guess what? They're not making any more land. I'm going to let that simmer. I want you to just marinate on that.
Fanny,
Land will not be remade again. So that, let's be
Fanny,
clear. And my property is zoned commercial, and what they
Fanny,
see, because as they see that it's out of state ownership. That's what it is. So
Yes.
I
Fanny,
see all of that. I'm like, I
Fanny,
see all of that. But see, what hasn't
Fanny.
happened is I
That's
haven't
not me.
made I haven't made my presence known in a
I
couple of
got.
decades, in a
I
couple of years.
gotta
So I've
give
got,
Minute,
Fanny
wait
I've
a
got to.
minute. Wait a
her.
minute. I
Hold on,
think not too
Fanny.
much. We can't hear you too much. We can't
Can
hear
you
you, dear.
Yes.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Okay, what you say?
Fanny, what you just said was a masterclass. Was a masterclass of game, that a knowledge, wisdom, ancestral, spiritual. What you just talked about, how you just spoke about the land and why we should never sell the land.
That's right.
That needs to be that needs to be in a book somewhere. You need to put that in a book. We need to get that information out to our people. I mean, that was that man.
Why do you think the United States government eminent domains
if that don't
our
say it
properties?
right there, man, this land was prayed over, it's blessed, and you don't want somebody else coming in inheriting someone else's blessing. That's ours, man.
That's why they after our land only. Like
And
we
it
be
was
getting
our
letters.
land.
And
We
like I
getting
It
said
letters
was
before,
all the
our
time.
all
ancestors,
All
the
the time. We
time.
getting letters.
not
I'm not selling my property.
Christianity.
I'm not selling my property.
Our
So I'm not
Oh,
ancestors and
yeah,
their
because
beliefs.
they want that. They want that one. What about in Florida when that man uprooted that land to build a park, to build his driveway, and then Tampa got for the first time got flooded because they said they built it on top of
come on,
Indian
come on,
burial ground.
come on.
He
And
disturbed
that's
the
the truth.
burial ground. They are living on the lands with the spiritual protection that we have, that we were given, not even on the earth realm. This was already assigned to us at the time we were brought to and brought forth and sprang out of this earth, man. Look, I don't want to go there. Let me
You're
look.
absolutely correct. But
Man, look,
He's right.
we
absolutely
got to teach
correct.
the children that they are connected. You are directly connected to a landmass that you were actually birthed and you sprang from, dear. You're not just body, you mind, body, spirit, soul. This is all us. Our land we are our land, y'all.
And this
And that's the
land
thing
was
that
the
they have to,
first
the
Egypt.
children, I don't think that the
The
children
first
are, are,
Egypt.
are absorbing it because what they only see is that there are those people that are over 50 or 55 or they're at their age and they're just spouting yada, 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 yada. What they have to see is they need to see the residuals that go along with it.
They
They
got
need
to
to
know
see,
what was put in
they
that
need
land. It's
something that's
blood in that land.
tangible. And that's why it's really important for us to make sure that we stay connected to this particular family as FBA, because once they start to see the movement that's happening, then it'll make it becomes more valid, because right now we feel like we are pleading our case in front of the Supreme Court, and guess what? Those days are over. We don't have to seek approval for anyone. What we have to do now is just really put things in action. Make
I
sure
don't,
that
I
we
don't think
identify,
anybody.
and
I don't
now
think
we have to go
anybody.
back and identify the people that we need to protect, which, like Cousin said, are our future, and we need to make sure that we're protecting and that we're close in numbers for those after we reach a certain age. We
But you know
have it.
what? But wait a minute, Mother Love. Do you not know why so many black people still in the South? Do anybody even know why?
And I mean, they
So many
lost their
black.
minds from up
We
here,
are
and
in the
it was like
South
they under.
because our ancestors are still here. They're
Yeah.
still in the ground here. We stayed here. We're not talking about those that migrated. They still here too, but they don't understand.
Since I was in the South, I had one of the brothers ask me. He asked me why I left Detroit and came all the way where I did South. And I asked him, "How come you ain't never left the South? Never left."
That part. That's the part. Yeah, that's the part.
And he was like, "Well, all my people here." And I'm like, "Yeah, but they still gonna be here when you leave.
You know,
right?
You can go." Now, this is just us having a conversation, but I understand exactly what you are saying when you say that he's connected to his family and it's that blood connection to the land. I get that completely.
But you've got to bring some to cousin, add on to cousins. Some of us have to at least have the opportunity to venture out. Where I'm talking
a lot of people ventured out. I mean, there's going to be those
that I'm talking about. Guess where it is? I'm from Jersey. My property is in the South. So, like I said, they automatically, when they pull the name and when they see it on the registry, first thing they see is Jersey. They're like, "Ooh, that's out of state," and I stay connected to my grandparents, like the ancestors that the people that are in that community. So when I have conversations with them,
where did you go in the summer? In the summer, they sent you down
the
south.
conversations, and
Hold
I
up,
have
let Too Much say
conversations with
something.
them. When I have conversations with them, they're telling me that no one is contacting them.
Do y'all remember those trinkets that we used to pass down, those heirlooms, those family things that we used to take with us when we left? That's how we protect the blessing. It used to be a staff that you would take. Some people would take ashes, their family members' ashes, their remains. You're never supposed to leave your family behind when you migrate. You're supposed to take something of theirs with you.
Right. A watch.
You're
Watch
never
it.
supposed to go alone anywhere. You bring your ancestors with you, and then you bless that land, then you cultivate that land, and then you pass the ancestral inheritance upon that land that you're at right now. And then guess what happens? That land becomes blessed also.
Now,
Absolutely.
not to make this scriptural, but to take it way back so you understand how important that is.
Come on.
But didn't the tribe get together and remove, I forget, one of the super elders, Jacob or his father, uprooted him and carried him to the new
Yeah.
land?
Joseph.
Exactly right.
There
Joseph.
we go. Thank you.
This is
That's what
older
they
than
did.
Joseph. This is older than the Bible. Trust me.
Well,
This
I'm
is
just
true
saying the
Bible.
tradition there.
They
I'm
were
speaking to
no,
the
It just
because that's
tradition.
how
is adding
You
more
were
important.
validity
here.
that
And do
goes
you
You
along
were
not
with it.
here
know that
when
when
the
they
land
pulled,
masses
when they
separated.
took him out the ground, where they laid him to rest, that land became automatically blessed.
That's what you're
It,
supposed to do.
But
You're not supposed to
but that's
leave your loved ones behind, especially if you're leaving something for permanent. You're supposed to dig up those grave sites. You're supposed to take them with you. They're part
that's
of your
it.
journey. They're part of your inheritance. They're part of your story. You're not supposed to leave your story behind. That's why we never really leave the South. We
That's
always
why we
go
never
back.
really left. We never left. We're
We
still
always
here.
go back because
but
our
that but
ancestors are still there.
The
But
South would be my second choice.
but what y'all know is we carry our ancestors with us. There's always a trinket. There's always something of my mom's, my dad that we carry with us. It could be clothing. It's something.
Pictures, albums, Bibles.
oh yeah.
Something. We never leave alone. Well, we have to go back to teaching that knowledge again because that's lost
Right.
knowledge right now.
That's
But
ancestral
this
knowledge.
is
That's
again,
what
this is all
happens.
the
That's
gaps
what
again.
happens with tradition. So a lot of times we pass down
Right.
traditions, but they don't understand the meaning. They become rituals instead of ancestral. That's
But
the
Right.
that
problem.
We
We
but
got
do
we
you
to
know
know
get
why
to
that becomes and it
ritualistic.
becomes
We need
like
to go
that?
back
And
to
I'm
our
just gonna speak for me.
ancestral, spiritual person that we are, and pass down the understanding of what it is that we do. We used to have a staff where we told stories over the staff, and then we passed it down to the storyteller to be the memory. Listen, this stuff is in our DNA.
But do
We
you
didn't we,
understand
we
that
didn't
all of
understand.
that's indigenous to America right there?
Yes,
Those
yes,
are
it is.
that's Native American.
Yes,
That's not African.
hey,
That
that's
that is
not.
Native American, and
That's
that's what I'm
not.
talking about. That's why I said, you know what, we've got to
That's
understand and know
blood
who we are.
memory. We used
That's
to we,
exactly
we used
right.
to we used
That's
to put our
exactly right.
blood on the staff. Our blood used to be on the staff because that's what we're passing down our memory, and then we pass that staff down. But we don't understand what it really meant. It became a tradition because we lost sight of what it's supposed to mean. It's always been in our DNA. We've
It's
always
rising.
known
It's
everything is
rising.
locked inside our
It's
blood. We've
rising back
always
up.
known that.
It's rising up because in the Bible it says that the blood will speak. The blood that's been spilled in the land, that blood will speak. That blood has life. That blood will speak for us, and it is speaking for us. This is why I was saying we don't have to march no more. We don't have to do all that. We gonna stand on business, which means we're gonna stand on the guarantees we have that are already buried in this land.
Those who
The
understand the
things
information, we got to get that information back out. There needs to be a book. There needs to be something that we can show our people and share with our people. You need to make sure, Fanny, you wrote that's some game, man. If you don't write that down and capsule that, if you don't capsulize that, because our people need to understand and know that that's why we never stray too far from our land, and we
but the,
take our land. People used to grab the dirt from the ground and put it
Put it in a
somewhere
glass jar.
and
Yes.
take
but
that
it,
with them.
but the question becomes we have all these great conversations. We've got to start with putting these strategies and plans in place because I think that everything that Fanny said was spot on. And you know, just like it hit too much. I can just see like it hit too much like, oh, wait a minute, hold it. It was like a chord that hit his soul that says, do you know what that means? There's a different type of connection. So when we talk about ancestral roots and land, so that's why when you said to Shishette, you know, I don't like the mindset. Basically, you don't belong to them. You belong here on your own property. And
Exactly.
basically, at the end of the day, we have to say, we apologize for whatever you didn't have. Now you have access to all of us because we're going to make sure that you don't fail again. Not anything negative against global, but one of the things that we have to be very clear is that land that they have or what they're doing over there, that has no connection to me.
Well, it won't bless you either because it's not your land. It
Facts.
can't bless you. That's their blessing. And people don't get that. And you know, I mean, there's a deep innate understanding that we are born with that we are taught to ignore simply because we want to fit in. See, and that worked for a while, but it didn't benefit us anything because here we are 50 years later, 60 years later, we 60 something years out of civil rights. And it has been all but grinded down back, and what we're dealing with, we're facing our grandparents' demons. I mean, we
Absolutely.
are now fighting the same fight our great grandparents were faced with. They took us backwards, but they don't understand what they did. We get another chance to right the wrongs from
That
then
is correct.
now.
That's
We're
right,
gonna make
sis.
up for what they didn't have then, we have now. And now you taking me back to that time. We're gonna show you something, bro.
Cool, no
You finna,
problem. Because
all
guess
right.
what? I
We got
got
it.
you.
You
Like I
got you.
got you. I promise
Woo!
you, I got you.
Leave
I
that
got
alone.
you.
I'm gonna
Ooh,
put
just
food.
no more conversations.
No,
You
we
just
don't. We're
watching my smoke.
standing on
You want the
business.
smoke on business.
We're standing on business. Our babies are standing on business. They mad because they don't understand half the stuff we've been trying to teach them. Now they face forward with it, and they don't have enough in their arsenal to defeat this without us standing behind them, showing them how to fight this battle. And they're gonna fight us because they thinking that what they were taught was the right way when we were telling them all the time. But I mean, we're now getting the opportunity to move the doggone. We're gonna move this needle forward as they move the goalpost. We gonna move the needle. We gonna stand on business.
And that's
Stand
our
on business.
And that needle,
responsibility.
by the way,
I
is
think
not
you know what the
moving.
interesting part is it's that our generation X, that's really where it's our turn to really truly stand on business. Because you know what, one of the things that I like what Cousin said is, you know, protecting our future. If you think about it and you watch some of them, the bulk of them, they are sponges. They are on it and they're on top of it and they're defending it. But guess what? We've got to go back in and course correct the pieces that we have allowed to
Right.
be broken. That is our responsibility. And guess what? Once we are awakened now, guess what? I got you. I got you. We have this.
Got you.
Both of us need to have the spiritual awakening, the piece that goes along with who we are and what we're entitled to, and then we have to have a clear understanding of how to make sure that we are passing that baton because this is a relay. We have to also be realistic and logical enough to know that yes, Generation X is eventually going to go into that same baby boomer
Transition stage.
transition as everyone else. But we need
Right.
to make sure that we are setting it up. We need to take the role of the advisors. And as the advisors, we need to go back in because we see where the structure has been broken and there are cracks in the frame. There's a lot of gaps that need to be reassessed and realigned. And guess what? We've got to give the babies the right
We see it and we know where it is and know how to
that's
fix
exactly.
it. And we have the
And
resources.
we have to do that. We have to do it. And it's not just conversation because at the end
No.
of the day, they're like, okay, yeah, here we go again. No worries. Guess what? We're going radio silent. When we surface again, because that's who we are, I got you. I got
What
you.
you say? We're going radio silent. We're going
Oh,
radio
oh,
silent.
yes. And when we speak and when that cold come out,
Woo! Cause see,
because here it come.
it's not expected. See, that's why the man-woman thing. I'm not understanding how these people are bickering on here about men and women. They're fighting each other. All that. That is crazy. Because one thing about these youngsters, they gonna do that. They young, but these old folks
Right. They're
participate.
playing
I got a
small
problem.
ball,
I
baby.
got a
They
problem.
playing small ball and they still thinking with their
Yeah,
organs,
and we
okay?
keep on trying to tell them, yeah, there are differences in men and women. Yes, there are differences in black men and black women. Yes, there are all of that. Right now, y'all, we at war. That's
We
like
are
the
at
two.
war.
That's like the two deers that were fighting, and the antlers got mixed in together, so they couldn't get apart. And the lion came. He ate both of them
Ooh.
up.
Look,
They
think
got
about that visual. Think about that visual.
they
were
were rams. It
fighting
was
each
rams. They
other.
were rams, and they antlers got caught up, and they couldn't get away. They couldn't get it loose because they was fighting, and the lion came up. Y'all
And
ain't
he
seen
had
that?
a feast.
Man,
Sure did.
they
But see,
tried to
that's the whole
run.
thing.
They couldn't
I'm going
even
to say
go
something that
nowhere.
gives us, hopefully this makes sense. I'm going to say something that I felt that gave some hope from somewhere, whether it was from Friday or Monday over Memorial Day weekend. There was some videos that started to surface where some young men are starting to untangle and debunk all of this nonsense that goes along,
Yes.
even with the gender wars. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the babies are understanding, and when I say babies, I should say the millennials and Gen Zers. They're untangling the stuff that has been
Right.
red pilled them to death, and they're like, wait a minute, hold it.
And it's
We look at
sabotaging the
this.
system.
If this is 10,000 of the 500,000, the 10,000 continues to do this. Why wouldn't the women look at us like X, Y, and Z? We've got to be accountable. Stop fighting. Guess what? Where did this come? It's manufactured.
That's right.
And as I like to say, they have that. When I saw that video and I started seeing all of the videos of the other young men that started, if this is pandering, you don't pander when it comes to going to a YT person. Why is it that it must be with the black? Think about that. That was put in our community to distract and destroy.
Right.
Because
And it got
understand,
called out.
That is
And he
exactly
called it
right.
out. And he called it out.
That's
And so
exactly
now
right.
all the hit dogs is hollering. But we're
That's
going to just
exactly
let him go on because if he don't die, he going to get well. So there
That's
you go.
exactly right.
So, you can't. We're fighting right now. And we're trying to, people like me, when they see me, they hurry up and they hope I don't show up or that I don't get invited to. It's okay. But the deal is that the truth is out. You can't ignore it because if you do, you're not going to make it. Period. And so now the information that we are transferring, that we're bringing out, the information that most people said wasn't relevant, the information that people said, oh, that doesn't belong in the discussion, that's something that is personal to you. That's your spiritual, that's your this. No. There is a truth that will prevail throughout whatever. It doesn't matter because the truth is the truth. If you tell it, if I tell it, if it don't get told, it's still the truth. And so the truth is that now it's our turn. We got next. And we are fighting for and fully expecting for reparations to be paid. I don't care if they call me silly, dumb, that I'm slow, that I'm old. I don't care what they say. We're going to stand on business, baby. And that's exactly
We're
what we're
not getting behind nothing else that don't have reparations as the number one target.
Thank
the
you.
7 pillars of reparations. Anything else you bring to this table, it's irrelevant.
Hey,
Don't care what it is.
No. Because you're disrespecting my ancestors when you deny it.
Say that again.
You're disrespecting them because you worked them for free. You refused to let them off the land. They were forced to stay there from the time they were born to the time they died. I don't know anybody who would even appreciate being told they can't leave when they're ready to go. They can't have no water when they get thirsty. Somebody else got to provide you with a shack to live in, and you should be grateful. And then you barely feed me, but you work me for free. Now you're telling me that our ancestors who were forced into that lifestyle don't deserve anything because they're dead now, and you're still rich though, but you're telling the descendants that it's okay to treat them that way. No, that's an insult to me, and I will never accept it. Never accept it. It will never be okay.
Disrespectful, it's rude, and it shows how
You
the lack
their
of
destiny.
integrity that you have.
stole their life.
And
You
everything-
stole their freedom. No.
And you continue to steal every single thing that goes along with our culture, because guess what? When you gave us certain things, we turned it into gold. I'll give you this example, and everyone knows this is the truth. Even with the music from hip hop, I come from a culture when rap came into play. We didn't talk about, first of all, it was about having a good time and party. And then when Public Enemy and the rest of them started coming in with providing the cultural, that was the way that we were transitioning into to give to our youth. But the music, you didn't understand it. But then when you saw, oh my goodness, that has a meaning that goes along with it. That's another superpower. You come in and you think that it's your responsibility to take something from me. How dare you?
It
Who do you think
resonated.
that you are?
Because
Who do you think that you are?
Anything that resonates in our community, anything that resonates in our community that get us jumping, people want to control it. They don't ever want to respect it if you got it, but they want it to be theirs and want you to respect it then. That's like the museums. How you got all these other people's stuff in your museums, and you're sitting here with your museums making money off the stuff you took from somebody else, and you requiring, and I'm talking about having big $1 million fundraisers at the museum. I'm talking
Talk about
about
the private museums is even worse.
I'm talking about you're sitting here making me a spectator in my own damn movie. Forget that. I'm not trying to hear that. Man, let me get out. Man, look.
And on top of it, we've got to even go back to the next level since, oh, okay, so you think that we know too much. Now you want to come in and start bothering our food. Ooh, okay, somebody will stay in the car with me because I've never seen a seedless watermelon in my entire life. That nonsense now that you put into my community and that you think that we're going to drink. Have you noticed that since we had the the vidded, whatever you want to call it, in 2021, that have you seen the rise in the number of 𝗔𝗂𝘁 cases? That is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, that was
you're not going to tell me.
What's so cold about it now is that for the, because the community said, y'all, we're not getting that, we ain't getting that thing, we ain't getting that down. They ain't hitting us with that. They ain't hitting us. Now they're paying top dollar for blood that had not, from people who did not take that thing back then.
Come on now. Come on.
I'm saying, what the hell is going on? I'm confused. Now, first you said they had to have it. Then they went and got it. We said we wasn't going to get it and didn't. Our community wasn't over that. And now you're wanting to pay double for the blood that didn't get. I don't understand, baby.
And now all of a sudden it's like, oh, those that want it, it's going to cost $200. Guess what? Let them go be lab rats. That's on them. That's on them. That is on them. Okay?
And given the amount of power that the pharmaceutical company has over the United States government.
Come on.
That's what I'm talking about. And guess what?
You must be insane. Trust them.
Last week on YouTube where they were going through and talking about the older remedies for certain things, like taking something called spiderweb and turpentine and doing stuff for bandages because of the fact that that was not a part of what was available, and also understanding what we used as herbal remedies. Let me say this. I've gone to multiple, I stay, in alignment with my health for the doctor. I think it's absolutely abominable the way that they're always like, oh, well, you know what? Let me just would you like to take this particular pill? Now, mind you, I'm rushing to the doctor. You take my blood pressure and you want to put me on a blood pressure medication? Nah, boo, that's not going to work like that, because what you're not going to do is turn me into a dependent on all of this nonsense. And then when I sit there and like, give me a few moments, and then you take it. You take my blood pressure again within the next 5 minutes. Then it's, oh, well, it's normal now. Oh, but because of the fact that I said, no, let's do another retake of the blood pressure, because I know what now is causing and why those things are spiking up. You're not going to turn me into a lab rat.
That's right.
At
well,
57 years old, at 57, I don't take any medication. And I would have told them,
well, it's black fatigue. Shit. Get that. It's black fatigue. That's where we at.
Oh, when it comes to the medical industry, I'm terribly sorry. I've been skeptical since I learned of the Tuskegee. I'm sorry, not the Tuskegee, but the experiments that they did when it came to syphilis.
Yes,
I've been extremely skeptical of them since then, and I was a child when I learned that.
I was going to tell Baba.
With everything that's happening to us, if we think about it and think about everything that happens, it's starting in your gut. Dr. 𝗖𝗂𝘁𝘁 has said it long before they took him away from here.
That's right.
He said it long before. And you know what we need to do? We need to make sure that we are doing a detox, and we need to put that on a routine, whether it is a weekly, whether it is a monthly, but you have consumed some animals. I'm going to stay right here for a moment. That the way that they were sacrificed to become a part of our meal, they were already in distress. So guess what happens? You consume that meat and the rest becomes history, because now you're a part of that. But you don't see that.
Oh, we see it. Oh, we see it.
We all connect. Listen.
We see it.
We're connected in every way possible to this planet.
To this
This
planet.
planet
Thank
is
you.
connected in
Thank you,
every way
cousin.
possible
Thank
to
you.
us. So the idea of having a proper transition, shall I say, is extremely important when it comes to sustenance.
Yes,
If you
sir.
continue,
And your
if you
mentality.
continue these ill practices,
And we
it is
got
going to have an effect. And
Yep.
that is what's been going on, and that's been what's happening. I mean, I don't know if y'all had a church's chicken in y'all neighborhood,
We
but
did.
but growing up, all I used to say is, man, I have never seen a thigh, leg,
That big.
or wing that big on a bird in my life.
are they see, that's how you know that that's injected
And
like a
some
hormone.
y'all putting something in that thing. I can go look at simple. Just put between the KFC wing or thigh and the church's thigh. Come on, man. Come on, man.
But you know what that
Listen,
is?
man.
That's injected with hormones and all kinds of other things. But again, it's a part of what if we take that just that example.
You know, some mornings when I wake up, it seems like the Holy Spirit's like, just don't eat today. Just, you're all right. Just don't eat today. And I have a great day and I'm fine. Everything is well, the whole thing. And I was like, wow, because I hate going to the doctor, but I don't go. I've learned so much about my body and from Dr. Sabi and from the other YouTubers. I mean, online is good for learning. And it has really saved me. And I really am in great shape. They were like, you're in good shape, for your age, for your size, you're in good shape. I was like, yeah, I don't eat just no any and everything. But, again, it goes back to how my grandparents them raised most of our food. My great grandmother them and my grandmother them, they mostly raised most of our food. And so in the summers when we all went to grandparents' house, we barely went to the store when they got rid of the cows. Then we had to go buy milk, and they got rid of the chickens. Then we had to go buy the eggs. But that particular practice way back then has saved me right now, which is why I'm on my kids about the way they feeding my grandchildren. Y'all gotta cook. All this out eating is no. And
All the
so
sodium that's
You
in there
must have
from keeping
home
that
cooked
the
meals are
preservation of the food, it's just
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah.
That's where the high blood pressure comes in. I mean,
And we don't have to
seriously.
have meat. We don't have to have meat with every meal. Like I
Amen.
told you, you don't have to have meat all the time. Sometimes you just need some beans and rice and some cornbread and some water and set them to bed. That's it. They don't have to have all that. Y'all, sometimes we too full. You eating too much. You got to sit down and
Well, the idea
Let me tell
that you
y'all what a
have
good
so many
meal.
choices is what overwhelms someone who's
you're right.
trying to do what's
Y'all
best,
know
but
cabbage.
at the same time living this damn busy American life.
We've
Can y'all
we've
hear
got
me?
we absolutely that's correct. We got to
What you
connect
say
with the
too much? What you
farmers.
say? What you
Can,
say?
can
Too
y'all
much?
hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We can't barely.
We can
Oh my
barely
god.
hear you.
What's going on with this phone, man?
Okay,
Okay.
we can hear you now.
Okay. So y'all know cabbage, right? Cabbage is
Right.
a cabbage, man. Y'all, you can eat cabbage 5 days a week
Man,
if
I
you know
love
what I'm talking about.
cabbage. Oh,
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you a good meal to prepare. Coconut rice with cabbage and mango.
Ooh.
oh, that
Mix,
sounds delicious.
mix
Made
that
my toes
together
curl.
and put a
No.
little and check this out. Put a little hot sauce on it. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Ooh.
Put a little hot sauce. Put a
I'm gonna
little
have to look that one up.
put that
Look,
Louisiana hot sauce on it,
A
and
little
use it
mango with some coconut
with
rice.
coconut
Okay.
rice,
A little
mango,
mango and some cabbage.
cabbage. Oh yeah, don't forget avocado. Gotta add the avocado in there. Gotta add the
I'm gonna throw
avocado.
a yam. I'm gonna throw a yam on there.
You can
I
throw
got
a
to put
yam
some
on it.
soul food.
You can get creative, but get that Louisiana hot sauce or that Tabasco,
Yeah.
and you will
Ooh.
not go wrong. You can eat that without. You won't need meat if you know how to eat that.
but that's
One
the whole
day,
thing. We've got to when we talk about the detoxing, right? And we've got to really start to go back to eating clean. Right now that we know, do we really know the source of where our meat is coming from? Let's just be honest.
No.
That the if since we don't, then we are taking a gamble every single day that we eat chicken, every single day that we're eating beef, that we're eating whatever other meats that we're eating. So again, we've got to go think about how do we look at us as a total person in order to be fit for the war. We've got to be totally fit for the
Right.
war, right? And you've got to be careful about where you're getting your things from. Because let's be clear, with the art of war, us knowing where our people are, we know that they're going to do what? Target certain things in our community.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to be
And
able to
once again, we
determine.
got to be careful about them grocery stores, and
That's
particularly
exactly right.
Right,
your,
with that
your
old
go to
food.
that
That food
black
is
grocery store
old.
who
And the,
should be using black farmers, who
that's
should be
exactly
using black truckers to make sure that
Right.
these black families
exactly right.
have sustained lifestyle and or future, so that the community can have sustained lifestyle
That's
and
And
future.
exactly right.
when I brought that up one time, do you not know my own people was like, "Oh, don't come in here with that." I was like, "What?"
And you know what? When they, anytime someone says that, guess
Leave
what?
them behind, baby.
Guess what? Don't even worry about it. You know what happens, Fannie Lou? You have to remember they're not ready yet, and that's okay.
But
You
they
don't
the
even.
main ones. They the first ones in line when the blessing come. They the first ones in line when the good food show up. They the first one. But you done ran everybody else off, making it seem like it wasn't a good thing. But you showed up. Come on, man.
Exactly. The only thing that I'm gonna say that really tears my nerves up and just makes like nerves on a chalkboard is everyone that has always jumped on board and stepped on the fact that they come from other countries and they just disrespect the blacks that were
Oh
here.
yeah. Oh
They
yeah.
just disrespect and then they think that it's okay. Oh, I can build here and go back there. You cannot. You
Well,
cannot. You cannot. This is ours, and game is over. There's
and it's
no
good
more.
That's
conscience.
how they do in Phoenix.
What happened?
Hello. Oh, my whole deal is, and I'll definitely be glad to step back. But my whole issue with the when we start to talk about, what made me actually get on here is when I saw they have Africa Day on Memorial Day. So we have to start to look at where they feel that their position is improving in the country, but they don't understand staying in their own lane. You understand?
No.
With food, with food, that go with everything. They don't understand that they have a lane now. You're not with us anymore. There's no we. You have to establish your own position. But why would you want it on my position? Why can't you just get you a position? Why does
Well,
it
I
have
will
to
say
be?
it like this, sweetie. What they've done, okay, just forgive my picture. I'm gonna try and paint it quick.
Okay.
We've already got the truck paved the road and driving on cars in our lane, and they've been in our lane and in our cars. Now they're being told, no, this is our lane. That dirt road, all them hills and all the things over there, that's where you got to go and establish your lane.
Facts.
Because you ain't have no money
Facts.
on the gas. See, we
Facts.
asked for money on the gas, and you decided not to help pay for the gas, so you just riding. And we asked you
Now,
for some
now,
gas money. You got insulted and put us down and called my car raggedy.
and
There's
no
no more
doubt. Now,
time for that.
excuse me, fam. Monique, you've been up and down a couple of times, but you really ain't had a chance to get your words out. So come on, girl, get your stuff out.
Oh, hey, well, I'm back. So I've been having to get on and offline. But
Yeah, that's why I said, come on,
so
let it
much,
rip, baby.
so much. I have to say, first, y'all know I say every time we have the show, connect with the local farmers and gardeners. There's a lot of communities for that are black, and you can get everything you need right here in your own community. We have the logistics companies that run the trucks that we do need to invest in the grocery stores. And the problem with the money issue and us supporting each other's businesses is, one, we have the money. That's obvious. One, we expect more and want to pay less. We expect more service and want to pay less for it. So if we pay what they're asking on one end and then provide the service that's expected on the other end, we
Come
gotta.
on. Give them an opportunity. You're right, sister. Give them an opportunity. And the simple fact of the matter is, you can't go into Kroger Fries, Piggly Wiggly, and go up in there and say, "Yo, man, that price too high. Let me get another." You can't do that to none of them. So why would you do it to your people?
Because you know what? Because
Accept the price that's there and roll on.
And you know what the thing is, cousin, the reason that I think that we do it is because second nature, we haven't been taught how to respect each other. And we don't know how to separate business from pleasure. And you have to
That's true,
remember.
but too many cats sit up here, man. Give me the hookup. That's what that is. That's all that is.
Let me tell
Everybody
you
want a
something.
hookup. Everybody wants to hook up.
Let me tell you who I'm going to always hook up. I'm going to always hook up the one who doesn't have. Okay, that's the hookup. If you don't have and you come in and I have it, guess what? If I have, you have. Right? That's the hookup. You're coming in and you're being greedy. That's really what it is. That's exactly what it is.
And it's disrespectful.
It is disrespectful. And you're taking it out of someone else's mouth. And that's why I said we've been taught and groomed not to respect each other. And
and most of the time they already put in.
I gotta agree with that.
Already took the cheapest that they could without so that they could at least break even. A lot of black people that are in business, they basically set the prices where they could at least break even. See, so when people say, "Oh, that's too high," they don't understand. Most of the time, the figuring into what it should cost has everything to do with what it costs to make the item, what it costs to get it shipped, what it costs to get it there and available. And they already took a lot off because they just want to break even to help the people. But see, most folks now don't see it like that because they've not been in business. They've not taken on that level. They've not taken on that level of responsibility for the community.
Right, and then another thing that people need to understand that when it comes to stocking these stores and such, unit pricing, the more you buy, the less it costs. And if I only have enough business to sell 12 hats in a month, there's no sense in me ordering 1,200.
That's
right.
I have stock for no reason.
Question real quick. Do we have a blueprint to start these these farmer markets, grocery stores? Do we have a blueprint for that anybody knows how to
In
do?
the Green Book of Farmers Markets, a Green Book of Farming.
I mean the actual grocery store.
I'm going to say something. I saw something on TikTok, either TikTok or YouTube. But
I did see all the same thing on TikTok.
The one in South Carolina, I think it's in Florence or somewhere in South Carolina, where the guy is. And see, and see, to me, because of the fact that he's starting it, and this is just hopefully it makes sense. So guys, kind of stay in the car with me. He's starting it. Once he gets that up and running, why wouldn't we want to help buy into that and turn that into a franchise?
No, I'm with that. Like how we need a blueprint for something. That's exactly what I was talking about, Miss NJ, because I saw this guy and I see his vision and what he's doing.
Yes.
That needs to be a blueprint. How do we start? Because we need. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm not saying we don't. I mean, I'm on the outskirts of Los Angeles. I'll say I'm like 45 minutes away from Los Angeles. What I'm saying is I'm near where they have black-owned grocery store. We got one in Compton, and I can easily drive out there every day. But I would like one where I'm at.
That's right.
You got to give them a chance to franchise. They got, honestly, something like that, a family business like that, because that's basically what it amounts to.
Yeah.
You have to give them a chance to get growing enough so that they can franchise it. But also know that when they franchise it, it's going to have and maintain the same quality.
Yes,
that's a step that's going to take time.
There's
no getting around
the reason
time.
I say to your point, cousin, the reason that I recommend and I thought about it for that particular, because we're talking about in South Carolina where there is a lot of farmland. That's a lot of like real true farmland that's coming out.
I've been to South Carolina. Yeah, I know.
Monique, are you in California? Monique, are you in California?
No, I'm in Minnesota.
Okay. Oh, that's right, Minnesota.
I'm in Minnesota. We only have one I know of black farmer, and that's north of the Twin Cities, which does come to the cities every once in a while, but it's a smaller, situation. So she's not able to produce at what the community needs on her own. So that becomes an investment issue by the rest of the community.
Mm-hmm.
So who can we reach out to and say, hey man, we want to blueprint what you got going on and start it in many different communities, and we want to not usurp you, but tap into what you're doing. We want to work. We want to be an extension of your grocery store in another neighborhood, in another state, in another city.
It's just a conversation.
DM
Who
him, I
can?
think.
It
Who
just be a
can?
conversation.
Yeah.
It's just
Who?
a conversation. That's
So
all.
who's willing to do that and bring that information back to the people? Who's willing to do that? Is what I'm saying. Who's willing to go talk and
If you
figure
send,
out how we
if
can
no,
create a blueprint type of system that we can give to the people, that we can start connecting with our own farmers and be like, hey man, we're going to start this store. We're gonna order this and this and this from you. We need livestock. We need vegetables. We need fruit. Just start taking inventory. I don't know how to do. I'm just guessing, and then get with some people who know how to do logistics and start delivering it. You know what I'm saying?
let
Well,
me tell you,
my, go ahead.
but the business on the business side of that, what they do is they do it the other way too much. They look at the market and
Yeah.
where there's a greater demand for what they're selling, right? And
Correct.
then what they do is to look at whether or not they can survive in that particular place. Okay, that's how they decide where they're going to put stores. Okay, that's how they do it. That's what the city does. The counties do when they start bringing in people wanting to come into the community. They decide. They look at them. They do a market research and they see who's who and what the demand is going to be. Huh?
It's an
Remember,
opportunity for us to have a conversation, or maybe just reach out to the person that's in that.
is everybody on the Discord? Fanny, are you on the Discord?
Market. Find out what their marketing data looks like and where their plans are to go next. Ask them before and then they
Fanny,
can do where they're
Fanny, are
headed.
you on the Discord? Are you on the Discord, Fanny?
I'm up for. I told you it's hard for me to understand. I'm gonna get on there.
So I
Okay.
mean, first things first is to you guys are all right. Nobody's wrong, and all your ideas are definitely worth implementing. But one thing I think we all have to do is connect with everybody we can and bring that information back to the group.
First and foremost, yeah.
Yes.
And then
A plan.
once we get past the networking, spreading the word, maybe I believe the best way to go about establishing an FBA grocery store line or whatever. It might be, the Jones is here. It might be Wilbur's there. It might be somebody else there, but it'll be somebody FBA co-op. And
Yes.
but meet regionally,
I
I'm saying
agree.
regionally, and then spread out from the region. Some regional
Yeah, and it don't have to be
distribution points.
shop. It could all start up as pop-up shops. Pop-up shops, and tell people you're gonna be there on Saturday with this.
Right. On certain days, this is where you can go and get your black
Yeah,
meat
remember I
and
told
your
you guys I
black.
did that. I've conquered that one. You know what I'm saying?
So
Did the
we need
pop
the
up shop
blueprint.
once a month,
We
right up
need the
here in
blueprint.
Minnesota. But
We need the blueprint.
it couldn't be all black owned, but that's how it started, right
We
there.
need to be. We need the blueprint for
It,
that. We
it
need to have those
started that
pop-up
way, but the
shops
city
everywhere.
actually wound up putting so much money behind it. They said we couldn't make it all black. So we did what we did, but that's who I reached out to.
Well, the idea, once you get big enough, you got to know that they're not going to let you keep it. If they see
Exactly.
you got a good idea, I'm getting a piece of that, period, case closed. Now, the
So,
question of where I'm at in getting this piece, am I going to be the vice president, president, or chairman of the board? Take
Hold
your
on.
pick.
We can
so
always do. We can
yeah.
always do what other communities have done, and we can gatekeep. We can say, okay, we reserving this we this amount for our people, so it doesn't run out, and whatever's left over, we're gonna do how they do. They do the
But this
same
is
thing.
Right.
this is exactly why I said, going back to earlier when I said that when we get started, we have to stay committed to it, right? Because
Correct.
when we look at it, we can't just wane off and start using it or allowing someone else to come in. Because when we say they're not going to let us keep, let me say this, and I'm going to say this with my whole chest and 57 years old chest. No one is going to let me do anything,
Come on.
point blank, period. Not only have I served the United States military, and I stand on all types of business degrees. I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors. I stand on the shoulders of a woman who was raised from a slave owner, a slave enslaved worker that actually went on to become a master's degree. My grandmother that was born in 1913. You're not taking anything from me. I'm gonna say that again with my whole chest. You're not gonna let me do nothing. Pat points. No more.
Yeah, and they play that game and they play it real good Monique just told us, they were still running that same old play. But this is the issue. Because they don't have the numbers anymore, and by 2030 they'll be a minority, then we're going to have to deal with the fact that, and looking at how Donald Trump is actually expelling people from the country, people are going to have to understand the respect mechanism must be must be included in any other conversations we have. Because when you disrespect us now, see, all your little tether classes is going away. It's just me and you now, baby. Not
And
what
you know
we
what
do.
we also got to do? We have to have a group that has not only that's going to be led by some people, some black attorneys, or at least some blacks that have completed their JD, because there's a difference between an attorney and a lawyer. A lawyer is one that has completed the JD that did not pass the bar. An attorney is one who has passed the bar. We need some black lawyers, because guess what? We need to make sure that we have a clear understanding that when we do things, that we're doing it by the book, so that you can't tell me what you're going to let me do. The second piece that goes along with it, the stuff that we do, we need to make sure that we're patenting it, that we're doing anything that's brand new, that we put a patent on it, and anything else we need to trademark it, because guess what? That's how we lost everything before, and we need to stop talking and then rise above like the Sphinx. That's what's going to happen. Yeah.
Well, that's why we need our land, so that we can stand down in our own stuff on our own land, and then they're going to need a lawyer to be able to come over and try to uproot me from doing what I'm doing for my people on my land.
I think y'all just made me. Look, watch this. Look, the whole family. Y'all just ignited me enough. I know exactly what I'm going to do with my property. Part one of it, I was going to do something else with it, because I was going to turn it into a DV shelter, because it's in a residential, but it's commercial.
Right.
You got about 4 acres.
With that, you can get a store going with that.
But that's what I'm saying. That's a grocery store, the thing is, what? Because it's in the community, and because of the fact that I haven't been down there in at least, to really spend some time down there. I haven't been down there in about 15 years, and I think I'm going to put some vacation on the books and go down.
Go take a vacation. Go take a 2-3 month vacation.
That's exactly right. And I not only need to, not about my property, but I need to go to the administration and understand exactly, because that's where, when I assessed it before, what I could put on it. And I kept saying, what in the world do I want to do in a commercially zoned property in a residential area? Everyone was like, oh, convert it back. I said, I'm not doing any of that. I don't care that it costs more to pay the taxes. I haven't figured that out yet. So at first I was thinking about, oh, you know what, I'll do something like a laundromat or something like that to help the community. And then I thought, oh, put some apartments on top of that. It's like, wait a minute, hold it, stop. I need to reset the whole entire culture thing. I need to know, talk to me about what your plans are for this particular area, so that I'll know how to restructure my legal entity that's around my property. I said that, and I want y'all to read between the lines that go along with it, because what you're not going to do is you're not going to take nothing that my grandfather got. And he got from the money from his family. You're not doing that.
Has that area been gentrified?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But that's exactly. Look, watch this. That's exactly why. That is.
It is the future plan. That's why they're trying to buy it.
That's exactly why, and that's why they keep coming for me, because they say, "Oh, she's in the tri-state area, but this property is down here." And I make sure that when I check them every single time, I'm like, "Excuse me, where did you get my information from?" Because that's not public information.
Oh, that means that somebody already wrote a plan. They already got a plan. If they calling,
yes.
Oh yeah, you calling up my property? Who are you? Oh well, you know what? We want to know. I'm like, let me be very clear. You do not call me again, and I want you to take me off. If you call me again, that's going to be classified as harassment.
Yeah,
do I make myself clear?
That's the game. Well, see, now you got to move. Now you got to get it going. You got to, whatever you decide to do. And
I got to make it pop.
You have to hit me in the back, hit me in the back, and I can help. I mean, I can
And
help.
let's talk. Let's talk about it, because you know what? There's a lot of opportunities and a lot of things that you can do
I
with
can
it.
get you
Because
where you
thinking
need to
about it,
go.
there's tiny family. There's these, these, what do they call? Are they called the tiny family homes or something like that?
Tiny
Tiny
home.
home, but yeah.
Tiny
Okay,
homes.
hold on.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick, you guys? Listen, man. We need the pop ups like Monique is well versed in and she has experience in doing. We definitely need the grocery stores, but we need a delivery system as well too. We need we
Oh,
need
I could
we
easily turn it
need
into a farm.
we need man, come on. That's what we need. We need more farmers. We need a logistics. I love how Monique added that we need the logistics. We need the trucks, okay, that carry the food and give it straight to the people, and the trusted food that comes from our farmers only. We need to only deal with our farmers only, and we need to have a way to get that to transport that food to people who are in further distance.
I had a trucking company already, and I know exactly what to do. That's why I was telling her we could talk in the back. I can.
Yes.
Come on, y'all, get the blueprint together. Get the
Let's get
blueprint
it together.
together.
Let's get together. That works, sis. Let's
Get
get
the
together and pull
blueprint
and determine how we
together.
can. Let's if you down for restarting
Family, I
that
love it.
trucking system,
I
that
love it,
trucking
family.
company, even if we have to do it, small.
Getting ready to teach because now that the delivery systems and stuff are up, and I wanted to show people the options that they have as far as deliveries go, because now that they're finding our truck drivers hanging from, they're
My
lynching.
God, today. My
Yeah.
God, today.
We can't continue to play the game. We're gonna have to start to do a lot of elbowing and gatekeeping. We can't keep working in their system, man. We're not safe anymore. It's
Amen.
We're not
Amen.
safe, but we also got to make sure that we are protecting our assets. And
absolutely.
our truckers are absolutely our
Carry
some
that
of our
thing.
biggest
Carry
assets.
that thing on you at all times. Don't leave home without it. Carry
Keep
that
your
thing
power
on you.
tool close by.
And
Carry that thing on you
make
at
sure that you
all
are
times.
fully make sure that you are fully locked and loaded. When we say locked and loaded, that you're legal. You go to the practice. You take your practice to make sure that you are on where it needs to be. Because guess what? No one is safe.
Our
Well, you're
truckers
right.
should know the
Looking at
routes that are safe. We
uh,
should know the safe routes. We,
we're
we should have
looking
we
at
should have safe routes at all times. We shouldn't be knowing, okay, we can't go this way, but we need to go this way.
But
We
they
should
got the green book. That's what the green book is for. But they're not even giving them the green books to know where the sundown towns are located. The green book is back. All our stuff is coming back. I
But
mean, the
that's what
green.
I'm saying. History
Because
repeats
they're
itself.
making us have to need it again. And the idea is we have to trust each other that the green book first is true and that everything in the green book is
Right.
for us.
And that's what we have to do. To your point, cousins, we have to go in and validate the green book.
Yeah, no, man. I
And
mean,
the
it's so
framework is there. We have to maintain it by just starting with the validation. Hey, is this still aligned with not just this particular store, but who are the real original owners? What's the plan that go? So there's work that goes along with it. There is a lot
See,
that we have to do.
if you've used the green book, you're supposed to be broadcasting with the louder bullhorn as you can that you have used the green book.
right. The green
You've
book.
used the information of the green book so that the next person can say, oh, okay. And then the next person can say, oh, okay, well, yeah. And now you're rolling on. This is how we get our validation. But someone, whomever it is, wherever you at, if you use the green book, that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Right. And
Broadcast it. Let it be known.
and the truck drivers, these young truck drivers, they keep thinking that they don't need this and that they got Google and they got this. No, no, no. You need to know where to settle. You can only drive 14 hours out of the day. They make you sit down 10. You cannot drive 24 hours a day. The rules and FMCSA, I can show people something. I'm a leader. I can show some people.
Baby, my boy a trucker, baby, so I'm full agreement with you. I know, we understand the rules that the truckers have to live by.
But they going into North Carolina and they're coming. It's like North Carolina is opening. The moment that they go into the state of North Carolina, it's like there's a black pit and they get sucked in because I have seen too many of those truckers. It's the same state, and I believe, if my understanding, it's like on the western side. I went to college down there, and that's also where my property and stuff is down there. But I don't know anything about that side, but I have a feeling because it's mountainous.
They're starting these neighborhood watches, okay, all over in our community. We're starting these neighborhood. We're going to have to incorporate where these truckers are parked and when they need to have a reporting system to where we know where they are at all times, not just their companies. We need to know where they are. Or you in my, if they in my jurisdiction or they somewhere near me, then I need to be on point to say, okay, how long you gonna be here? Where are you? Blah blah blah. Report in to me when you pull in. Let me know when you leave, and then call the next one when you get to the next city. I mean, we're
Put them air tags on them. You can do an air tag to make sure that you know exactly where they are. Yeah.
because the companies themselves do not care. They just want their stuff shipped. They don't care how long they have to be on. Some of these people, their health is bad. They're having heart attacks behind the road. It's a lot. But that's just that particular industry. Now, we are also, having to pay attention to what is transpiring as far as our craftsmanship, period. Because now we don't have enough plumbers. We don't have enough electricians. We got to start going back to the crafts. We got a lot to talk about, y'all.
Yes,
We
and that's
do, and
exactly
that was another point I wanted to bring up today. That's why I asked Too Much that he was coming today, because I don't know if y'all have heard, but they're trying to cancel Job Corps.
Yeah, I saw
They're
that.
trying to.
I had not heard that,
I
but
saw that.
given, I'm sorry, I can only look at it. Given the current iteration of this experiment called America,
not surprised.
I'm not surprised at all. Listen, when they're doing away with education,
That's
they're
right.
doing away with the knowledge of plumbing. They're doing away with the knowledge of carpentry. They're doing away with how to be an individual sustaining your life in this place. They're trying to make you completely dependent upon the other.
So watch
And
this.
the AI.
So watch
Oh,
this.
watch
So
this.
watch
Let me
this.
say
So
this.
watch this. So watch this. Watch this. Watch this. We got to go back to
Yep.
mentorship and
Yes.
apprenticeship, people. That's why I keep telling you, ditch the school system, ditch all those degrees. They don't mean nothing without the skills. We got to take people, we with the degrees, we with the skills, have to pass this information on without going the school route, because we know what they're trying to do. So how do
Yep.
we combat it? We got to
So
go back
So
to
let me.
mentorship
we, I
and
think,
apprenticeship.
I think one thing, and like I said in Discord, conversations that we need to have is, as a group, we need income producing
Yes.
entities, and so
Yes.
we don't necessarily need people to come in and do anything for us, because we can do it ourselves. But like the plumbers that we know, or the whoever, the
Find the
tradesmen
mentor,
that we
right?
know, we can pay you to come in and teach these classes amongst for our kids. One thing,
I
Job Corps.
So let me say that. Let me say one thing. I think that everything that everyone is saying is absolutely spot on, but I want to add just a point for consideration. I think that until we are in like phase 3 or 4, we have to take a couple of things in consideration. The same way that we're on someone else's platform, we're still, until we move away, we are still in someone else's I'll
Earshot.
say space, right? And
Yes.
so to do that, one of the things that we don't want to do is we don't want to back ourselves in against the wall to where we invalidate the need for education and the need for the certifications, because we don't have the ecosystem set up yet that is going to sustain the fact that I say, you know what, Too Much, I already know who you are. Let me bring you into the Carrington group, and I'm going to make sure that you do X, Y, and Z, because guess what? I have this, multi-trillion-dollar year contract with the federal government, and I just need to make sure that we don't have that set up yet. So the goal is we need to shift that narrative and saying, not so much as we don't need the certifications, but we need to make sure that we have them.
well, no, we did say we needed to. I was
We
saying
do need the certifications. I'm not saying we don't need certification. I'm saying we don't necessarily have to go the 4-year degree route to get these
no, because there
certifications.
are community
And,
colleges.
That's
we
not the
can,
only
but
avenue.
we can,
That's how we
right,
should
right,
say
right,
that.
right. And we can
That's not the
certify,
only
and we
avenue.
can certify our people, and then we can find a route to get them accredited. But we can certify our people. Listen to what I'm saying. We can certify our people, and then we can find a pathway to get to get what we're doing to become accredited. We just have to start. We don't wait for the
We know the
accreditation.
pathway.
But we
Yeah,
we know the pathway.
Family,
The
y'all
thing
have
is,
to bear
don't
with me,
wait.
but I got
We
to get
don't
out of here
wait for
now.
the
So
I
I
do
want
accreditation.
to
too.
thank you
All
all.
right, thank you,
Yeah, I
cousin.
gotta jump
Appreciate
as
Yeah.
you.
well.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother.
All
Thank
right,
you,
hey man,
family.
get back with y'all. Peace.
Yeah, we're gonna get back to
Advisors,
everybody.
we will
But
advisement team. We need to meet offline in the back end.
Yep.
that's why I need everybody on the Discord, man. Y'all got to get
Yeah,
on
I
the
sent
Discord.
out some invites yesterday.
Okay.
I couldn't find you, Miss New Jersey Love, but
Oh,
please invite me so I can get you a, a invite.
okay,
And
okay.
Fannie Mae, of course. You know what I'm saying? Just I need everybody to
I'll
invite.
look for it. I'll look for it.
Okay, or you can his is on there. Mine is the exact same name as here. Mine is the same name as here. So
I can't
I'm
remember. I
easy to
think
find.
mine is the same, but I'll inbox you. Thank you so much, Monique. Thank you, everyone. Blessings, family. I appreciate you as always.
All right, love. All right.
Love and infinite blessings.
We ending? Are we ending?
Are you
I'm
doing too much?
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm like we have the way. The way is so. Let's say we got little Jimmy. He wants to be a plumber. So we got the plumber instructor to come in and show him everything or whatever, and he gets that because he's already a union man. He can certify him, and then we go to the union to get him accredited. He might need to do some apprenticeship hours with the union and to be accredited. But then that's the way. Cause they'll find you a job. They'll pay you a little bit of here, a little bit there. I mean, but right now in Minnesota, they're making $100,000.
Come on.
$100,000. So
Then if you move in the right space where they don't have what you offer, then you're gonna make more than that.
Come on.
exactly. So once they get, they got their money and they're putting some money back into the community, our community, to bring
Down
investments up.
here, the longshoreman union do that. The longshoremen, you go up there to the longshoreman union.
Listen, y'all. We need electricians. We need people that can do construction. We need plumbers. We need
All the tradesmen.
all the tradesmen. We need to go back and covet those skills and start teaching our people. I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't care if you're a doctor, lawyer, nurse, tech person. There's nothing wrong with having a trade as a backup.
Right.
Nothing wrong with saying you're gonna go. The pathway is trade, and then you specialize in whatever you want to specialize in, whatever you want to do. But you're gonna have this right here to where you can always make money anywhere in the world. You gotta think like that. Anywhere within this country, if you need to start over and start from scratch, you can start over and start from scratch. We got to have that type of mindset. So we start them out in the tradesmen, and then if they want to go into the technology, that's perfect too. We have a pathway to that too. You can go
Yes.
into technology. You can go into whatever. Go ahead.
Botany and agriculture. Absolutely.
Yeah, but
So
see, what we have, the way we fail, and we have these talks, and I've been in so many, and where it breaks down is when you actually start to ask people to give some time towards building this and getting on. They're gonna always be there to condemn or always want to find something wrong with what you're doing, but none of them really want to spend the time to sit down and get it organized and then go out and do the hard work of building and building support, building up capacity. A lot of people say, I ain't got no money. A lot of times you don't need no money. If you know what you know, that is your money.
right.
People don't get it. They don't get it. They don't get it. I don't know. We'll try again. I'm willing. I'm loving it.
Listen, we gotta keep it. I tell y'all this all the time, and I don't be lying. I don't be trying to just say the talk. If you're not prepared to get 50,000 no's, don't get started.
You see?
Don't get started. Just say I'm not prepared to get 50 because it's gonna. What we're talking about, it's gonna be trial and error. It's gonna be mistakes. But you don't quit. You got to have an executionary mindset where you like whatever I say I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see it till the end. If you don't have that type of mindset, don't even get started. Don't waste other people's time. Just don't get started. We only want to listen. We can only work with a committee. If you're not committed, we're gonna find out. because we're gonna throw some. Everything you start with is not gonna be. It's not gonna be easy. It might be simple, but it's not gonna be easy. So if you fail at the simple stuff, then we already know, get you out the paint, move on to somebody else. That's the
Well, you
mindset we gotta
gotta
have.
want it. A lot of people don't want it. I mean, we've been beat down so bad. I mean, for real, most folks just really lost hope. And even and our own people worked against us. But there are visionaries still. You know, visionaries are still being born. Visionaries are still being born.
Doers have to attract doers. Builders have to attract builders. That's the
Right.
mindset we gotta have, man. We
And so,
can't be
you know, we
worried about
also have
changing people's
other
mindset. The moment we get pushback, that should let us know right there they don't have the mindset. Now, if you're giving
right.
constructive pushback, that's different. Let's talk. Let's talk about better ways to do things, but let's not have a negative mentality. You have a negative mentality like, "Oh, this ain't gonna work," or this failed last time. And no. We're not worried about last time. We're worried about what we're doing today and what we're putting
Right.
on today. Because listen. I don't wait for nobody. If I say I'm gonna do something, I do it. Same thing happened with the coin. I was people were like, yeah, we need to get our own cryptocurrency. We need to do this. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Nobody
Did
stepped
it.
up. So you know what I did? I said, okay, I'll do it. Let me just figure this thing out. Let me code this thing. Let me take my time. 3 months. Boom. Now we got our coin. I don't wait. If I know that we need something and it's time to do something, I'm gonna do it. If y'all can take this to make. If I say I'm in, I'm in. I'm
See.
not out.
That's what I'm
I mean,
saying, and that's why it's important that. And I wanted to say that to you, Monique. I have, there was another. I was a part of another group. They were trying to get the Black farmers together, and this girl, I think she's still working on, building up the logistics for a smooth uh, uh, routes for coming to and from Black farms, delivering to uh, the communities directly. It's a farm to fork type of situation. And I have a list of the farms. This is a couple of years old, this list is, but I have a list of farms all over America. So, I mean, we can talk about it. I mean, I'm not just out here just saying stuff. No, I have
Is her
some
name
things.
Monica?
Monica, I'm sorry.
Is her name Monica?
Oh no. Her name no Brooke.
Okay. I was wondering if it was a lady from Muddy Waters.
so who do y'all know? Who do y'all know? Anybody know anybody in the
There's a lot
California
of
area?
huh?
You know anybody in the California area?
Yeah, I know some people in California. I was born in California, but I was raised in Texas. But my dad, I got sisters and brothers up there.
I mean that are farmers.
Oh no, not that are farmers, but I do. I'm gonna go get that list. I got your email. I'm gonna send it to you. As a matter of fact, I'm glad I'm talking.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
I'm gonna send it to you. I don't remember that there was a California farm, but that's not to say that there's not a California farm. And if it's not, I want to add it to it. If you know about any up there, I
I'm
know that.
I'm gonna start doing my research. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find
Yeah.
out what we have in that area. He's like, I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna see if I can get. He's like, I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna see if I can get a. If I can talk to the black lady that runs the Compton grocery store. I'm gonna try to drive out there.
Yeah, it's a co-op. It's a co-op close to you though. And I wanted this. It ain't in Arizona, and it's not in Oregon. It's Colorado, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm gonna look and see on there, and I'm gonna send you a copy of that so you can have it and you can know. But because I'm not, I don't gatekeep information. I put it out there. I put it all out there. But yeah, it's doable. It's very doable, and you got a lot of people willing to do it. It's just that we have to come together. But every time we come together, it's the farmers that have to actually do the delivering. So we have to make sure that the farmers are able to meet the need. And so we got the farmers saying, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, you get out there, and they already sold out. So there's a lot of parts, moving parts to something like this. But I can help.
Okay. Well, I think we gotta start looking in that direction and start doing, see where everybody can help at. I'm gonna start doing some research myself about I don't even know where are the black farmers. I know we have them, but where are they in California? I don't know.
They're a lot of them are in the South, and then the good company. The black farmers that now have canned goods in the store. The good GOOD.
Hmm.
I think it's them. I gotta see what the name of it. They got a TikTok too. They started from scratch, and now 20 years later, his daddy passed away, but they kept it going. They have a whole manufacturing thing. They got food in Kroger and Target. Walmart, and they had to work really hard to get into the stores. And he talks about their journey. I'm gonna have to send a link over to you to see. He's got the whole thing. They got TikTok. They got all of the media now, and they're in there showing how they got the canned goods, and you buy from them. You can buy from them in the stores, and how that journey. And so we have some things we don't have to start from scratch on. It's just important to get that information to the masses of individuals that we want to help.
Yep, that's what I keep saying. It's networking. It's all networking.
Our network.
And I'm a natural networker, so.
All right, that's what I'm saying. Me too. It's just a matter of getting the word out. But people are tired. Black fatigue is very real. Folks giving up. It's really real. It's the truth. But we can't be burned out now because those people are having to release all of that stuff because no money is circulating in those communities. They got all their land up for sale. They selling their homes. They selling everything is coming back into the main. It's accessible now. Things that you used to didn't even have an idea about are now accessible, and we have to, look at that. It's coming back to us.
Okay. Yeah, man, we got to get. Everybody. We all over. We got Minnesota. Where you at? Where you at? You in Texas, Fanny?
I'm in Texas. Yes, I'm in Texas.
I'm in Cali. I think Miss NJ. I think she's in Jersey or Maryland.
He in Jersey.
Okay, and then cousin, he's in I think he's in South Carolina.
Yeah.
So we got people. We just got to start connecting and start. We have to build a hub. We have to have a hub, and then we have to build a I don't know what to call it, a pop-up group. I don't know what we're gonna call it, but in the areas that we're at, and in certain areas where we can, where we're community leaders over these projects that we're running. We have our main hub where we come and we talk about, discuss what we need, whether it's money, whether it's people, whether it's infrastructure. We build the things we need, and then we go back to our community with it and implement it.
Absolutely. And then the thing of it is once it starts to get up, these politicians, they are so damn greedy and hard up for something or anything that they can take over.
We don't let them. We don't
have a
let them.
for them as well. Tell them, if they're not bringing money first, we're not talking about anything.
Honestly, I don't think we need to include any politicians unless they're grassroots politicians.
They got a way of inching their way into or finding out about
and we keep them out, and we keep. It's none of their business what we're doing.
Yeah.
As long as we're not doing anything illegal, none of your business. Now, if you want to talk to a Marcel Dixon, you go talk to him, and maybe he can articulate it to you. But we got to reach out to people on the grassroots, and I just threw out his name because I know he's a grassroots person.
Oh, yeah.
But it could be anybody who's on the grassroots level. We definitely need a spokesperson for what we're doing, but we don't. But this is not a political movement, and we can't allow any political party to take credit and take claim to what we're doing. This is something that we're doing 100% for our people, and that's it. That's it. If you're not FBA,
self-determination.
Go ahead.
Self-determination.
Yeah. If you're not FBA, this ain't for you. We're building something for our community because we see that something is wrong. So y'all don't get mad when other communities do that for themselves. We are now going to start doing that for ourselves. We see a need in our community and what's needed, and we're going to fix it. And I'm gonna like I said, I'm gonna this is an opportunity also to integrate the FBA coin into what we're doing and start including it into the grassroots. And even as a form of payment, hey, we need some work.
Down here in Texas, you can go to stores where they have Bitcoin vending machines.
Come on.
They got Bitcoin vending machines down here.
That's what's needed. We need to start getting into that arena right there, and we need to start having a way where businesses can start accepting FBA or our cryptocurrency, our people's currency to transact and do business.
Hey, they on top of this because they see that it's a train that's rolling out of control, and they all trying to control it now. And we trying to put as much in here as we can before they take over.
Yeah, listen, a lot of people don't know when that dollar collapses, it's going to be real. Where do you think everybody's going to rush to for currency and money?
Ooh.
When that dollar collapse, where do you think everybody's going to rush to for currency and money? People are going to say, if you don't got this, you can't get nothing.
Yeah, I just saw where the banks are now. At first, they fought against crypto. Now they're talking to the Securities Exchange Commission because Trump is pushing past all of the red tape. And now they're jumping on board.
You know what makes Trump smart? And I don't think Trump is working for our behalf. I think he understands that he's getting out of the system. Trump is moving us out of the system, but he's creating a system for his people, not for our people. We got to create our own. He's giving us a pathway because, listen, understand, Trump had a falling out with Netanyahu. Trump, listen, Trump is not no puppet for small hats. He's not. You're not going to be able to control Trump. It's just not going to happen. Trump is playing the game, and he's moving his people out. He's moving America even out of the system.
And
but don't think he's setting it up for us.
No, we know, but we're gonna see if you see the opportunity and you take advantage of it. He's a businessman. He respects that.
We have to take our own spot. So when they do a thing over there, we got to have our own thing over here popping. And then when it all crumbles down and Trump says, I got the solution, this is what I did for us. We got a solution, this is what we did for our people. And then we work the business like that because crypto is always going to be worth something. Crypto is the real money. It's the real money. It's digital. It's something attached to a number. It's something that can be tracked. It can be logged. It's encrypted. I mean, this is better. The crypto is better than money. It's better than fiat money. It's better. And you can back it by anything. You can back it by proof of work. You can back it by proof of stake. It's the smart contracts alone, just in the contracts alone, makes the Bitcoin worth and more valuable than a dollar. A dollar don't have any contract attached to it. You can crumple a dollar up and throw it in the trash. It really has no value. You can throw that money in the fire and burn it. It has no value. But that cryptocurrency, you can't do that to that.
That's right.
You can't do what you want to a cryptocurrency. You can't throw it on the ground and trample on cryptocurrency. It stays on the blockchain until you need it.
No, and you can't touch that. You can't change the switches.
You can't get the law. You can't get the vault key. You can't steal it. The only way you can mess up on cryptocurrency is if you give somebody your authentication key and your passphrase. If you give somebody those things, your private keys and your passphrases, you're done. They got access to everything you ever got in that one wallet. But you can have multiple wallets.
Right.
You have multiple places to hide your money.
In essence, that we're going to have to make sure that these babies understand the game on these things. And that's what's not being, it's amazing that they decided to attack the education system at the very time when the youth need to be educated. They don't want to teach them.
Listen, I'm okay. Listen, man, we have to look, listen, instead of looking at it as a negative, we have to look at it as a positive. That's a positive for us. Those were indoctrination camps. Let's just call it what it was. Those were indoctrination camps. The educational system is full of indoctrination, full of the propaganda and witchcraft that we're trying to come out of. I tell you all the time, you send your kids to school, they're going to come back with an attitude.
Yeah.
They're going to come back with an attitude. And the attitude is going to be, and they don't even know why they got that attitude. They're just coming back with one. And they're bringing the attitude to you. Man, we have to get our children up out of the school system, and they're making it easy for us. Our only problem is we don't have a system yet in place to catch our students. We have to build it, though. We must.
Yeah. Well, I'm homeschooling next year, for sure. We homeschooling, so I'm working on that right now, building up my and finding out, what all I need to do and how, all of the
Take your homeschool online. Take your homeschool. Listen, man, our kids, we don't have to put them in the indoctrination camp where they go to school from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. We can spread it out. Get your
yeah.
put it online, and on Mondays we talk about these three subjects. On Tuesdays we talk about these three subjects, and do away with homework. Do
See,
away with homework. No more homework. No, and then you give them a day off to rest and recuperate, and then you come back again. We talk about these three subjects here, and we instill our ways, our values, and we teach the kids at the level where they're at. That's all we got to do. Now I know that's oversimplified way of saying it. We definitely need structure in place there, but you guys understand what I'm trying to say. We have to teach the kids. We have to prepare them for the future, not prepare them for the past. That's what school does. School prepares our children for the past, things that we're not doing anymore, things that we're leaving behind, systems that are going to be outdated. We have to prepare our kids for the future now, not for the present, because the present's gone tomorrow. That's how
that's
fast the present is gone. It's gone tomorrow.
it's gone.
We
It's
have to
gone.
teach them for the future and watch what happens. So if you get that homeschooling thing, we need to be sending. If y'all got children and you got an age group that you're able to handle, we need to be putting them online and linking them up and paying you whatever we're gonna pay. Maybe it's $50, $20. I don't know, $20 a day, $10 a day. I don't know, whatever it
Make
is,
ebooks. Get the ebooks, and then they have it where the
and go
system
at their own pace. This is what I like.
AI
Give
will
them
read
ebooks,
book.
give them workbooks, and let them go at their own pace. And then you
Right,
just monitor them. You just check
right,
okay, where you're at. Make sure that they're actually understanding the information, not just regurgitating the information,
right,
but actually have the understanding of the information. That's the way school should be. Give them a workbook because kids are smart. They know how to read. They know how to read, write, and arithmetic, all that stuff. They know how to do that. So give them the workbook and say, okay, this is the first grade level. This is the second grade level, third grade, whatever. Work at your own pace and complete this book. And every 3 times a month you check in, and we make sure that you're getting information and they're able to ask questions to the teacher and do it that way. That way you can still do what you need to do, Fanny, but you got a set days and set time and schedule where you sit down with the kids in a group setting or an individual setting and you deal with the kids, but you give them a workbook. You say boom, boom,
right.
boom, and you teach
And
them
for
about their history. You teach them
so
about their people.
set the goals, and then you can run. I'm teaching mine. They're gonna go to school for some of the day, and then we're gonna be working on building a business for the rest of the day. They're gonna actually be business.
Come
They're
on,
gonna,
that's better.
when
That's
they
better.
draw those pictures, she's drawing those pictures and all that. We cut them out. We're gonna be making. She's gonna have Hallmark cards. We're not just gonna be sitting around here. No, you're gonna be working, and she's gonna be in business and making money.
Yeah,
That's what we're gonna do.
what we need schools? That's what I'm saying. We need schools like that. So you give them a workbook, and then you say, you know what? Every Tuesdays and Thursdays we're meeting up for business class, and this is how we're gonna do business. But you still got your workbook. You still got to complete your workbook. If you don't complete your workbook, you can't get into class to make money, and they're gonna want to get into class and make money. That's like
They're
that's
gonna
like
like
that's
that.
like a goal thing. They're not gonna want to miss out on making money. So
No,
that's an incentive for them to complete the workbook. Complete the workbook on time. You gotta know this. Now you get to go to business class where you and a group of students you pair them off in groups and they build a online business from scratch or whatever.
we're gonna teach them about the FBA coin. We're gonna teach them
Come
about
on,
what it can do, all the possibilities. You got to
come
put it,
on,
the
right?
where it could go, and then talk about the owner. I mean, talk about the founder. You got to put it all in there because our
Come
history,
on,
corrupted. So you get people that are going somewhere, they're already doing it, and let them teach you their way. So then that is incorporated in their world.
come
They don't
on.
feel like you got to start something new. I mean, they're already going to be affiliated and also educated on what it is that they can do, and then they can apply that to whatever plans they have for their own lives.
Come on. That's fact.
Yeah. I don't be just sitting on here. I've been learning a lot. Trust me. And I'm gonna write that book too about the land because I'm gonna write that book. You're right. I need to write that.
That was so much game, man. Don't let that slip away. That's lost. That's lost knowledge that our people don't fully understand. If you can really tap into the ancestors and let them speak to you and put this book out, it'll be phenomenal. It will be a bestseller. I know it because it's talking about something that's deeply rooted in our culture and our beliefs. We've gotten away from some of that, and now it's time for us to come back home to it. What you said was true. You can't leave your ancestral land. You take it with you.
Thank you. You take it with you because that's not that land that land has recorded a history, just like the trees on that land have recorded history. You know, these things are not just these are living. The trees are living. The grass is alive. The earth is alive, and what happened on that earth is important, and it preserves the true intent and the original intent. It preserves the past
I
better
don't
than
want to get, I don't want to get too spooky on here, but y'all know what tree nymphs are, right? Tree spirits are, right?
yeah.
Y'all know our brother George Washington Carver was able to talk to plants, right? He said
Said
the
that.
plants told him. If y'all
They
really
talk.
understand who we really are spiritually, we are the keepers of the earth,
Man, that's what
keepers
we were
of the
created
forest,
for.
the keepers of the land. We were
Jim,
in tune with the trees needed us. Without us, we couldn't listen. We just like we need the trees, we need the plants, we need the vegetables. They need us to till the land. Without that symbiosis agreement, there wouldn't be this ecosystem Earth that we have today. So who were the original inhabitants and blessed by God to keep the earth, to take dominion over the
we
earth
were
and
created
to
for.
keep
That's what
it?
it was.
It was us.
Garden. He put us in a garden. Listen,
We were
listen.
supposed to tend the garden. We were supposed to tend, protect everything about the garden was our business.
What do they call a gardener? A husbandman.
Come on, man. Come
Husband.
on.
Come
That's
on,
it.
man.
Come on. You got to write that book now. You got it, man. That's too much game that we got to bring back to our people because they don't. There's no book. I'll tell you right now. There's no book out there like it.
I mean, you gotta. I mean, they said that this tradition that was passed down to us. My grandfather, we had asthma. I'm gonna tell you a true story, and a lot of people I don't even share this with. We had asthma, me, my brother, and my cousin, and it was bad, and it would get really bad during the times of changing of the seasons and in the summer. One time when I got 12, my grandfather took us out to a tree and he got a nail and he took us to this tree out in the woods in the country and he nailed the nail over our heads, the different ones of us. He said, when you outgrow this nail, y'all gonna outgrow that asthma. You know we outgrew that asthma?
Come on.
Do you know I'm not asthmatic today?
Come on.
The trees, the tree. You know, I mean, it's about how you.
We need to design shoes that keep us grounded. Do y'all hear about shoes that keep you grounded to the earth? There are shoes that you can wear now. Even though you got shoes on your feet, you're still getting the ancestral energy from the ground.
Wow.
We need
No,
to be designing shoes. Yeah, we need to be designing shoes like that. They have things that you can that you can do while you're camping that keeps you grounded to the earth. There are things you can put into your home that give you that grounded. Y'all just Google it. They have it.
it's
We need
really
to
true.
open
It's
that
really
for
true.
our
You
people.
can go into a place. You can go into an old house and tell who lived there. The lumber, the wood in that place holds knowledge. It holds like you can tell. You can tell if you're really spiritual. Like if you black people got a funny way of doing things. Like you can walk in a place and just feel like, dang, I don't. We're gonna go. Well, why are you leaving? Well, that's all in there. It's in there.
Are the caretakers of the earth, and we got to start doing our job.
Yeah.
We got to start doing our job. That's why it's
You
so important that we
up,
get
you don't have to worry about nobody messing with you no more because now when you in your lane doing you, which is where we are, we're in our lane now. We can't save the world. We know that. So we delineated because that was holding us back and it was being more of a harm than good. we had to do that and let everybody know, hey, you, like Tariq said, hey, you got to hold your own, you know what's. You got to hold them because we can't do it no more. We can't help you. We need help ourselves. And y'all turned on us when we were at our, when we needed it the most. We couldn't depend on you. So now get out the car, get in your own car, build you a lane, and y'all go ahead. We ain't mad at you, but we can't carry you no more. That's it.
That's it. That's it.
That's basically what FBA is, and nobody wants to appreciate it for what it is, and that's fine. It doesn't take away from the fact that that's what it is.
That's it.
Oh. So I'm gonna go. It's already. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get up from here and cook. But
Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
y'all.
We
I'm gonna
chopped up
see
some
you.
good game
I'm gonna
today.
be on here tomorrow.
Okay, I'll be on there tomorrow. We chopped up some good game today, man. I think we got a
We
lot to
did.
think about and ponder and pray about, and then we just gotta Monique man get with me on the Discord. I gotta figure out. I still try to figure out how to make you moderator. I might have to go online and figure out what I'm doing wrong because I still don't see you in the Discord. I don't know what's going on, but I'm gonna figure it out. But I know you're there. I can. You called me. You butt dialed me the other day on Discord, so I know we're connected. I just don't know how we're.
Okay, I can hear you. But I'm in there's a lot of open air where I am, so you'll hear a lot of wind.
Okay.
But I can hear you, and
Okay.
I see there's some other people in the comments. If you want to, continue your conversation, but other than that, I'm listening.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out though, guys, and y'all be blessed here.
Yes, indeed.
You
Yes,
too.
indeed. Thank you. You too.
I'll be looking for you on the Discord. I'm gonna try to chime in too.
Okay.
I'm finna get on here and try to figure it out. All right,
Yes.
y'all. Bye bye.
Yeah. Get on the Discord and let's try to figure it out. But I'm gonna try to. I'm still trying to figure out how to make you a moderator. I keep going to the moderator, and when I go to the moderators, the members, I don't see you. I don't know what's going on. That's because I know you joined because it said you joined. So I don't know what that means. But I'll have to go online with that today, and see what's going on. I'm taking today off. I'm not working today, so I'm just gonna chill and relax today and try to get other things done. I never really not work. I'm always working, and that's one thing I'm always working on. So I always got some project to work on it and do. So I'm gonna just do those things. But I'm gonna figure out the Discord, and also for those who are still listening, I'm revamping muchoart.com. If y'all go check it out, I got some new stuff. I'm putting up some new items and some new clothing. I'm putting up some tote bags on the shelf, some with that abstract Afrocentric art that we have. I'm doing a lot of those. A lot of I'm looking for some jeans that I can start uploading. I'm looking for some jeans, but jeans that we make. And I'm trying to find a way to work with a company where I can put my own designs. And I'm all into making my own clothing. I don't like to wear other people's stuff. I even got my wife into making her own clothes. And we just we buy from ourselves. We make our own stuff. And I got T-shirts, I got hats, I got shoes. I'm actually looking for another shoe type of company that we can work with so I can have more control over the designs and whatnot with that too. So check out muchoart.com. If y'all look at it, if y'all seen it in the past and look at it, what it looks like today, it's like night and day, man. I think I really tapped in on this one. The website looks so much more better, so much more cleaner, and it's now focusing on our culture. So I'm going to get rid of a lot of the products, a lot of the clothing and paintings that really don't represent our people. I'm just going to kick that all off the website, and I'm only going to put up things that represent our culture, like the Harlem Renaissance. The many inventions that we've done. I'm going to start tapping into those things and putting it on our clothes and putting it on our wall. It's a way that we can never forget that we always listen. We need to remind. The Bible talks about an item that he made his people wear so they don't forget the laws and the statutes. I'm going to design something like that for us so we don't forget the FBA code of honor.
We don't forget the FBA Constitution. We need to have these things in t-shirt, in jeans, in hats. We need to be representing our culture instead of representing these other weird name brands like Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga, all devilish in their ways, all devilish. We need to be representing. I'm also getting into women's. I do a lot of men's clothing and unisex clothing, but I'm also tapping into the women. I'm having my wife help me with that, so that I have some things that are ancestral, that are spiritual, but that look nice for women as well too. So I'm not disincluding y'all. I'm just saying, give me a little bit more time. I'm working on some things, and I'm actually going to start reaching out and hiring designers. I'm going to be looking for people who can design, because I don't really have time. I got so many things I'm working on, but I would love for somebody who has the heart for designing things and designing clothing and things like that. I would like them to reach out to me and get with me, and we work out whatever we got to work out, whatever we got to pay you, give you some points, and give you some money on the profit of the things that we sell, whatever. But I want us to start designing our own clothing and wearing that, and it represents ourselves. So also check out the music. My album is going to be released June 1st. Too Much for TV. When I tell you, this thing is, oh my God, this thing is amazing, y'all. If y'all only knew. This thing is amazing. I pray that y'all check it out and y'all stream it. I want to get this out. Of course, I want to get 1 million streams on this album. But you know, the first stage, let's get to 10,000, and let's get it to 50,000, and let's get it to 100,000 streams. Also, I'm going to be releasing it on the blockchain. So stay tuned for the information. I'm going to give y'all information on how to get my album on the blockchain. So I'm also coming. I also have vinyls and CDs. Those are more like memorabilia. You know, even though they're going to work, if you have a record player, or if you have a CD player, they're going to work, but they're not for that. They're more for, you know, just memorabilia type of thing. So, but I will have those things, vinyl and CDs, available for the album as well, that you can buy. I'll end up putting a link here on the TikTok where people can just go in and get it if that's what they want to do. And then also, you can always stream the music. You can buy the music, or you can stream it for free on all the major social media platforms, or the music platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, Tidal, etc. So just be on the lookout for that too. Also, I cannot not talk about the FBA coin. If you haven't done your due diligence, it's time, people. Listen, start with the website. That's number one. Read the website. Download the white paper. That's step 2. If you have AI, get a ChatGPT, get a Gemini, okay, get a Claude 3.5 or whatever, and download the white paper into the AI, and you will see how unique and powerful this coin is for our people. There's no coin like it. There's no cryptocurrency out there like it. I just want y'all to know it's uniquely designed, and it's all done on the blockchain. Understand the upgradable features that it has. Understand the transparency and the integrity that's built into it because it's on the blockchain. And also, pay attention. The coin is verified. It's 100% verified. Check it out. Okay. So I don't got nothing else, Monique. I know you're in a loud place. You said I'm gonna go ahead and end the live. Do you have anything you want to say before we end the live? You there, Monique? You have anything to say? Okay. If not, everybody take care. I'll talk to everybody. Okay, yeah, just PM me, just let me know, Omni, and we can chop it up. Man, I know you're in the Discord. You're in the Discord, if I'm not mistaken, Omni. You're in the Discord, so yeah, hit me up on either in the Discord or on TikTok, and let's chop it up. I do have time. I'm not working today, but I'm going to be working on other things. So just hit me up and let's chop up some game, man. Yeah, I've been trying to get in touch with you anyway. So just hit me up, okay? With that being said, everybody, have a good night or a good day. Enjoy the rest of the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Peace.